So the theme for this evening and for tomorrow and half day on Sunday is the same. It's really four aspects moving together. The first is magic. The second is illusion. Then delusion and confusion. They're not very different, but they're at the heart of the Buddhist understanding. Usually in European culture, we scan things in terms of a polarity between reality and fantasy. We have a sense of the real, something substantial, something you can rely on, something which is enduring in some way. From the Buddhist point of view, this is itself delusion. It's a very stupid thing to believe in reality. There is no reality. So that's a little bit confusing at first. So it's very important that we get a working sense of what these terms mean and how they're used. So there are many descriptions of this in Dzogchen, in Mahamudra, Madhyamika, and so on, various Buddhist schools. If we start with illusion. An illusion is something which seems to be true, or in our ordinary sense, real, and yet it's not. So we've all experienced a mirage on a hot summer's day. You're going along maybe in a car and you see this glittering water in front of you. It looks like water. You don't have to trick yourself into believing it's water. It seems to be there, and yet it's not. So the basic structure of an illusion is an appearance which offers the seduction that you can believe that there is something there which is not there, or that what is there has a truth status which it doesn't have. So another classic example would be if you, on a full moon night, if you go out and you look in a pond and you see the reflection of the moon in the water, it is as if the moon is there in the water. Or when you see a rainbow in the sky, it is as if there is something there. So you have appearance, but our move is towards a consolidation of the appearance. That is to say, we take the appearance to be an indication that there is some personal or individual essence behind it. So this is the appearance of something. When a rainbow appears in the sky, that's an example of rainbows, as if there's an essential rainbow there somewhere. So that could be like a Platonic pure idea. Somewhere there's the perfect form of the rainbow, and here we have this slightly imperfect version of it. But when you see a rainbow, you see a rainbow. We name it. We start to learn the qualities of rainbows, and we feel secure in our knowledge of rainbows. So, an illusion is when we are taken in by an appearance, and we give credence to it, we believe in it, that there's something there which is secure, defined, predictable, that it's a site of knowledge, and then of course it dissolves. Because if you're looking at the moon in the water and someone throws a stone in the pond, the moon dissolves. The wind blows the cloud and the rainbow vanishes. The car accelerates, or you go around the corner, the mirage vanishes. So from the Buddhist point of view, it's about the nature of perception and conception. Usually our perception of the world, that is to say, the life that we have through our senses, what is revealed through our senses, is instantly merged with our conceptualization. So the interpretation, which is essentially the play of our imagination, it's our mental activity, when it gets, as it were, fused into the appearance, we can take hold of it. We now can apprehend the world, which for the ego aspect of our individual existence is very reassuring. because it allows us to build up a sense of competency, of being able to relate to many different kinds of phenomena. Something is there, I know about these kind of somethings, and I develop a sense of efficacy, my personal efficiency in moving through the world, and I can create patterns of interpretations. I can compare this rainbow with the one we saw last week. This one is better, or this one is more faint. As if somehow comparing and contrasting was able to operate. So, the strengthening of the differentiation of the real truth of phenomena, what we take to be their reality, arises from the possibility of comparing and contrasting. And in order to do that, you have to have something. You have to have this thing and that thing. If you just have a pure appearance, if you allow your mind to relax a little bit, and you open your gaze, say, to a tree in the park or to a cloud in the sky, the more you relax, the more you release yourself from your habitual function of grasping at the concept and wanting to make sense of the world, which of course alienates you from your senses. If you release the meaning making, we find that the world doesn't vanish, but in fact it remains, but it remains as other than what we thought it was. That there is more potential, more possibility in the vision when it's not apprehended. And this is one of the main aspects of training in the visual arts. If you're going to paint and you're looking at a tree, if you start with an overdetermined notion of what a tree is like, you don't allow the conversational or the relational aspect of this appearance, this patterning of phenomena in this moment with your own mood, with your technical capacity, with the kind of palette you have available to you if you're painting outside, and this is what emerges. It's not the truth of anything, it's a gesture. Most of our life is gestural. We move in particular ways, revealing aspects of our embodied being in relation to the field of appearances. The freshness of that tends to be covered over for us because we build up expectations. We think we know what will be there before we arrive. We can imagine many different possibilities. And so the terrible thing is what we encounter is ourselves. It's actually quite rare for us to have a truly fresh experience. Certainly in psychotherapy, there's a lot of attention to this. When, say, Freud is talking about repetition compulsion, he's not talking necessarily about a drive to complete a reiteration of a particular pattern. It's more that you imagine you're doing the same thing again. So we have a sign outside that says you should wash your hands. We know how to wash our hands. You get the tap, you get the soap, and so on. You make these different gestures. If you work in a hospital, they teach you professionally how to wash your hands because there are proper ways to do it, to get the soap in between the fingers and so on. So you become an expert in hand washing. Now, when you are washing your hands, we've all got hands here, so you're doing something very familiar. I'm just washing my hands. But what are these hands? We have conceptual hands and we have presenting hands. So in this moment, when you're washing your hands, there's the temperature of the water, there's the soap, it may have some smell or not. You're in a mood, you're washing your hands vigorously, you could do it mindfully or unmindfully. This is the actuality of what is manifesting in this moment. You have never washed your hands that way before. And in fact, you've never had the hands that you're washing until this moment. These hands, the hands being washed, are fresh. This is an appearance which is constellated in the midst of the vector of many different factors operating together. But what you have, if you want to consolidate your idea of having a basic competence and a basic knowledge of the world, a predictable knowledge, is that you don't attend to the immediate disclosure of sensation in your fingers and so on, but you don't really attend to it at all because you go on automatic pilot because you know how to wash your hands. So in that moment you can be thinking of something else. So what are you washing? And who is doing this washing? So that would be an example of an illusion, that you take it for granted that you have hands and that you can know what your hands are. And so you exist in the thingness of your existence. This is me, I know how I am, this is you, I've seen you before, you always do the same damn thing. Then life gets very heavy and stuck. This is generally what we call neurosis. It's a pattern reiteration. And the advantage of it is that on the basis of apprehending a particular pattern as an exemplar of an underlying deep structure, it is as if every time the pattern arises, even although we clock that, oh, it's a bit different this time, it's still the manifestation of the underlying truth of things. That's what you're like. You always do that. Ordinary language is full of statements like that. But when we start to look into the immediacy of the situation, if we stay freshly in the senses, then we start to see that there are these two parallel streams that are running. We have what's coming through the senses and how they're interpreted. The interpretation manifests as the display of many, many different factors: childhood, language, class, culture, gender, and so on. But of course, it's not a fixed interpretation. So we have a potential of interpretation, which is evoked according to various things. For example, if you had to run to get here, your breathlessness and wondering if you're going to be late, that creates a particular mood inside you. And you come into the room, everyone else is a bit calm, and you think, ooh, what's this? And that influences how you hear, how you respond, and so on. So what we take to be subject side, the profile, the topology of myself, doesn't belong to me. Because if I've had to run because the previous train was cancelled, or I just missed a bus, that running is part of my existence. I didn't want to run, I didn't plan to run, but I found myself running. That is to say, my sense of the requirements of the situation, my gaze into the future, oh shit, we start at 6:30, we better get it together. I'm entrained into runningness, and runningness brings me here in a particular mood. Or you might have arrived very early and you're sitting around, you get a little bit bored, you drift off and you're thinking about this and that. God, when are we ever going to begin? What am I doing? And all these people breathing in and out, I'm going to get infected, I'm going to die. All sorts of thoughts can arise. So this is the unpredictable, ever-shifting, wind-like movement of the mind. And simultaneously, of course, our gaze is changing. Because we just need to turn and look around in the room, and you move your head 1 inch, and a whole new vista opens up to you, with different ranges of perception, color, shadow, seeing someone clearly, then not seeing them, they're becoming your peripheral vision. So this is the interactive field, which cannot be predicted, which is very unstable, and yet into that, in order to function, we feel the need to be able to predict. So if we know someone's name, we can stick their name onto them, and it's as if we're seeing them again. Hello, John. Good to see you. Who am I seeing? Am I seeing John? What is John? John for John's mother, John for John's lover, and John for me, different Johns. So it is as if through the naming you have got hold of something which is veridical, that rings true, that is reliable. And this is an illusion. This is an illusion. Language is one of the many vectors of illusion within which we operate. Especially when we feel that language has actual, real reference. That if I say camera, I'm referring to a thing which is in front of me. Generally speaking, when this thought sound starts to arise in my head of camera, that's arising as it were, subject onto object, the signifier, the formulation of this is a camera, is a mental event. And the signified camera is a mental event. What is signified is always mental. You don't get out of the mind. Because if you actually go over and you touch the camera and you lick it and you rub it on your face, you put it down your trousers, this camera will reveal all sorts of different qualities. What is the camera? You can only take care of or get close to or have a real sense of the camera as camera for me. Camera for camera is a land you will never ever visit. You get camera for you in this moment, this particular camera. That is to say, you cannot separate what you take to be the truly existing object out there from your interpretation. And this has a lot of implications for Buddhist meditation, as we'll explore in some detail when we have more time tomorrow. The key point at this stage is to start to see, well, if the world is not established in itself out there, if the world is a revelation not of fixed things, but is more like a potential revealed through my quality of participation in this moment, then there's both a freshness of engagement and a kind of bewilderment at the same time, because I can't make sense of it. So of course we have a question, do I need to make sense of it? If I live in my sort of narrative sense of self, if I see the world as a whole stream of stories issuing out of me, wrapping themselves around the moments of my existence, creating patterns, shifting my desire to be close or distant from different people, different situations, foods, and so on, then it's my world. What I get is my world. And this is enormously important, because if I don't get access to a real world that exists out there, then the world as revelation depends on the quality of my participation. That is to say, if I fall asleep on the job, I'm going to have a dull world. If falling asleep on the job means I fall asleep into the dreamlike weaving of my habitual forms of interpretation, so that I am carried along on a stream of thoughts, but I'm not actually thinking. There's an absence of freshness. So it is as if I know what people from different backgrounds are like. Pakistanis are like this, Chinese people are like this, men are like this, gay people are like this. We see prejudice everywhere in the world, and this is the very structure of prejudice, a prejudice. The judgment made yesterday is valid and therefore can be projected into today, and not just on the basis of, oh, he is a Pakistani, he is like this, I can then extend it out. All Pakistanis are like this because he's a Pakistani. That must be what Pakistanis are like. And we see so many wars, so many difficulties of welcome, of inclusion, arise from the idea of having definite knowledge about people. The exploitations which have occurred a lot in the past, which have continued on the basis of people believing that these behaviors were valid, is clearly a mental activity. If you believe that certain kinds of people can be enslaved, and in fact it's appropriate to enslave them because they are slave material, because these are the kind of people who get enslaved, or these kind of people should not be educated, because why would you educate that kind of person? As soon as you're starting to think of that kind of person, you're taking a category, which is a mental event, a construction, and you're believing that it has a truth about what you actually perceive. So you're saying, my category, my belief, my interpretive matrix allows me to speak with absolute confidence about the world. And we see many of our world leaders speaking in this way a lot at the moment. They claim the monologic truth that because they see things as they are, they don't need to enter into conversation. They can just shoot from the hip. They don't need to build it up as a matter for unpacking. So we start thinking, okay, I'm involved all the time in what's occurring. I don't really know what's out there. I can't really control that much. But maybe I could have a little bit more sense of me and whether I am present or not. And once we start to meditate a little bit, we notice that actually we're absent quite a lot of the time. We're just running along on this automatic pilot of knowing how to do things. You walk down the street thinking of something. You're not really having to look at the street. Maybe you suddenly notice there's some broken glass or some dog shit or someone's pushing towards you and they're lost on their phone. But most of the time you're just sort of drifting along with not a very precise registering of this field which is your life. This is the field of emergence which you are part of. That we participate inside a shared field of experience. Shared doesn't mean that we all get the same share, not because of some mean-spirited hierarchy, but simply because we are embodied in different ways. We have different availabilities through our mood. Some people are morning people, some people are evening people. If you've had a drink of alcohol, that will affect your mood. If you're hungry, that will affect your mood. If you've quarreled with your lover, that will affect your mood. There are so many things which are part of your existence. So from the point of view of meditation, these aspects are not optional extras. They're not something to be pared away so that you get to this pure form of yourself and you awaken to who you really are as someone. In fact, you are many ones. You are a multitude, a plurality. You are an ingraspable potential evoked situationally. You don't belong to yourself. You don't belong to the other. But you find yourself co-emergent in the pulsation of attention with that person. Because when you have a predetermined agenda, even if it's benign, there's a kind of violence in it. If you've had to be in a hospital lying in a bed and the nurse comes along to do something, they may speak quite nicely, but they're going to stick this needle into you. They've got their job, they're looking at their watch, they're thinking about a cup of tea and going off shift. And you're in that moment, you're an object that they're going to act on. They don't really want to hear you blethering on about your anxieties and so on. So, the field that we're in is determined by availability. And this is really the heart of meditation, that it's various strands and methods and moods and flavors designed to give us more chance of being more available under diverse circumstances. It is the restriction on availability that closes down the possibilities of our existence. So when we look at traditional texts, it says the mind is like the sky. The sky has no gatekeepers. It has no immigration control. The sky accepts whatever is arising. Nuclear bombs, aeroplanes, viruses, bacteria, all sorts of things are flying through the sky. Easy come, easy go. Phenomena arise in the sky, self-arising, and then they vanish by themselves, self-liberating, and the sky stays open. This is an example of how our mind actually is. But when we collapse into the patterning of the content of our mind, our habit-formed tendencies and selective turns of liking and disliking and wanting more and wanting less, these tilts, these selectivities bring us into a patterning that we recognize as I, me, myself. I am like this. And on the basis of being like this, this is what I choose. So if you go into a restaurant, scan through the menu, say, oh, I'll have that. And you choose something, very often something you're familiar with, because it's what you like to eat. There are plenty of other things, not for me. Why not for you? Presumably the restaurant is not authorized as a kind of Russian roulette. Some of these dishes will be poisoned, so you better choose carefully. It's all food. There are other people eating the things you don't want to eat, but you don't want to eat them. Why? Because I'm me. I'm like this. So like is a wonderful word. I'm like this. Cats are more like leopards than they are like dogs. Like indicates compare and contrast. So when we say, I'm like this, it means in this moment, the lived actuality of me and my idea of me are brought into alignment. I am like myself. Now what does that mean? I am like my idea of myself. The truth of me is not this, but the idea. So in Buddhism, this is called stupidity. Means like being very dull, because you think you're an idea. And if you privilege the idea, the advantage, the only advantage is it lets you turn down the attention you put through your senses. So the world becomes more manageable because you're fading out so many of the factors which are arising. I mean, when you walk in the streets here, they're really, really interesting. The architecture is so chaotic in many ways. Old buildings, new buildings, different shaped windows. It's just new experience, flowing and flowing and flowing. You could never get enough of it, because it will change with the seasons, with the time of day, with the people who are on the street, when they turn on the electric light. At first it's kind of wobbly and then it strengthens. That all affects the shadows. This is your lived world. This is what you actually inhabit. But we don't inhabit it, because we are inhabiting a cocoon held in place by our commitment to our ideas about ourselves. And then, of course, in order to maintain an idea about myself, I maintain ideas about other people. That is to say, I want to have definite, predictable knowledge. So, fields like psychology and psychiatry, diagnosis becomes very important, that you can formulate some indication of the key patterns operating in a person, and on the basis of that come to some kind of conclusion about how they are and what might need to be done in order to help them or to shift them. This is very, very crude. So you take the living complexity of a person and you try to squeeze it into the categories of interpretation that you have. Oh, this is what they suffer from. Now you're not interested in the person at all, because you've got the truth of them which is embedded in the, I don't know, DSM-5, ICD-10, whatever, one of these books of identifications. You've got to the truth of them. This person's a heretic. This person is an enemy of the jihad. This person is from a substandard race. Or if you, like me, if you're Scottish, this person is English. I mean, English is pretty bad. If you grow up in Scotland, you wouldn't want to be English. So you know what the English are like. And I grew up in Glasgow, so you know what the people from Edinburgh are like. Oh, Jesus. It's like that. Now, it's so interesting when you catch your own prejudice, because you see it is so delicious in its simplification. You don't have to think because you know. Now, we think racial prejudice, gender prejudice, sexual orientation prejudice, this is not good. And it's not good because it packs people into a flattening, a homogenization. They're all like that. You know what they're like. So we decide, oh, let's not do that. So essentially Buddhism's just extending this a bit further. This is a tree. Really? Why do you want to put it into treeness? What is it? Have a look. When you look at the tree, you can't speak. There's so much. The branches, the colors, the shapes, the light. When the wind moves, it's not invisible, it's not hidden, it's a revelation, but it's an unapprehendable revelation. But it's an oak tree. Now you get your teeth into something. It's an old oak tree, it's a young oak tree. There's some disease going around attacking oak trees. It's terrible. What can we do about it? Off we go. Narrative, narrative, narrative. But if you stay with the thing itself, through the senses, without making sense of it, you can't speak. You can't think. And yet you are. It's like a holiday from the tedium of your mental construction. That's why the senses are so very, very important to us. But of course we live in a world where conceptual identification becomes very important. So according to the tradition, this is not necessarily about time. It can also be an immediacy, but the arising of the potential, which is often called the ground or the base or the source, manifests in two particular directions. One is where the arising of the energy of the ground is aware of its own ground. I am the radiance of the ground. Before we were thinking of a person or anything, but just it's a kind of self-luminous, here we are. The other pathway is to lack awareness of the ground, of the source. And so there is a, oh, what's this? For example, in the famous prayer or aspiration, the Kunzang Monnam, it says, these two, aware and unaware, arise like magic, chomtru. So magic, or miracle, when the Buddha Shakyamuni performed many miracles, these are translated in Tibetan as chomtru. Means something appears and it's there, but it's not really there. So it's a kind of blessed illusion. And it's a blessing because it kind of stretches your mind. This happened. Fuck, how did that happen? You can forget about it, but if you stay with it, this doesn't make sense. It's troubling. How could that happen? And being troubled is a major part of our path. For example, when as we know, Prince or rich man's son Siddhartha lived in a very protective environment when he was young. His father didn't want him to be exposed to the world, but when he went out of the palace, he saw an old person, a sick person, a dead person. And then he saw a yogi. And he hadn't encountered these experiences before. And they rankled, they got to him. It's like a stone in his shoe, he couldn't settle. And this shifted him into, well, if this is the case, what am I doing with my life? I can't just put the blinkers on and go day after day after day, business as usual. What's it all about? What is this? I'm going to die. What? I'm going to die. And all the things I've done, all the bloody exams I've studied for, all of this, all the tax I've paid. What the fuck was it all about? What was it for? It must be for something. Is it for anything? Maybe it's not for anything. So that's very troubling. And the advantage of that kind of trouble is it starts to loosen up the constrained patterns of your predictive operation. Oh, maybe I could do something different. So he leaves the palace and he wanders around as a yogi, engaged in all kinds of ascetic practices and so on. So now he's a yogi. After a while, 6 years, so the texts say, he's thinking, what the hell am I doing? I'm a yogi, I'm starving, I'm cold, I'm hungry. I've come from a palace. What am I doing? So he said, I can't be in the palace, and I don't want to be a yogi anymore. I've had enough. So he cuts some kusha grasses. Grass that has a very nice soft ending to it. Local girl brings him some milk rice, and he sits under a tree and says, had enough? I'm not doing anything. And as he sits, all kind of habit formations arise for him, all kind of interpretations about what's going on so that he could go this way or that way. And he just sits with it. So at that point he puts his hand down, touches the earth, be my witness, I'm not moving. And the more he finds himself able not to move, of course he sees it's the mind that moves. Sensation arises and passes, thoughts arise and pass, memories arise and pass. And if you don't get on these, if they're like buses and trains and you just don't get on them, they're just passing through and passing through and passing through. And gradually, his mental clarity, instead of it being organized as a consciousness so that he's conscious of particular things in a way that he can think about them and make more patterns, that particularizing consciousness relaxes into a simply knowing, in the sense of not knowing about what is arising and passing, but simply knowing or noticing that many things are arising and passing. And this opens up to reveal itself as an awareness which you can't take hold of. It's not anything. It's, in that sense, unborn. It hasn't been born into the world of real things. Here, present, but not present as someone. The awareness, the mind itself, has no race or color or ethnic identity, national identity. It is unconstrained, undefined, uncompounded, and because of that it can offer hospitality to everything. Everything that we see, hear, touch, smell, everything that we can remember or imagine in the future is the movement of the mind. The movement of the mind. And we encounter other people and we see, wow, you're not like me. How can that be? The potential is arising in that form, and that form, and that form. The potential is the potential of the emptiness of the ground. That when we look to find ourselves, our true selves, who we really are, we encounter lots of storylines. Things our parents said, our school said, our political interest group says, and many, many narratives and interpretations. These are all storylines. You hear someone describing you, or you describe yourself, and when you stop talking, it's over. Now something else, now you say something else, now you say something else. So the descriptions you give about yourself appear to be valid in the moment, but they're just vanishing like steam. You switch off the kettle and the steam starts to fade. So all these constructs racial identity, gender identity, age, and so on. These are positions in a dance drama. There is no choreographer. Nobody's setting out to make it this way. There's no originatory God with a meta plan to plonk everything into its place. But we find ourselves, due to infinite interactive sequences of cause and effects, being this kind of person for a while. And we won't be like this forever. And me at my age, I'm certainly not going to be like this forever. And if I get this virus, I might be, get on, all over, finished. How could that be? I'm me. How could I die? It's not possible. I've always been me. I'm going to live forever. You guys can die if you want, but me. The idea of a self, a permanent self, of someone who is like this, self-defining, autonomous. People want autonomy, self-definition, independence. Independence from what? I declare independence from the air. Stop breathing. Oh, no, I think I'll keep breathing. I declare independence from food and drink for a while. What are you going to get independence from? You are an interactive part of the co-emergent field. We are interdependent. And yet, we have the absolute particularity of ourselves as we are moment by moment. This is not sustained by some enduring self-essence, but it is the patterning which is revealed. In a sense, you have to be your own patterning as it patterns. So if you're present in the arising of the patterning of yourself, this is who you are functionally, situationally, in this field, and then dissolved, and then dissolved, and then dissolved. And the more you open to the openness, which is the ground, you find you have more ability to manifest in different ways with different people. So then, there is an undeniable thusness or isness to being alive, but we're not a thing. So this is start to move right to the very edge of language, in the zone of paradox, of illusion. That's why there are many, many metaphors like the moon in water, rainbow, mirage, and so on. Because it can't be stated. The truth of our existence is inexpressible. Now, there are a lot of Dharma books. In the Tibetan language, there were thousands and thousands and thousands of books, incredible books. But none of them could say how it is. You can't say how it is. The function of the study is to allow the language of Dharma to massage you into a relaxation that allows the truth of how you are to show itself without you trying to say what you are. Because when you meet someone and you introduce yourself, you say, oh, I'm from this country, I do this. Oh, I was there as well. You start weaving all kind of stories and you're in the territory of thinking about and talking about. But we're not an aboutness. In the immediacy of our existence, it is this. And the thisness of this is inexpressible. So expression, language, is not about wisdom. We speak in order to connect. Language is about compassion or connectivity, or it's a movement in the field of non-dual or undivided energy. It's an aspect of the potential of our existence. But through language, you can't get to wisdom. Wisdom begins with silence. That's why we have meditation, where we are just present, not doing anything in particular, becoming becoming less distracted, less following after the past, less waiting expectantly for the future. And there's this, and this, and this, and this. And we're still here. We're not holding ourselves in place. We're not being mindful as an activity. Whether you're mindful or distracted, when you're aware, doesn't really matter. Because the movement of the mind is movement. And the stillness of the mind is still. The still mind is silent. The moving mind can talk and walk and engage with people and cook dinner and so on. All the ordinary activities of life. But that is the movement of the mind. And the movement, as we know with our body, we need to have space to move in. The movement of the mind is moving in the space of the mind. So the space of the mind is the fact that our awareness, our presence, is not a thing. If you have a thing, you will have location and duration. So we are in Hackney, we're in this building, we're going to be here for a while this evening. A certain period of time is allocated for this meeting. The seats are set out in a particular way, so your body is located here in this state for a moment. The energy always has location and duration. The mind as awareness is not an energy. It is the field which reveals the movement of energy. So whether you're dancing or singing or eating, whatever the activity is, it is you, but not the whole of you. And if you're very still and not moving, that's you, but not the whole of you. So the integrity of the individual is the space, which is the ungraspability of our awareness, which reveals itself as a field. So we're here in this room. This field is your field. No one in this room is in the same field, but simultaneously you can't say we're in different fields. As your body is situated, certain vista opens up in front of you. You see the back of some people's heads and so on. This is the unique specificity of your room. This is your room. No one else has it, just you. And it's like this, then you move your head or you bend down to tie your shoelace and a whole different world arises. Instantly arising. Instantly arising. Tibetans describe it as hlundrup. Hlun means like a heap or a pile or a hill, and drup means accomplished. So it comes all at once. So you bend forward, suddenly the floor's there. Oh, didn't know the floor. Oh, I was looking over there. Suddenly, hello. It's like that. Instant revelation, moment by moment, moment by moment. And within that field we are moving. So you have the ungraspable open ground, the undivided field within which you have the unique specificity of your movement moment by moment, which is your movement as a descriptor, but it's not your movement as an autonomous intentionality, because we find ourselves moving due to this or that. If somebody was to suddenly come into the room, you might turn your head, you hear a noise, what's that? There you know, I'm a puppet. I'm a puppet. You make a noise, I look, where's my autonomy gone? We are interactive beings. This is the shared quality of the field that we emerge from, in, and as. Because you don't emerge out of the field, you emerge within the field, and the field is emerging within itself. So the individuality of the individual is a funny word because it means impossible to divide. But we divide all the time. We're ceaselessly fragmenting. Now, if we were one thing, being fragmented would be bad news. If you've got a vase and you drop it, you think, where's the glue? You don't want to be fragmented. But we are not one thing. We were never one thing. Culturally, socially, you're given a name and people talk about you as if you were a person. You have never been a person. That is a delusion, a cultural virus that infects you, a false belief, a cause of madness. You should try to behave better. I've seen the report from school. You're getting into trouble. talk to a child. You are somebody, and you have to control yourself. But he pushed me. He pushed me. What am I supposed to do? He pushed me. Why can't I push back? No, I saw you moving. Kids have lots of experiences like that. Suddenly somebody's got the scissors out and they cut around you and you become figural and everything else recedes into the background. It's just you in the spotlight. Oh, you're in trouble now. Oh, I wouldn't like to be in your shoes. Oh, all alone. What's going to happen? I didn't mean to do it. I don't know why I did it. So many people, when they're caught by the police, they say, I don't know why I did it. I just don't know. Shoplifter, I don't know why I did it. Of course they were thinking of nicking something, but they don't know why they had the thought, I need to steal that. It just came in their mind. And they fused into the thought, and they put it in their bag, and the detective catches them at the door. You've stolen this. I didn't do it. You did it. I did it, but I didn't do it. You may have had some experience like that in your life. What is your agency? It's you, but what's it expressing? Is there some deep true self inside, some master, some magus, some homunculus, some little essence of you? It's a field experience due to factors, maybe poverty, maybe contempt for organized society, all kind of reasons lead people into shoplifting and crime. Also, all kind of factors lead some people to be studying in the university library to 10 o'clock at night. Everyone else has left, gone to the pub, but they're reading away because they've got their vision of how life should be. We get caught by ideas. And the idea becomes the rhythm and the pulsation and the direction of our existence. So, delusion is when you don't see what you're up to. It's an illusion. You find yourself having this kind of life. You might look back and think, how did I end up like this? When I was young, I never thought I'd be living like this. What the hell? How did this happen? Come on. Just you end up going, well, I guess this is me. At that point, you can think, okay, well, this is me. But it isn't you. Because whatever you take yourself to be has been a co-creation with other people. With your school teachers, your parents, if you had siblings, if it was a friendly family, a rivalrous family, a cruel family. All kind of factors moving together. Oh. This, I am performative without a personal essence. There is no performer of the performance of myself. There is no maker of the identity of myself. It is an illusion. You see the mirage. A mirage arises due to causes and circumstances. The heat rising from the road causes the air to quiver in a particular way that appears to us as we move towards it to be a presence of water. There is no water. There is no self. The self is an illusion. That doesn't mean you don't exist, but you don't exist as a thing. There is no personal essence of you. The essence of you is emptiness, mahashunyata. This is the ungraspable, unborn, open ground of everything. And you are flowering. You are displaying, you are radiating from that moment by moment. Delusion arises when you seek to apprehend this formation as indicating who you are. You know, working in therapy, we hear all kind of sad stories about one of the saddest flavors is the person who takes so much responsibility onto themselves, who always blames themselves, who thinks that the difficulties in the family were due to them. If only I had been better, then my dad would have loved me. Really? Really? But what you see in that moment is the desire for agency. if only, well, I am an autonomous subject, I am myself, I have to take responsibility for myself, I have to try to make the best use of this life that I have. Pretty wild language. I have a life. Really? Where is it? Would you keep it? In a bag? What do you do with it? Do you clean it? Do you have to clean your teeth? What do you do with your life? Kick it about. Give it to other people. If you don't love me, I'm going to kill myself. Give it to them. Without you, I'm nothing. So where's your life? Where's your autonomy? Lots of young men especially get into this blackmailing of girls. If you don't love me, I'll die. Might look romantic with Shakespeare, but it's not very pleasant if you get involved in it. So where is this self? The self is an idea. The self is an idea. And again, we can look at this in detail tomorrow and try to see it in the stream of our own experience and do some practice to make it more immediately revealed to us. We're not trying to change something or develop something or make our life different. We just want to see, when I explain myself or to other people, am I revealing myself or covering myself? Am I showing myself or inventing myself? The narrative self, from this point of view, is a story. And the more you tell the story, you more develop the story, you add your adjectives and adverbs, you bring all kind of flavors and feeling tones into it, and it is as if this is who I really am. So the function of meditation is just to give yourself time to pause. Is this story true? We like the movies. We like going to the theatre. We like reading novels. We like things that aren't true. We like to believe things that aren't true. And one of the reasons for that is because we believe that everything is true and it's not true. Everything is fiction. Somebody wrote the novel. The novel of ourselves has multiple writers. It may have your name on the cover, "This is my life," but your mum wrote one chapter and your dad another, and all these people. It's a group production, and it's you. And it's a construct. There's nothing wrong with the construct because it's movement, and if the movement is released from its entrapment in the cocoon of self-reference, trapped from this endless reverberation round itself, it becomes connective. And we see, oh, when I look at you, I feel like this. When I look at you, I feel like this. When I look at you, I feel like this. I feel differently with different people. Oh. I come into being in connectivity. I don't have a being, a private being inside my true being, my true self. So, who I hang out with, that's important. But more important is how I hang out with people. Do I actually receive people? Am I interested in people? Do I allow them to come in? What are the filters between me and the world? What is my editing frame of reference? Get a bit wary, not sure about other people. What are you thinking? I want to know what you're thinking. It's a pretty stupid question. How could you ever say what you're thinking? Because it's already gone. What I was thinking. No, what are you thinking now? Well, it's already gone. Thoughts, they're very quick. You can never tell people what you're thinking. You just notice it as it's vanishing. You can't know people. Because they change. Because they're not separate. And this is the same for us. So the delusion is to take the illusion as an image which is created by something. That there is some inner defining essence which could reiterate, repeat, represent that kind of structure. And we believe that because we live in a world of representation. When you're a kid, you gradually learn your name. Your mum says, "Didn't you hear me? I was calling you." Oh, okay, so I have to, when I hear that noise, I have to know, oh, that's me. So you have to run inside. So I am that. That's not kind of Hindu mysticism, tattvamasi. It's just, I'm this name. So I am my name. And then the name, the nominative, gives you a noun, a something, and that thing then has people who like you and people who don't like you. And things you're good at school and things you're not good at school. And you start to get this profile, the topology of the lived experience of being yourself. And that's what we inhabit. And it goes on interacting and interacting. I like this, I don't like this. We have enthusiasms, then we get bored and so on. All of this is moving on. The delusion is to imagine that the movement is manifested by or driven by some internal stasis of true definition or true self. It is the movement of emptiness. It's the movement of awareness. Now, if you're new to this way of looking at things, it can seem very strange. It's a basic question. How can something come out of nothing? That's very easy. When something comes out of nothing, it's the something of nothingness. Something is how nothing shows itself. And the something, when you look at it, is inseparable from nothing. Nothing is not an annihilation. It's not a homogenization. We're not throwing everything into a blender and smoothing it all out. There is the absolute precision of each moment of existence, but it's not a something. You can't catch it. What you catch is concept and language. You catch the idea of things. The things themselves you cannot catch. Yet Western philosophers have written a lot about this as well. The ding and sik, the thing in itself, the true thing. You can't get it. It's not there. That's why phenomenology always kind of vanishes into the Sahara. It runs out of gas. There's nothing there. But we're here. I exist. I'm me. Look, I'm me. That's the statement. That's a tensing muscles. I feel like me. You're going to tell me I'm not me. Oh, fuck you. Me. Contraction. Relax the contraction. Me. Oh, hello. So we isolate, we connect. We isolate, we connect. We are pulsatory creatures. Closer, more distant. Breathing in, breathing out. The heart moving. Pum, 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 pum. Pulsation is the truth of everything. So when you want to find that true essence as a thing, it's not in the game. Thing is a delusion. It is a false, misleading concept. We live in a consumerist capitalist culture. We have the fetish of the object, the fetish of the commodity running just about every aspect of our life. It is delusion. It is delusion. It's just delusion. We see now Mr. Putin is wanting to extend his total control of Russia for another 12 years. Why? You're getting old, you're getting tired. Go and hang out on the beach. You stole Crimea, go and hang out on the beach there, it's nice, have a vodka. But he can't let go of power. Trump will find it very difficult to let go of power. Mr. Johnson looks like he's fairly power hungry. I am this person. I am an important person. No, you're not. You're there due to various winds and currents blowing through which have created this temporary pattern in the sand. And the wind will blow and that pattern will vanish. And the idea of karma is that every activity And karma simply means activity. Every activity sets up particular tendencies or movements or vibrations which show themselves at some other time. So for example, if you've been in a place like the Sahara, it's very, very hot in the day, and then as soon as the sun goes below the horizon, the wind blows. You get that in India as well, in the hot season. Why is the wind blowing? Because the sun's gone down. The heated air, the cool air, meeting together, the wind's blowing. That's our life. Factors, which are not us, blow us. We are the movement of life. Inside that, we're not entirely puppets. We're certainly not entirely masters of the game. We are participants. And the most important thing then from meditation is, as we manifest into the world, is to find a delicacy of attention to the emergent field where we are with other people and respond into that. So the finesse gives us a timing. We don't talk over other people. We can hear, receive, and respond, and find a healthy pulsation with that. Then life's very easy. But if you get sealed in yourself, it's very lonely and isolated. If you then want other people to do what you tell them to do, it's very tedious, because they never will. Who would want to be the ruler of the world? Everyone will disappoint you. Everyone will disappoint you. Like the old saying, if you want something done well, do it yourself. In fact, when I worked in the NHS, you ask some colleagues to do something and they write something, you think, fucking hell, what's this? What is this? Oh, well, that's how we thought it should be. You don't have my thoughts. You don't have my thoughts. Only I have my thoughts. So if I want it to be an expression of my thoughts as they are in the moment, because they won't be like this tomorrow, but as they are in the moment, I'm going to have to do it. And then that's how you become workaholic, because you don't trust other people because they fuck up, because they're not me. Huh? So that's how you become the great fuck up, because you think everyone else fucks up because they're not you. You bind yourself in, and that's where we see my criteria of how it should be arise due to causes and conditions. My education, the forces that were around when I was growing up, the kind of people I've hung out with, my particular value system, all of these are valid but not true. They're functional. And so the first thing is the open ground, the field, the unified field, the undivided, non-dual field, within which I am. The field came first. Although we don't want to know it, Mum and Dad were there before we were. The world was here before we were born, and it'll be here after we're dead. We're just passing through. We're not the Alpha and Omega. We're just a breath, a puff of wind. So if we see that, participation means participation, connectivity is more important than anything else. And you see that in work teams. If the team has synergy, if there is an alignment of the energy of the people who are working together, it's very beautiful. Because it means that people have to recognize that collaboration, the being in it together with others in the shared rhythm, which is never going to be my rhythm, and it's never going to be your rhythm, so we're all engaging in a rhythm which is not ours individually, but it is ours collectively, then you have really effective work teams. Or if you're dancing with other people, it's exactly that. You're not following one person's particular way of doing it, but the group has to find how it is that you're going to do this dance at this particular time. So the delusion is the isolated individual self which is there before the event. So from this point of view, there is no self, no fixed enduring self, What there is, if you like, is a selfing, which might be a way of describing the unique specificity of myself as revealed to you and to me in the moment of my participation together. Huh? Because although I'm talking just now, I'm talking, looking at you, I'm feeling with you, we're engaging together, hopefully, in something. So this is a field of connectivity which is the basis of my talking. I'm talking with you. The group is expressing something through me, because how I can talk depends on the quality of attention that you bring to the task. If you look completely bored and look as if you're desperate to leave, and I see you taking out your hip flask for the third time, that's going to be a different feeling. But it's being in it together is so amazing. When we say the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, that's the whole thing. Dzogchen Chenpo essentially means the whole. It means that which is never fragmented, never divided, although it has diversity. And when we experience the whole, there's always space for everyone. So that's the danger of delusion, is to retreat into the definition of an essential self which is apart. So if you do, for example, tantric meditation, you visualize the arising of a deity in front of you or as yourself. You inhabit that sphere, and then that sphere dissolves. And then you do it again, you do it again, you do it again. You get up in the morning, you open the mandala of your daily life. You go to sleep at night, you close the mandala of your daily life. It's opening and closing, opening and closing. And each time it's different. Each time it's different. Each time it will have a different flavor and a different mood and different qualities. This is our life. It is not a thing. And all the different schools of Buddhism are concerned with how do you take the thingness out of life without life collapsing. Because in this room we have pillars holding up the ceiling. And it feels sometimes as if my sense of the truth of myself, who I really am, that's like pillars holding me up. And if that collapsed, if I had a kind of depersonalization, if I didn't kind of recognize myself, I'd kind of collapse. Who am I? What am I doing? That is a cul-de-sac. That's a dead-end road. And that arises because you're still trying to find a truth through narrative. Through telling yourself, I can't tell the same story about myself today as I said yesterday. Well, if you get a cold, if you get a bit depressed, you fall in love, you tell different kind of stories about yourself. You're happy, you're sad, you feel expansive, contracting. These are the modalities of how you express, but there is no truth to them because they are always relational. So this grasping at an enduring self, a kind of ahamkara, as if there was some I amness which could be taken hold of, this is often seen in Buddhism as the great delusion. It's addressed in a different way in Hinduism, in its various tantric schools and so on. Essentially they go in the same point. There isn't much difference in the descriptions of Brahman and Shunyata. But Buddhists don't like to hear this because Buddhists are inclusive, exclusive simultaneously. And inside the Buddhist school there are Nyingmapa who are inclusive, exclusive. And inside the Nyingmapa there's the people from Dorji Drakgomba who are inclusive, exclusive. Because you cannot have this without getting rid of that. Because if you get this, that, well, what's this? It's part of this, that. Yeah, but what is this? Get rid of that. Bump them off. Final solution. Get rid of the problem. Then there'll just be me. I am the ruler of the world. I define everything on my terms. And you get lonely. Where is the other? The Upanishads say this is how the world began. God was sitting, he was lonely. He said, oh, I better invent someone then. So he made a little man, a little friend, hello. And that's how everything began. But duality is because a unified point would be terribly bleak and lonely. Non-duality is not one, not two. It's the interactive complexity which never fissures out into fragmented aspects, each with their autonomy. So in the Tantric text it says how everything exists in the womb of the Great Mother. The Great Mother is Prajnaparamita, the wisdom, the understanding of emptiness. And we are in her womb. And you cannot become a Buddha unless you're born in her womb. You're not born out of her womb, but in a funny way, you're born into her womb. Because this womb, this circle, the bhaga, is actually emptiness. It is how it is. It's just, we're born into nothing. But not nothing for long, because nothing becomes everything. We're in this field of everything. After some time now, we'll go out into the evening, people in the street, cars and so on. Then you turn a corner, and a corner, this way and that. Always this and this and this and this. It never stops. The ceaseless display. The texts always say, unborn and unceasing. It's unborn because everything has the root quality or the heart of emptiness, and it's unceasing because there is no limit to the openness of emptiness. Now, there's a limit to me, and a while will come to an end and I'll go home, because that's what you get in if you live in a skin bag. You get tired. You have a limited capacity. But emptiness has no capacity at all, because it has infinite capacity. You could never totalize it. You could never say you come to a limit. It has no inside or outside, no top, no bottom, no preference in any direction. That's why it's often compared to a tigli, to a ball, because a ball has no corners. If you get a glass ball and you spin it around, how would you recognize where you began? Because just from every direction it looks the same. So emptiness is like that. But when you come into manifestation, it's easy to privilege your sense of self and get the rest of the world to recede into the background. So that the figure is me in my solitary majesty, and then there's all of you guys. I'm so sorry for you. It must be difficult not to be me. Because actually I am me, and you can't be me because I'm me. I've monopolized it. I've trademarked it. It's me. It's quite upsetting when you hear other people talking about themselves as me. What is that? Delusion. So everybody sees that they are the center. Now, one reading of that would be that's an extreme narcissistic position, that people are trapped in a bubble of self-reference. However, if you stay close to your lived experience, there is just this. I am the only experiencer of this. I can communicate a little bit and we get some kind of resonance, resemblance, some echoing, so that we feel we're somehow in the same sort of field, but it's never exactly the same. Difference and sameness are always in a dialogue. We're in this room together, but we're all in different rooms. Both are true. Both are true. If we were only in our completely different rooms, you could have infinite wisdom, but then you'd be like Shiva on top of Mount Kailash and the wind's blowing and you're just sitting there, oh, this is great, this is fucking marvelous. Oh, wouldn't like to be down there and warm and food and all. So, we are part of the world, we are with other people, but we don't get lost in being with other people because we are ourselves. So, we can be close, we have connectivity, but the connectivity doesn't mean the dissolving of yourself. If you go confluent, if you merge into someone else, in sex or some particular experience, that may be fine. But as a way of functioning in the world, it would be impossible. Psychosis is a condition in which people become confluent with distorted perceptions and erroneous is the wrong word, in unhelpful formulations of experience. And they're merged into it and they believe that it's true. It's not true. It's not true. It's like a dream. It's like an illusion. An illusion is not a fantasy that you awaken from. An illusion is the lightness of being. It is as if this is the case. And we have two main foci really here, as is and as if. As is open and empty. The truth can't be said. As if, then you enter into engagement with others, sharing, creating. If you work with other people, a joint project, there's a toing and a froing and a this and a that, and that's as if. And you realize their perception is different from mine. And the key point then is always to avoid the vertical axis. Better, worse. Better, worse. Most of our life is structured around this. But if you collapse that axis, just different. Just different. Then you can really be respectful of other people. And you can learn from other people. You can be awakened by other people's difference. Wow, you see things the way I don't. Which allows you then to ease yourself out of this cocoon, this eggshell of self-reference. And you're then nurtured by difference. Not same, not completely different, but always in that movement. That's why this image of Yab-Yum, of the male and female deities in sexual union, is so important. Because they are not one and they are not two. They are functioning together as a unified cycle. And the prana energy is moving through the body of one and down into the body of the other, endlessly cycling round and round. So as we come to an end this evening and go out into the world, and you're walking down the street, perception is occurring, judgment is occurring, memory is occurring, thoughts. You don't have to choose. You can have it all. Just relax into the out-breath. Everything is arising at once. If you try to sort it out, you will have to simplify. The complexity of the sphere of experience is so multidimensional, so multi-flavored, you can't. It's like taking a paper and pen and trying to draw a tree. Take you forever. You can't catch a tree. You can appreciate a tree. You can receive a tree through your eyes. You can rub your face on its bark. You can sniff it. The whole shebang comes all at once. But you can't sort it out. It's non-linear. And rational thought, narrative, is linear. And the linearity is going from A to B. So you've got to have A, you've got to have B. So you reify A, it's here, it's this. And you reify B, it's that, it's over there. And then you move up and down, shuttling between these 2 points. But actually, it arises all together at once. So whatever is occurring, there's space for it. There's space for it. So maybe, I don't know, say you're sitting in the train, you want to read something, and people get in and they're laughing and joking. You can't read anymore. What shall you do? Shoot them? Get off the train? Close your book? But I don't want to. Who's torturing you? Are they torturing you? Or is your idea of how you want to be torturing you? So there's a moment to be strong and clear and decisive. But for most of us, our lesson is about plasticity. Plasticity is the midpoint between the master and the servant. Plasticity is our capacity to experience our potential interfacing with the potential of the situation. not dominating, not being dominated, although we could take up both of these momentarily. The problem is always when it locks into a choreography of power and the situation becomes overdetermined. But if we want to find freedom, and especially freedom for relating to people, it begins with not knowing who they are, but always meeting the other with the question. The otherness of the other means that whatever you constructed about the other is for yourself. It has not brought you close to the other person. And the more you see that, you start to see, oh, all that I know about you is a wall between me and you. Because who you are in this moment, you don't know, because you're just being in this moment, and I don't know. So this is why in the text you have these words like naked and fresh again and again. Because the cladding, the clothing of our assumptions, of our constructs, create a dullness which has the advantage of a seeming predictability, a seeming self-reassurance, but it's actually an enclosure which limits our revitalization through profound connectivity and makes us unavailable to find ourselves. Because we are revelatory creatures. We reveal ourselves through walking, talking, eating, sleeping, doing things together or with other people if you're present. Oh, energy is unfolding. This is what we are. So, when that is not appreciated, we end up with confusion, which condemns us to endlessly try to sort out what is going on. The problem is, unless a child is brilliant in mathematics, if you took a class of, 6-year-olds who are still doing arithmetic, and you gave them a calculation that required calculus to understand it, they would be paralyzed. They wouldn't have the tools for the job. And being in samsara, being in this particular socio-political nexus where we have our kind of conceptual formulations, this doesn't provide us with the tools whereby we can get even any sense of what awareness means. We understand consciousness, we understand intelligence, we understand rational thought, we understand the application of mental acuity to problem solving, but awareness, this open, indestructible, revelatory quality of here-ness, that's not something we have much sense of. And it's only that allows everything to come at once without being overwhelmed. We've got a lot of stuff about PTSD these days, and we see how easy it is to overwhelm the ego through pain, through torture, car crashes, and so on. The self-structure is given a dose of a big world that it cannot metabolize, it can't compute, it can't dissolve, and so it collapses. But awareness, open to everything. So that's the big difference, and it's our confusion of trying to think our way out of delusion that keeps us in confusion. You have to shift gear into yourself because it's already there. Awareness is already present. So it's about doing less, being kinder to oneself, and observing how the false god of the will to power gets us going, that our search for mastery is actually the path by which we become enslaved. Okay, that's 8 o'clock, time to go. So if you're interested, I shall be here tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. Don't make me too lonely. Please, someone come. Clearly, there's a lot of panic around. People have a lot of fear. The reason for the fear is they think bad things will happen to them. It can be guaranteed bad things will happen to you before you die, and you will definitely die. So if you're clear that there is shit available and it's coming your way and you're going to die, then you can relax. Because this is not an unknown. And the basis of Buddhist practice is to be able to free ourselves from fear. When we feel something is going to happen to me, that's based on the idea that I exist as an object that can be acted upon by forces. Now, of course, there are aspects of how we manifest which are indeed impacted. If it rains, we get wet. If it's cold, we start to shiver. So we are clearly in relation with the environment. But if all the sense of our identity formulates around a proposition, I am this vulnerable entity, and I need to protect myself at all cost, me first, then we have both a hostility towards the environment and an anxious sense of vulnerability about being at the mercy of forces. So we want to release ourselves from the entrapment in being a thing which is blown about like a leaf in the autumn wind. And the whole function of the Buddhist teachings on all the many different levels is to awaken to the basis of our existence and the manifestation of our existence and see that these are not two different things. It's not that we have a pure self somewhere else or we have a soul hidden inside us. At this very moment, this room, being here together, is revealed to us directly in our awareness and indirectly as it's processed through our interpretation. Because we tend to be mesmerized by the conceptual movement of our interpretation, we're not directly in touch with the freshness of being here. So the function of the practice is to relax our fixation on self-construction and become more aware of simply being present. And so, with the time available to us, I want to explain, set out for you how the mind actually is and what the mind actually is, and how this becomes obscured, how this becomes covered up for us. But first of all, we could just do some simple sitting. When we sit, we're just here. We're not trying to do anything. We're not trying to be mindful or develop a particular way of relating to our experience. We simply want to be with whatever is occurring. That may seem quite a dull kind of experience, or it could be a bright experience. However it is, we want to not be active. Most of our life is spent in active processing, in working things out, in pattern formation, in making sense of things, of linking and thinking and building pictures, which are very busy, very elaborated, but of course collapse in time because, as the Buddha said on many occasions, everything which has a cause, everything which has a beginning will come to an end. So whatever constructs we develop vanish. And when we think about our lives and the various stages that we've lived through, we've encountered different kinds of experience. Many events seem terribly real and important, activities, people, and they've vanished. We don't do these things anymore. We don't meet these people anymore. So all the energy that we invested in these particular structures that seem so vital, so vibrant, so necessary for us to be ourselves, they vanish. And then we reconstitute it into a new formation and a new formation, and this is how our life tumbles on. So when we sit, we want to not get involved in relating to what is arising, but just to observe it. Just see, not even to note that this is arising, that is arising, but just to allow life to flow through our presence here. whether it's something arising in the body or something arising in the room. Usually for this kind of practice, we sit in an open way, maybe hands on the knees rather than in the lap. The gaze is open into the space in front of us. We're not separating inside and outside, and as we'll come to see, this is something somewhat artificial. This is a construction of the play of the mind. So we want to just allow whatever is occurring to occur and not do anything with it. We are addicted to activity. And part of the function of that activity is to make ourselves, our sense of ourselves, essential and vital to our interpretation of what is going on. So that the world gets constellated around I, me, myself, my embodiment, my thoughts, my plans, what's important to me. So we're constantly pulling things in which confirm our identity and trying to push out the things that don't do that. It's a lot of work. So this is just let it happen. Let it happen. Oh, but I might feel bad. Oh, and how long will you feel bad for? But I don't like this. And it's gone. So the more you see that experience is transient, the less you have to engage in managing it. We are not the center of the world. Neither are we mere peripheral functions. We are engaged and participating. And if you are participating, there's a time to move forward and a time to move back. So meditation is simply the time when you move back. You release the patterns of arousal and involvement and allow whatever is occurring to occur. So we sit like this for a while. Okay. The key thing in meditation is not to try too hard. We're not attempting to construct something new. We want to take a holiday from construction. Dzogchen Chembo, the name of this particular orientation inside the Buddha Dharma, indicates something which is complete, finished, doesn't need any alteration, any improvement. It's something which is whole, which has an integrity. This is the basis of our existence. We live, however, in a world of fragmentation, of perceiving aspects of experience, of a selective attention, of privileging certain aspects of our experience, saying this is good and I want more of it, this is not so good and I want less of it. And because of that, we become very active trying to manage our life. This is the nature of the existence of the ego. We want to release ourselves from this as the primary fixation. The ego is not something bad, it's just overburdened. When we release the requirement that the ego does everything, we start to find that the ego is in fact a ray of light, a manifestation, a pulse of the energy of our basic awareness. In Dzogchen, we have two main aspects: the primordial purity of the mind, which means it's never been contaminated, it's never been mixed with anything else, and we'll look at that in some detail. And the second aspect is from this, everything arises instantly, immediately, that our experience is not a construct, it's not something which has to be built up. The build-up that we have is layered on top of the immediate freshness of experience. So when we do the sitting practice, and we'll do it quite a few times, the main instruction is don't merge with what is arising, and don't push away what is arising. Merging with what is arising is the tendency in the direction of desire, a need for more, a need for confluence, fusion, absence of the burden of self and so on. And pushing things away is a gesture or a movement in the family of aversion or anger. I don't want to be involved in this. I want to get rid of this. So these two aspects of meditation relate to primordial purity and to immediate manifestation. Primordial purity means it's untouched, it's complete. So when we go to involve ourselves in a thought, a feeling, a memory, as if we need this, what do we need it for? You know, a lot of the time our life is like being a child on the floor, and you've got a whole mass of Lego in front of you, and you're trying to build something, and you're scrabbling around trying to find exactly the piece that's going to fit and let you make the boat or the tower or the plane or whatever. So some things are very important and other things are not important. Important for what? When you start to sit with your mind, you see all thoughts arise and pass. All feelings arise and pass. All sensations arise and pass. You cannot build a house with water. These are all transient phenomena. But in our mental dullness, we imagine that we can do the impossible, that we can make a stable existence out of transient phenomena. And this is why samsara, this movement of experience after experience, life after life, keeps turning, because we're pumping so much energy into the impossible task of making something stable, reliable, enduring, wonderful, when in fact it's fading all the time. Now, if we want it to be stable, the fading becomes a problem. So then we have to try harder and try harder, but it's fading. All phenomena are impermanent, whether these are mental phenomena, the phenomena of the senses, the phenomena that we experience in the outside world, the five elements and so on. Movement is what is effortlessly arising. Stillness is the primordial purity which is there from the very beginning. So when we sit in the practice and we find ourselves wanting to hang on to a thought or being caught up in a thought, we don't have to try to release ourselves, because then you would go from merger to aversion. You simply stay present. The thought will go. The sensation will go. Then we start to see, oh, a lot of the action that I am engaged in is unnecessary. Thoughts come. I'm not thinking them. They come and reveal themselves. If I grab hold of one or two of them, I say, oh, I'm thinking this. But I didn't make the thought. I didn't make the sensation. I didn't cause the memory to suddenly arise. This is offered. We are the recipient participants in the unfolding of the generosity, of the potential, of the basis of our awareness. So the more we see this, the more we can relax, and things come to mind. They manifest as required. We don't have to do it. It's doing. So, I'll just set out a little bit the traditional understanding of how our experience arises, and we'll do more meditation practice. Generally speaking, the teaching is set out in terms of the ground or the basis or the source, then the path and the result. The ground means the basis of experience. If the earth wasn't here, we wouldn't be able to build things on top of it. You have to have some solidity. If you want to build a house, you need to check, is the soil strong enough to support what is being generated? What will be put on top of it? We have to see that there is a proper foundation. because we live in a world of our seemingly solid bodies, we want to have solid ground under our feet. We don't like to slip, to fall. We like to be able to stand firm. So our mind shifts towards the foundation being merged conceptually with the earth element. A basis should be solid, reliable, predictable. It should be something you can get hold of and test. Lots of engineers go around with the machines testing, is this earth solid enough, secure enough to build something on top? And they dig in, put in concrete to make foundations. So, when Buddhist teachings are coming into the West, we're faced with lots and lots of problems of language. Because language is a reverberating network. Words have meaning because of association. One word by itself has no meaning. Words play together, and the interplay of words generates meaning. In the West, our European languages have been around a long time. We have a very, very rich culture, so our words are thick with associations. When Buddhism came into Tibet, their language was, if you like, much thinner. And so they were able to absorb a lot of Buddhist ideas directly as the core meaning of words. So when you're reading a Tibetan text, it's like, oh, this word is definitely indicating that. But if we use a word like awareness or consciousness, in the West, people have many, many different readings of what that means. A word like mind has many ideas for people. For a lot of people, it's something inside your skull. It's something generated by electrochemical activity in the brain. That's not at all a view in Dharma. So we have to be quite sensitive to how we use language and to try to hold a kind of open space of rethinking the connotations of certain kind of words. So ground is not about something solid from this point of view. The basis of our existence, as the texts say, is marked by 5 qualities. You could say it's marked by 1 billion qualities, but 5 are set out. The first is it's unconstructed, dumache. It hasn't been gathered together. When we look around in this room, everything we see is a compound. The camera is a compound, the chairs are a compound, the way the wooden flooring is set out, the electrical supply line, our bodies, compounded. We are like a marketplace in which many factors have come together to generate the sense of this is my body. We have teeth. If the teeth go bad, the dentist takes them out. If you want to have short hair, you go to the barber, it cuts off your hair, you trim your nails. We're constantly adjusting the body. It's a working process. Motor cars, everything in the city, everything in the shops, these are compounded. And the compounds are influenced by many different factors. Now that people will get more anxious, that the virus will cause them to be locked in their house, they want to go and buy lots of things, lots of tin food, toilet paper, tissues, sprays, and so on. 2 months ago, that wasn't in anyone's mind. Now this thought form arises, and we, as constructed creatures, incorporate this attitude of anxiety into ourselves, and then it drives us to spend our money in new ways. So that's what we experience. That's what compounded means. It's an interplay of factors. But the ground, the source out of which we are arising, and this room, and the whole of London, out of which everything is arising moment by moment, is not compounded. It is simple, pure, not a mixture, not artificial. It's not contrived. The second term that's used to describe it is arising of itself. If we say self-arising, it's as if there is some kind of self in it that's causing it to arise. There's not any little person in there doing it. There isn't a doer. The idea of the doer is very, very strong in our culture. In the Christian tradition, God is the first doer. The one that makes things happen. But this ground is not made by anyone. And what occurs with the ground is not made by the ground. So our notion of a subject and an object, a consciousness that regards the situation and does something, is not what's applied here. So in the book of Genesis it describes God makes the world, and every now and then he has a look around and he says, oh, that's good. Oh, that's very nice. That's good. Oh, God said. That's why he has a little rest on the seventh day. He said, done enough. But our ground is never stopping. It's always going. It doesn't need a holiday because it doesn't get tired because it hasn't done anything. The ground or the source is the space of revelation. And we'll start to see more what this term like revelation can mean. The third aspect of the ground is called Hlongyang. In Tibetan means deep and vast. It essentially means infinite. It has no border, no limit. You can't find it in any way. When we look around our life, everything has some limit. Number one, your bank balance has a limit. Your health has a limit. Your energy to do things has a limit. Your possessions have a limit. The extent of a country has a limit. What can be described in language has a limit. Everything you review, it has a particular shaping. That is to say, the formulation of the identity of any phenomena is inseparable from the law of exclusion. If something is a banana, it's a banana not just in its banananess, but because banananess is not an inherent quality of the banana. Banananess is linked to the fact of the absence of orangeness, the absence of appleness. So appleness, orangeness, toffiness is being excluded, and once you've got rid of all this other stuff, you've got your banana. So this is how the mind identifies phenomena. This means not that. That means not this. Our thinking would collapse if this could be that and that could be this. We get used to the fact that politicians lie all the time, and it's quite annoying. When people lie to us, they pretend that this is that, and we think, fuck you. We don't like that. That's not very nice. We like people to be straightforward. If this is this and that is that, we relax a little bit. So, exclusion, otherness, is the dynamic basis for the assertion of self. The thisness of this is the absence of the thatness of that. So that's delimitation as the basis of apprehending something as an entity. If you're a man, you're not a woman. If you're a child, you're not an adult, and so on. So you have categories which are formulated by mutual exclusion. So this term, Hlongyang, means none of that applies. None of that applies. It is not established through mental processing. It's not an idea. It's not created on the basis of categories. In London, although you wouldn't know it if you walk around here and you see the crazy kind of building that goes on, you're supposed to have planning permission. In the planning permission, it tells you what you're entitled to do and what you can't do. So this is valid, this is not valid. If you go for a job interview, they've got a checklist of qualities and they say whether you fit in their criteria or not. So this is how life proceeds. Organization through categories. the infinity of the ground itself is not contained or defined in any categories. The fourth aspect is that it is inexpressible. So we're meeting on the weekend because we're sad, bored, lonely people who've nothing better to do. So we're going to talk and listen a lot about things which are inexpressible. So many books about the inexpressible. How is this possible? It's because there are two factors which operate together. Wisdom, which is silent, gives us access to the inexpressible. Compassion is relational and connective, and that gives us access to the movement of belonging together. So going back to these two basic principles, silence and primordial purity are inseparable, and language is one of the aspects of instant manifestation or revelation or presence. Language flows. So through language, we throw out little lines, gestures of connectivity through which we can weave something. Sometimes that weaving is constructive and sometimes it's deconstructive. That is to say, we're trying to create self-dissolving structures. So when you're a child and you're on the beach and you build sand castles, there's some excitement in building the sand castle, but there's also the other kind of excitement of the wave coming in and washing your sand castle away. All that you did is just washed away. And one of the great things of going to school, being in primary school, is you get a little box or a little bag with your pencils and so on, and you get a rubber. And the rubber is really good because you can rub things out. Of course, it doesn't rub out very cleanly. So as we try to correct our lives, we end up with this palimpsest of endless accretions of marking and rubbing and marking and rubbing. You find that a lot in modern art. So when something is inexpressible, it doesn't mean that you can simply find it through silence, because we get lost. Because we are creatures of expression. We are energetic manifestation. So just sitting quiet with all these reverberations going around, unless you find a way to release yourself from their intoxicating power, like the sirens on the rock, calling and calling, we just get pulled this way and that way and find ourselves swirling all over the place. So the function of the explanation is not to make you a Buddhist or to convert you into anything. It's to give you screwdrivers whereby you can loosen the screws that are holding this fabricated structure of yourself in place. When you loosen the structure of the self, it's not that you have no self, you get a flexible, pliable self. It's the rigidity of the self construct that is the problem. Self per se is not a problem. Self as responsivity, or being able to relate to other people in different ways according to circumstances, that's very beautiful. You wouldn't have any empathic attunement or compassion unless you were able to do that. It is the fixation which causes the problem. So the fifth aspect of the source or ground or base is that the categories of samsara and nirvana don't touch it. So generally speaking, the samsara means entrapment, imprisonment, being caught up in something, and nirvana means the peace that comes from the ending of that enthrallment, that elaboration, that ceaseless activity. The ground has nothing to do with that. All the constructs that we have can't touch the ground. It is beyond conceptualization. Now, if you've spent your life in learning, in going to school, and then maybe college, university, and so on, and you spend your life moving concepts around, it is as if concepts are the sole vehicle of your existence. So the idea that something can't be caught through concepts means, well, that's me out of the game, because that's all I've got. And it's all I've got because I know it's all I've got. And then you think about it. I don't know what this guy's talking about because blah, 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 blah. So we process experience, adding bits, customizing what we hear, what we read in terms of our own experience. This is conceptual elaboration. But this is not the totality of our presence. We also have a pre-conceptual awareness. So when we use the term this weekend anyway, awareness, that's what it's referring to. Something which is not generated by concepts, which is not formulated through concepts, but also something which is not oppositional to concepts. Concepts are like clouds or rainbows. They arise in the space of the mind and they pass through it. When you have a typical day in London, you see this mass of grey clouds, and it's as if there is only cloud. And then every now and then the blue breaks through, as if it's from just a little special moment. When a big wind blows and all the clouds go, you see, oh, wow, this infinite open blue sky. The status of the cloud is altered. Instead of the cloud being the definition of the nature of the sky, the truth of it, another grey day, this is how it is. This is me in my concepts about who I am. Now you see, wow, there's some open space, a space of potential, of possibility. And therefore the concepts arising and passing and moving in this space of awareness are not the enemy. They are like a breath of wind. You know, when you look at these old maps and you see in the corners these little cherubim, little angel forms blowing and puffing, and the ships driving across the sea. Well, this is our life. A concept arises and it moves you, open or closed. We pulsate to this rhythmic functioning of concepts arising in our mind. They are energy. So a basic view here, which is different from the view established in our education, is that concepts belong in the family of compassion. Concepts are about linking, about connectivity. Indeed, in psychoanalysis we say thinking is linking. We're always linking ourselves into certain suppositions, propositions, and so on. That is pattern formation. Pattern formation allows us to relate to different people. When we have a break and you can chat to different people, you find yourself talking in different ways with different people. That's just how it is. You can't say the same thing to everyone unless you're the queen. Pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you. Obviously that's a lie. When you actually relate to people, you're not necessarily pleased to meet them. You might look at someone and think, whoa, nothing to say to you. That is an energetic vibration. That's quite valid. It's not usually allowed in the rules of politeness, because politeness means pretense. If I pretend I like you, do I like you? No, I'm actually insulting you. And I'm deceiving myself. Because if you find that you don't have an energetic connection with someone, that is primary. That is what is here. That is the quality of the field, the phenomenological field that you inhabit. And so if you attend to it, then you think, okay, what do I do with that? Namkhai Norbu, who this great yogi and scholar who started the Dzogchen community, he pointed out again and again that we have to work with circumstances. Circumstances are not a projected idea that we have of how we would like it to be, but it means what is revealed to us in our interaction. We click with some people, and with other people we're thinking, nothing to say. So that is very, very interesting. When you walk in the park, your eye is caught by some trees more than others. You see some bushes and they look a bit dreary. There's nothing to do there. But if you were an artist and you got out your sketch pad, you might be fascinated by the entangled nature of the small branches in it. It depends on you. It is not a final objectivizing statement about the quality of the other. If you don't click, that is relational. It doesn't mean they're stupid or boring or whatever your definitive conclusion might be about them. This is a field of potential. And the question then is, how do we work with it? You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. If it's a sow's ear situation, what do? Make a soup. But you can't make a silk purse. The potential is revealed. So an awful lot of our life, our social life, is artificial. Whatever we feel about Brexit, traditionally the British and the French are fairly hostile. Now, one of the reasons for the development of the European Union was to put an end to wars, was to make people, races or national groups that don't like each other, like the French and the Germans, bind them together so that if they attack the other, they would be attacking themselves. So that murder would be suicidal. Probably not going to work in the long run, because actually there is a basic antipathy between groups. Greece has been flooded by immigrants, southern Italy has been flooded by immigrants, and the northern European countries say, so sad for you. What a difficult time you're having there. Oh, I wouldn't like to be you. And you'd like some of my money to help you? I don't think so. It's your problem. That's what you see. That is life. That is the topology of our existence. That people blah, blah, sweet, 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 and they act sour, bitter, selfish. That's the fact of it. These countries are not being rescued. So we have to see the shaping of the world and not pretend that things are better, but not become immersed in depression and make them worse than they are. But if you stay with the actual shaping of your lived experience and the environment as it's revealed to you, then participation starts to become meaningful. So this is what this fifth aspect of the ground means. That conceptualization, this is good, this is not good, this is limitation called samsara, this is freedom called nirvana. You won't find the ground of your being. You won't find your own basis by sitting in a concept. You don't have to block concepts. You just have to not use them improperly. Nowadays we have a sensitivity to child abuse, to environmental abuse. Well, we also need to have a sensitivity to concept abuse and to ego abuse. The ego cannot get enlightened. So when people spend a lot of time meditating to try to get enlightened, and they try very hard from their ego position, the ego doesn't get enlightened. Because the ego is an aspect of energy. It is not the ground of being. So if you misconstrue, if you misunderstand the actuality of how our mind functions, you keep trying to make energy stable. The ego is an energetic formation. Our manifestation is energetic and changing and pulsing in the field of energy. It's always moving. We have to participate. Working with circumstances means being present in your senses without formulating positions in a rigid way before an event, without building up energized positions of hopes and fears, but receiving and responding. This, okay. This is it, okay. I would have liked, it would have been wonderful if. That's a thought. That's a feeling tone which is arising and passing. Was it true? If only it had worked out with that person, that would have been amazing. My dear, are you a virgin? Presumably you've been in relations before. Did they work out? No. Did you believe they would work out? Yes. You're a wally. This is how it is. We don't know. Hopes and fears are not a very good indicator of how it will be. How it will be is how it will be. Which means you have to hang in there with the happenstance of existence. As we started to look yesterday, we're not the masters of the situation. Neither are we the slaves of events. We are participants. We have a certain possibility of influencing events, but we're not in control. Influencing is, of course, a very beautiful word, because it indicates the fluidity of ourselves. If you want to influence events, you have to become fluid. If you're rigid and firm, you try to control, you exert some kind of mastery, but action brings reaction. Whereas if you're fluid and you get a proximal meeting with the actual shape of how someone else is, then something comes into possibility. What blocks that is our idea of what I would like to happen, what I believe needs to happen, what I'm sure should happen. And when you hear words like that, phrases like that, you can feel the solidity in them. I need you. What for? But I just need you. No, you don't. The one thing you don't need is another person. What are you going to do with them? Do you want them 24 hours a day? 24 hours a day? You really want them 24 hours a day? Probably not. So what you're saying is, I need you from time to time, on my terms. So when you need me, I might not need you. I hope that's okay. Gets a bit tricky, doesn't it? So we have to be we just observe this solidification of the idea of the other. People are not things. People are not knowable. We are not things. We are not knowable. So it's not a set-piece interaction. It's a fluid, evolving matrix of potential. So this is the generosity of the ground, that the unfixity, the undefinability of the ground doesn't mean that it's something vague and over the hill. It's not some mystic quintessence, something which has nothing to do with us. It is the actual basis of how we manifest. That in not being someone, we can be some many. You can be many, many people, and you are. You behave differently with different people, with parents, with children, with bosses, with policemen. You are constellated. You come into your shaping in relation to the event. That's one of the indicators in psychiatry of someone having severe problems if they are unable to do that. The person who just is themselves all the time is mad. It's just mad. If somebody is under the power, the hellish power of intense OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, they feel they have to wash their hands again and again, they have to wash the towels in the house, they have to vacuum the floor, whatever's happening, they just have to. That is non-relational. That is a monologic universe which is isolated and lonely and hellish. We come into being in the pulsation of give and take, of mutual modification, which is something quite helpful and useful. So that's the beginning of the outlining of the meaning of the ground or the basis. This is our basis. We're not talking about anything abstract or foreign. Every moment we are manifesting from this space. So we sit here, we move around, you're so interested maybe in some things I say, not so interested in others. You have fluctuations of your presence in this room. Huh? If you were a fixed thing, you could just turn it on and keep it at a standard level. But you have pulsations, some of which are evoked by external factors, external to your embodiment. Some arise from inside your body, some sensation, or you hook into an idea that seems interesting. This is pulsing all the time. So how come you can have this variety? Variety, diversity, is not the same as fragmentation. If you have one thing, like a glass, and it's shaped and it's held in place by the factors of maintenance, that is to say, not being hit or dropped, it's not existing in itself. The glass seems to exist in itself. It's a glass in my right hand, now it's a glass in my left hand. That's amazing. It must be the same glass. I have two hands and one glass moves between these two hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this is spectacular. So it seems that the glass is just a glass in itself, but the glass exists supported by invisible forces, the factors of maintenance. Because this glass is starting to weigh on my hand. There is a force called gravity. And if I get tired and let go of it, it will hit the floor and the glass will break. It will fragment. Yeah. So the factors of maintenance are always present with everything we see. And they can be influenced. People get a pain in their body, they go to the doctor says, I think you should go to the hospital, have a scan. Oh, the hospital doctor says, looks like cancer. And then a whole process occurs. The person didn't order cancer, they didn't pray for cancer, they don't want cancer, but they have cancer. Or at least cancer is the word we use to interpret this particular structuring of the energy of the body. That is to say, the sense of self that we have is held in place by many factors which we take for granted. Because I'm just me being me. No, we're not. We have supportive factors and unsupportive factors, and that's what this virus can show us. That if the virus comes into your body, and if you have many preconditions of vulnerability, it can be a cause of your death. For someone else, it won't be a cause of their death, because their respiratory system is functioning very well, and they're basically healthy. They're probably not going to be affected so strongly. But if you have these vulnerabilities, the meeting of the virus and the vulnerabilities leads into a condition. And of course we have the NHS, which is the best health service in the world. It's amazing. It's about to collapse. It's already collapsing. We know this. There aren't enough ambulances. There aren't enough A&E nurses. We've got shortfalls everywhere. And if hundreds of thousands of people need to be admitted to intensive care, where will we send them? It's like that. So the idea the NHS is the best health service in the world is a lie maintained by naive belief. We're the best nation. We're the best. We're going it alone. We're leaving Europe. Britain stands up. We've been great before and we will be great again. We will be great. Liars and cheaters. We're liars and cheaters. That's how we got our colonies. That's how we got all our dosh. Going into other countries and ripping them off and pretending we're the natural born rulers of them. That's what we live in. a world of fantasy ideas. And as long as the factors that maintain the fantasy are running, the fantasy is maintained, and then it's gone. And then it's gone. So what does that mean? It means this is unstable. Why is it unstable? Because it's dynamic and energetic and interactive. So if you start to see, oh, interaction's not so bad. Being with you may be difficult, but I think I would prefer it to solitary confinement. Imagine if you were stuck in a room in a prison all by yourself, and there's a little hole at the bottom of the door and they stick a plate of food in twice a day. And that's all. And the guard doesn't speak to you. That would not be very nice. You would want the guard to say at least fuck off or something. Something to acknowledge that you exist. And if you didn't have that, you would start to get a bit thinned inside. We are interactive beings because we are part of this open field. This is Hlundrup. The whole field arises at once, instantly, interactively. So this is a very helpful notion, I think. As we move in our lives, we see, we expand, we open with certain people and we close with others. When you see these speeded up films of nature, flowers opening and closing, we're just like that. We open and close, we pulsate. Now, you could draw conclusions as we normally do. I like this person, I don't like that person, but that's an interpretation after the fact, because we find ourselves not being at ease with that person, which is an energetic quality. The vibration, the horripilation that goes on between you is muted. You can't find them. You can't kind of get on their wavelength. You can go, and from that you can draw a conclusion, oh, they're not very nice, or they're difficult. Well, difficult for you. Then you see them blethering away with someone else. Not difficult with that person. You say, oh, this is the unique specificity of myself emerging in this field. So if you imagine that the ground is like the earth, and from the earth there is a field, and in the field there are many kind of wildflowers, many kind of grasses, nettles, burdock, thorns, all kinds of things are growing, and in that there you are, a little daisy. You're just a little daisy looking around, and there's all kind of other flowers and creatures in that field. That's what we are. We are part of a field. We're not homogenized. We're not the same as other people. Culture is an attempt to homogenize. The unique specificity is not a kind of invitation to narcissism. It's not about the specialness of myself, which would put me in a difference from you, but rather in being this energetic form at this moment, under these conditions, which will not endure, I find myself available or less available for some kind of interaction. It is pulsation. Now, if it's dynamic and pulsating and moving and unpredictable, the one thing you have to do is be there. You have to be present. If you're not present, you get Skyped, something Skypes into you and you get bumped around because you were distracted, you were caught in thought, and you were not part of the field. You see that? Walking around in the city, most people are not on the street. They're somewhere else, in their phone, in their memories, in their thoughts, but they're not there. They're not seeing the architecture, the glistening of the light on the street and so on. They're not there. When you are present as part of the field is your existence. Because when you hear the blackbird sing, how sweet. It stops you. How could you continue walking? Because the blackbird is singing. This is the beginning and end of the world. And then the blackbird goes silent and your feet start moving again. This is a life interrupted by participation. you put the blinkers on and you're very dutiful and you do what you have to do, then everything is an interruption to my trajectory through life, which is the basis of a modern capitalist economy. That people should go to work and be diligent and try hard and be productive. That their value is their productivity, their outcome, not the process. But being alive is about the process of receiving and responding. So you hear the bird and it softens your heart, and then you see more. You hear and so you see, and your body softens, the muscles soften, the sinews open, your hips relax. Oh, you feel more alive. And that can happen all the time with anything. Light glistening on a motor car, some dog shit on the pavement, you see the shape of it. Henry Moore, he might have been interested in that. Because it's fascinating, but you think it's dirty dog shit. Oh, what is it? It's a shape glistening, a paper bag blowing. It's just like that. In that movie, American Beauty, there's that wonderful scene when the bag is just blowing up in the wind and the mind stops. The mind can stop all the time. We don't have to have so much interpretation. We don't have to try to achieve a mastery of knowledge over events, but we can find ourselves being with events. So that's the possibility of the open ground, that moment by moment you are emerging fresh from the ground, as is everything else. So we've got here a kind of tension between our habitual sense of the sameness of the world, the predictability of the world. So some people have been in this room before. That's a reasonable sentence in the English language. They have been in this room before. Which room is that? That's this room. But they've never been in this room before, because this room is this. The particular people in it, the way the light is coming in through the windows and so on. This is a March light with a slightly grey sky, pockets of blue. Different people in different postures, bodies moving in different ways. This room is this. Fresh, unrepeatable. Unrepeatable. This is time. When we see the unrepeatability of the moment, it becomes the infinite moment of just this, 100%, fully this. That's Dzogpa Chimbo. It's complete. It's the whole shebang, all at once, just like that. But when you think, no, I know where it is, the toilets are there, you can make a cup of tea there, there's an electric kettle and this and that, you dull your sense of what is there. You're no longer curious because you know. That's fascinating. Explore that for yourself. My thought goes ahead of me. And what does it do? It sprays shit over everything. You drive in Germany in the springtime, they spray pig shit on the fields and the smell is unbelievable. But that's what we do. We make the world toxic with our interpretation. And it's a movement of mastery. It's a deathly mastery. Because instead of the freshness of the world stopping us and interrupting us and alerting us to this is now, the projection of the thought encapsulate the field of phenomena into what we take to be the known. But of course, it's never quite the way we know it. It's a bit annoying. I thought it was going to be like that. But I'm sure it should be like that. I used to go to this cafe. The coffee was good. I was there this morning. It's terrible. I don't know what happened. Oh, constantly people are blethering about these little disturbances in life because they want to believe they can predict. They want to believe that knowledge gives them access to things as they are. But in fact, knowledge covers it. Awareness is always fresh. Conceptual knowledge is stale because you're taking something from the past, bringing it into the present, and using it as a tool to predict the future. In Buddhism, this is called the movement of the three times, past, present, and future. And the present in that sequence is not the instant, fresh present of being aware, but it is the conceptually wrapped present which stands as this moment because of that moment. It's riding on the shoulders of the past because I make this moment for myself. It's a construct. It's an interpretation on the basis of having been here before. Oh, there's 2 toilets around the corner. Oh, thank you. That's useful. Helpful. The words can come out of your mouth, but it's what that does to you. You can say these words in a very light way and they truly dissolve, self-arising, self-liberating, or they can be a small accretion, a small feedback loop, a self-reflexive movement in which, oh, I know a thing or two. I know something. You didn't know, but I knew. Often we're not very conscious of that, but this is how the ego is fed, through the affirmation of its enduring existence on the basis that the past and the present and the future are linked together. I know something. It comes back to me, therefore I can predict. But when you're coming here, you can predict, if you know this building, you can predict roughly how it's going to be. But when you come in, if you're at all present, you have a fine experience of the actuality of how people sit, how their hair is, what kind of clothes they're wearing, and so on. Postures, gestures, and so on. That's not rough. That is exquisite. That is so unbelievably precise. How everyone is sitting. Some people are leaning on the wall, some people are tilted, some people look as if they're about to fall over. All kind of things. That is how it is. Oh, we should sit up straight. Why? Just like that. It's perfect as it is. It's just this. But you didn't know it was going to be like that. It is a revelation. The concept is the block to experiencing the freshness of the revelation. Because if you think you know, you don't have to look. You assume. And we'll start to see how assumption is a very dulling factor in our lives. If you assume that you know, you don't need to look. And if you don't look, you won't see. And so thought becomes the mastery, the vehicle of mastery in the world. So the ground, when we open to it, and every time we do the meditation, we have the possibility of opening to it. The ground is the basis of the deconstruction of the empire of the conceptual self. The solidification which is generated by the juxtaposition of self-liberating moments. Although the moments are vanishing, they can feed into the sense of their enduring presence. And this is always here, all the time. So as the texts say, there is one ground and 2 paths. If you see the ground, if you open to the ground, then you have the revelation of awareness, fresh awareness. If you don't attend to the ground, if your life is based entirely on an immersion in conceptual construction, then this blizzard of thought, this forest of feelings, encapsulate you, and you wander on your journey down these little restricted pathways, and then you die. But because you've been building up a sense of subject and object, me in here, the world out there, trying to work it out, get more of what I like, get less of what I don't like, condensation, the densification, the constriction into the reverberation of a predictable I takes us into life after life after life without liberation. Liberation means you awaken on the ground. So the basic proposition is very simple. If you open to the open, it's open. If you close to the open, it's closed. Most of the time, it's closed for us because we're holding it closed. And we want it to be closed because if it was open, who would I be? You can't know. You can't know. It will be what it is. And when you look at your actual life, you never ever thought it would be like this. Life is surprising. Fucking hell, what is this? Is this it? How did I get here? It wasn't a plan. So we didn't know, but we pretend we know, and that blocks us seeing, wow, I'm working in a field of mutual evocation. I come into being with you in this particular way, in this particular moment. This is it. Wow. And this is it, and this is it, endlessly, forever and ever. And it's not exhausting, because this is arising from the ever-open ground as the energy of the ground. It's not being solidified as I, me, myself, and I have to hold myself together, and I have to make sure my life works out okay. And the burden self is terribly exhausting. And the free moment of presence in the interactive field is energizing. Time for a cup of tea.
We are selling James's books over there. If you're interested, we even get a chance to have it signed.
Wow.
Thank you, James.
As we touched on yesterday evening, this source or ground or openness is always present, and we can be aware of it or not aware of it. Both the awareness of it and the not awareness of it arise like a magical display. In magic, something arises out of nothing. What appears seems to be there, but because it's magical, it's unborn. And this is very, very important, because there are many philosophical systems coming from India where they would say, this world is a world of illusion. And you need to awaken from illusion to the truth, which is reliable as something. But when we see that both awareness and unawareness are like magical formations, neither can be grasped, neither has actually been born. Awareness is not a substance, it's not a thing. If you like, it's a mode or a mood of being. It's a quality of clarity which is transparent. You can see through it. You can't find it. It's everywhere. It's the basis of the illumination of everything, but it's not a thing. It's very difficult to think about non-things because language is structured around thingness. This is why it's beyond language. But if we just hold in mind that we're not trying to go from the unreal to the real. There is no real. Real means thingness, not about thingness. The ground shows clarity, it shows confusion. Why? No reason. No intention. There's no God, there's no devil. It's not like the good guys make the good stuff and some bad force makes the bad force. Neither has ever occurred, but it appears to have occurred. This is the meaning of illusion, of magic. So when we're meditating, it's not that we're trying to go from one impure state to a pure state. Ignorance is as pure as awareness, because ignorance is unborn. It doesn't exist. It has never existed. Awareness also has never existed. Now we have to be very clear what this means. Existence means here the density of the appearance that gives us a sense that somehow this is apprehendable. Even if it's not apprehendable through the body, it is comprehensible. So it's apprehendable through the mind. I can get hold of this. I can get a handle on this. I can grasp this in some way. Which is often how we approach Dharma. We read these books, it's full of all these ideas, they're interesting, but they're a bit strange, and we struggle to make sense of them and comprehend them. But it's always dissolving. It's always dissolving. We read a book and then afterwards you can't remember what was in the book. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's vanished. It's gone. It's impermanent. But I need to know. You know a lot already. You know a lot of things. If Dharma just becomes another thing you know, it's not going to be an open door to anything. It's just going to be another room in the house of delusion. So some of this may not make much sense if you don't do any meditation practice, but if you start to relax and be with your mind, you start to feel the need to hang on to something. It's like being a child, and maybe you're a bit anxious when you're learning to swim and you want to hold on to the piece of rubber matting or polystyrene to keep you afloat. And the time when you let go of that is the time when you learn the coordination of feet and arms. You can't have feet and arms if the hands are holding on to the piece of polystyrene. You have to let go, and then the integrity of your embodiment in relation to the water starts to arise. So, although it feels important to hang on to something, it actually interrupts the organismic integrity of your embodiment as an aspect of the field. Does that example make sense? So, in order to protect ourselves, we do something which doesn't protect ourselves. We betray ourselves, we cheat ourselves by thinking that we know the way out, which is why we study Dharma, because the Buddhas of various kinds have laid all this out clearly, which we can't see, because we start from here I am, and I grew up here, and I've learned this, and I like this, and I don't like that, and from this position, this makes sense to me, or that doesn't make sense to me. So we're always extending out from some fixed starting point. But the Buddhas relax into the openness, and they show the view that is open. We start from the view that is closed. So that's the kind of leap of faith, if you like, or the act of devotion that allows us to imagine, and this is a horrifying thought, some people know more than we do. Some people see more than we do. That we are blind. In Buddhism, there's a lot of imagery around blindness. It's described that we have cataracts, that we have this obscured milky vision, that the lens is not functioning well. In tantric initiations, they tie a band of red cloth over your eyes, because in your blindness you can't understand what goes on. And at a certain point, when the ritual has brought about the purification, the band is removed and you see the mandala in front of you, because you have to be able to see the mandala. If you're looking for what you like, if you have a selective attention, you don't see the whole shebang. The mandala is a circle inside a square. It's an enclosure which is an image of the whole. And our partial vision doesn't open to that very well. We go into foreground, background, selective attention. So to see the whole, we have to be whole. So that's a bit of a paradox. You can't get there until you are there. There's no way to do it. Now that is very important, because it is, and we are, an aspect of it is, the as is. So how will we be as we are when we are as we are? How would you do that? There is no way to do that. It is. So the issue in Dzogchen is not about developing qualities, of making something grow. You find a lot of that discourse in Tantra, where there are many kinds of visualizations and purifications and so on, where you take the potential of something and you ripen it or you increase it. In Dzogchen, we are concerned with allowing the falling away of the impediments. We don't have to remove the impediments because they are self-liberating. So we see in the text this term rangdro, occurring again and again. It means it goes free by itself. Since we've been in this room together, your body has had many postures. You've been talking to people. You've had many thoughts. Each of these moments arose, was this, and is gone. So we're actually very, very familiar with the self-liberation of experience. It's not something metaphysical, something, over the hills and the next valley. It's always how it is. We are vanishing and replenishing simultaneously. We're emptying and filling, emptying and filling. And this seamless pulsation between the two, which are not two, is how our mind is. So this is to try to give you some sense of not worrying. Anxiety, worry, striving, working out game plans, thinking of what to do, is not really very helpful. We have to work towards trusting intuition and spontaneity. This is at the heart of our existence. In Sanskrit it's called sahaj. A lot of writing on it in Hindu texts, in Buddhist texts. And sahaj means instantly arising. Sahaj means actually, it's translated by Tibetans as born together. So the environment which you are part of and your participation in the environment that you are part of arise together. So that instead of thinking about what shall I say, what shall I do, and processing a response, your response is seamless with what is there. And we've, in the past, in different places, I've talked a lot about this in relation to sport. For example, mountain bike riding down a steep slope, or skiing. When you're going at a particular velocity, you cannot think about what you're doing. You become aware that if you think, you will have an accident. So you have to trust being part of the emergent experience. Because if you're with it, it goes well. And if you turn against the experience, if you extrapolate yourself, you now have a discordancy, you have a time lag between what is emerging as field and your response. You're out of time and you have an accident. Does that make sense? We probably all had experiences like that. So, it's exactly the same issue in meditation. When you find yourself getting caught up in a thought, you are mediating your experience. And that feels important according to the criteria of our human existence, because it allows us to create patterns of thought, narratives, which is mercantile. It's something you can trade in the world. That's the discourse and the commodity training of information technology and so on. You pattern and package concepts. But for the point of view of meditation, the thought grasped is an impediment not just to the relaxed openness of awareness, which actually never alters, but it's primarily an impediment to the actuality of the self-liberation of phenomena. The thought is going free. The sensation is vanishing. It's going. But it's special. No, it's not. It's special for me. I like this kind of thought. You are going to die. Your specialness, the specialness of your particular shaping, which allows you to say that this is special, is going over the cliff. You're hanging on to built-in obsolescence. All compounded things are impermanent. We can see this in ourselves. So we have two thoughts. You try to hang on to the thought which is always moving. You try to make the moving stable. And due to that, you don't see the never changing. So if you want something which doesn't change, this is awareness. If you want something which is always changing, this is concept, thought, memory, plan, all the contents of the mind that are blowing through. The sky itself doesn't change, but the clouds come, and the rainbows, and the storm, and the hail, and the snow, and then the clarity. And it's always moving. So the content of the mind doesn't have to be gotten rid of. It's that we have an imbalance. We privilege the content as being the real thing, the important aspect, and due to that, we don't see the openness. So ignorance means ignoring the open ground, which doesn't block the appearance, but lightens it. It shows it. You have a kind of internal illumination, so that you see everything is shining out, radiating out from the unborn ground. If we don't have that, then you have conceptual solidification. So, whether it's aware or unaware, both are ungraspable. But unawareness or ignorance, ignoring the ground, tilts us in the direction of the delusion that we can actually grasp something. We know this very clearly in our lives, but we don't want to know it. Most of us will have had childhoods where we knew our mother. This woman was your mum. She's your mum. Definitely, it's my mum. It's obvious, my mum. But your mum wasn't just your mum. Your mum was a person, maybe going to work, having a lover, having all kinds of things. She was a woman. But she's my mum. And because you knew this is my mum, you could not have access to her as a woman. So the clarity of how you have taken hold of this potential as it manifests your mum is both an illumination and a blindness simultaneously. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. That is to say, again, if we take that figure ground idea, something comes to be figural, this person, this woman, is mum for me. But because she's mum for me, she's my mum. End of story. Mum! Get off the phone. Come on, boring. Mum. Kids are all like, give it to me. You're my mum. I'm your son. Hello. Best. Children really get desperate for that. But it's a blindness. It's an absolute blindness. So when we observe that in our mind, and we see the particular thoughts that engage us, the things we fall into, our habit formations, they seem to be inherently true and real for us. And then we look around, other people don't do what we do. If you smoke cigarettes, you see lots of other people don't smoke cigarettes. If you eat meat, you see other people don't eat meat. People do different things. If what you did was intrinsically valid as the best possible option, then there's only two conclusions. Either everyone else is nuts because they don't choose what you choose, or you've misconstrued it. You haven't seen that you make this special. The specialness is not inherent in the object, because if it was in the object, it would have such a pulling power, everybody would be sucked into that. I mean, at the moment, we see toilet paper is becoming incredibly important for the citizens of London. What do you do when you're stuck at home? Oh, I just wipe my arse all day. So you get a reconstitution of the meaning of life. That's the value of toilet paper is arising due to mental formations. People are making it important. A few weeks ago, it wasn't important. And for meditators, this is really, really important. It's not in the object. The answer doesn't lie in the object. Because when you observe the object, the actual, you see all objects are mental. Wow. All objects are mental. So, going to the supermarket, you find the last packet of toilet paper. What do you see? It usually has splits of several rolls. It's got a cellophane kind of wrapping on it. So you're seeing glistening surface. Inside there's a more matte surface from the paper. Visually, this is what you're seeing. Now you're conceptualizing it by incorporating it into your frame of reference. And your frame of reference is shifted because of the nature of the virus. And you're thinking, well, I need to have these essential commodities in my house. So there's an overvaluation of this entity. Where's that coming from? This is projected. This is your mind. So when you're so glad that you got the last packet of toilet paper, this is your mind talking to your mind. Because what is it? The thing about toilet paper, it's quite soft. So you can soak it and make it quickly into a kind of papier-mâché that you could mold. Why not? When we were at school, we used to chew the blotting paper and flick it onto the ceiling in the room. You know, everything is open. There is enormous potential in everything you encounter. But when you fixate onto a particular reading, the potential recedes into the background, and your particular precise situationally derived meaning becomes the true meaning, the true value, which you take to be inherent in the situation. So inherence of meaning is projected. Wow. The only thing which is intrinsic is the possibility of awareness and unawareness. Everything else is an elaboration, which is arising due to causes and conditions, the force fields which are moving. So when you look at your own life, and it's always very important not just to do meditation, but to do contemplation or reflection on the application of these ideas of the Dharma to the lived actuality of your life, family relationships, work relationships, and you see how you are constellated into particular formations by these circumstances, then you see, I don't exist as something. I cannot say how I will be. I don't know what thought will arise in my mind in the next minute. Something will happen. Something will happen. I'm speaking, but I don't know what I'm going to say. You hear it and I hear it at the same time, because that's how life is. If you prepare a speech for a conference, it's a different matter. Conference speeches tend to be quite deadening because they are dead. They have been finished before the conference and they're presented, taken out of the freezer, warmed up a wee bit with the passionate expression of the lecturer, and then it's gone. But liveliness is unpredictable. It is co-emergent, and so we don't know. So this is where the cusp between awareness and unawareness is, that in unawareness we fall under the power of the fantasy that we can know. And so I'll say a little bit more about awareness, and then we look at unawareness. But maybe we take a little pause and just do some sitting. So we just sit with whatever is arising, let it come, let it go. Okay. So the general recommendation is not to do the practice for very long, for 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and then repeat it again and again if you have time, because we don't want to be struggling to correct it or make it happen. It's very easy to go under the power of the thought, because generally speaking we begin inside duality, subject and object, self and other. So there's me with my body and my mind and the world outside, and we're living in this chopped up bit existence. And so we're so used to having to manage and constrain and direct our experience that it's very easy to slip into that mode even when you're sitting. So let's look a little bit more at awareness. It's often described, certainly by Padmasambhava, as having 4 main aspects. The first is non-dual. Non-dual means unsplit, undivided. That is to say that the object side and the subject side are not two. They're not one, but they're not two. So when you walk down the street, your body is moving, the houses seem to be fairly stable. I'm moving, they're not moving. I'm not the same as the building, I'm not the same as a bus. I'm just me. That's a conceptual interpretation. That's how the world appears to us inside the frame of duality. If we relax a little bit and we experience the field that is arising, then the movement of my body, the pressure of my feet on the ground, the bus coming along on the road, the people walking by, it's all coming at once. It's all experience. It's happening to me. That's an interpretation. The thought, it's happening to me, is part of the experience. Experience is not just one flavor, it's multiple. If it was colors, it'd be polychromatic. So for example, object side and subject side arise together. So the thought, I'm walking down the road, and the walking are non-oppositional. It's not that I shouldn't have any commentary on what I'm doing. If I only have the commentary on what I'm doing and it blinds me to the revelation of the moment-by-moment sensation in the body, the glistening colors of the world, then it's become a veil of some kind. It's a dulling and obscuring thing. But I can have both. I can have the commentary, and I can have the sensation, and I can have the memory, and I can have the actuality of all the different things that are going on, if the mind is big enough. Consciousness, me making sense of what's going on, is a small bowl. It is small, and therefore we have to have selective attention. Some things are important, some things are privileged, and other things are relegated to being unimportant for me. If you like it, good luck to you, but not for me. So the selective attention allows the pseudo omnipotence of the small bowl. I like what I know and I know what I like. Perfect. Smart bugger. So that's what it does. You don't pay attention to anything that would contradict the seeming wholeness of your interpretation. So when we relax, we let more in, more and more and more. The ego would get overwhelmed. It would start to vibrate. Don't be in the ego. Release the fixation on the ego, and the mind is big. Fixate into your ego constellation, and you are inevitably drawn towards privileging this, rejecting that, and so forth. Does that make sense? So, walking down the road, sitting in a chair, going to the toilet, eating something, every activity is part of Dharma because it is the revelation of the non-duality of experience. So, for example, in the traditional texts, they say we have awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, appearance and emptiness, pleasure or sensation and emptiness. What is emptiness? Emptiness is a way of talking about the ungraspability of things. Empty means there's nothing in there to find. There's nothing you can get hold of. Appearance doesn't have an inner essence that's pushing it out. It's not arising from its own unique little source. It's not standing on some personal essence of itself. Everything is the radiance of the ground. The ground is showing itself moment by moment as the unique specificity of all these forms. This and this and this and this. Always, ever. More, on and on and on. So non-duality means don't split. Or rather, there has never been a split. Splitting is a delusion. And we'll come to look at that in more detail later. Awareness is inseparable from openness. So sometimes it's an image is given of it. It's like the sun in the sky. The rays of the sun spread out and illuminate the vastness of the sky. So the illuminating power of awareness illuminates everything. So you can look at your hand and you see your hand. And then you can start to look at the patterning on your fingers and the patterns on the palm of your hand. And there's a lot of stuff. And the more you get drawn into looking at one particular bit of it, the rest, as we've looked already, recedes into the background. But you can also bring everything forward at the same time. But you don't know what's happening then. If you go outside and you look at a tree and you see all this incredible complication of the branches, a winter tree, there's no leaves to add extra complications, just branches. There's the trunk, the main branches, the subsidiary branches, moving in all sorts of different directions. You get it all at once. You get it all at once. If you try to think about it, you break the tree up. You say, this is the trunk, this is this is that. You look more at what's on the far side of it, and then you lose this. Every gain is a loss inside the world of duality, because you're separating the world into particular phenomena you can get hold of. But you just relax into the out-breath, allow the tree to be present with you, to reveal itself, and the mind goes quiet. Only the quiet mind can receive the tree. Because if you're thinking about the tree, you're making your own tree. You're not receiving this. And this is not a tree. Tree is a name. And it's a name in English. There are people here from other countries and they don't say tree. Now, the English have tried to colonize the world so that everyone speaks English and we'll get rid of all these wrong names for trees. But a tree is simply a conventional term. But when you believe in the conventional term, and it seems to be the truth of what you're experiencing, what that insidiously does, it creeps in like morning mist and gives you the sense you can get hold of it. Now you know what it is. Oh, it's a beech tree, it's an oak tree. Build up more and more. Elm tree, oh yeah. I know what the leaves are like. Oh. And now you're talking to yourself. You're not seeing the tree at all. You're just in a world of one. You're annihilating the tree. You're annihilating the world. In the Bible it says, now we see but through a glass darkly, then we shall see face to face. In Dzogchen we're concerned to see face to face now, today, immediately. Face to face. Face is a very important term in Dzogchen, because the essence of the mind is called the face. Because the face is here. Our face is here. This is here. But you can't see your own face. So you can't grasp this, but it's here. So the revelation is beyond appropriation. So when you look at the tree, if you stop telling the tree what it is, you start to receive the tree. And in that moment, you have the non-duality of the clarity of receptive awareness and the revelation of the potential, which we can denominate by the term tree. And you get more tree the less you know about the tree. The tree surprises you. So we see this in art a lot. Many artists have been drawn to the same place again and again. Cézanne would go down to the south to draw this mountain. He had a place and he would sit and he'd look across the valley and he'd draw his mountain. And it was always different, because it was always different. And that's the marvel. Because he could see with fresh eyes, he could see that the hill was always different. He wasn't painting his imagined tree. Of course, what he painted was mediated through his mood at that moment, the colors on his palette and so on. But there's something, when you see his drawings, there's something authentic. You have the sense, oh, he was really there. This person was not asleep. He wasn't fantasizing. Oh, there's some breath of the hill there. And that's the possibility, that it will always be fresh. So that's what non-dual means. When you dualize, when you separate subject and object, when you start to see someone, and oh, now I see you, I see what you look like, and what's your name, and then and where did you grow up, and then you start to build up a picture of the person, and they recede. And this is very troubling for us as human beings, because we are intelligent creatures. And what this is saying is that human intelligence is overrated, because it is a narrative structure which turns whatever is encountered into a story, and that story is what we work with. I heard on the radio ex-governor of the Bank of England saying that economics is about stories. It's just stories. It's not about figures and numbers. That's just a way to tell a story. The market's doing this, the market's doing that. We say a bull market, a bear market. There are all these symbolic terms that are redolent with feeling. These are ways in which one construes, makes pattern identifications, which allow us to deal with the abstract. I mean, a £10 note is now it's funny plastic. It's a funny bit of funny plastic with some colors and shapes on it, and its value is entirely conventional. It used to be gold and silver, where there was some kind of relation to directly exchangeable value. But the banknote is guaranteed by the Bank of England. It used to say that it would exchange it. If you produced the note, you would get an exchange in sterling silver. They don't promise that on the banknotes anymore. So it's an entirely conventional system. And that's how we need to see what language is. That language is a tool of potentially connectivity, but used badly, a mediating structure which hides the immediacy of phenomena from us. So you can practice when we go and have a lunch break. You can look outside, look at a building, look at people, there's some trees around. If you walk a bit, just stand, breathe out, and receive what is there. And when you find yourself wanting to tell what is there, what it is, Britain has a long colonial history, and now you are colonizing Hackney. You're planting the little flag of your imagination on the street, on the car, on the person. Decolonizing is better. We don't need colonies. The ego self colonizes the world. It puts people into brackets. When you go colonizing, you rejig the map of the country. You can see human maps. They've got lots of straight lines on them. The states in America, the newer states all have very straight lines. When Britain was fucking up the Middle East with France after the First World War, put big straight lines. This is Iraq, this is Iran, Syria. Completely unnatural. Natural borders move in a very dynamic way. The shifting historical maps of Europe are very, very interesting. Countries like Poland have been very big, then they got small. They got sheared off at the end of the war. Germany's moved around. So if you see that, think, this is concepts. So we want to return to the senses. Phenomena reveal themselves. Light comes into my eyes. Sound comes into my ears. I am being receptive to the gift of the vitality of the ground. And then we think about it, and we cut it up, and we package it, and we stitch it into the familiar patterns which reassure us that I live in my world. But you're going to die, and your world is kaput. So if you want to get out of that beforehand, more receptivity, less narrative. It's a very interesting thing to do. And if you go and you're eating with other people, very often people will comment on the food. Oh, how is your food? And what is that? And what do you think of this? Wow. This is socializing. Socializing is opinion. The opinion is based on comparing and contrasting this in relation to that. If you taste a piece of food, bite an apple, something like that, what is there to say? This in your mouth is inexpressible. Oh, they're quite crunchy. They're good this year. Now you have something to say. Oh, I don't like that kind usually. I prefer these other ones. Oh, okay. Blether away about apples for a while. You talk about this, you talk about that. And it's always talking about. Aboutness means at one step or more removed. It is as if. It's not as is. As is inexpressible, because as is close to the ground. When awareness is in touch with the ground, this is non-duality. Non-duality basically means awareness on the ground, which is Tongpanyi, which is shunyata, emptiness, inexpressible. When we express, we are communicating. We're not establishing true meaning. So if I say it's a good apple, you don't know anything. I have not given you information about the apple. I've given you information. In the moment, I wanted to say something. Maybe I want to kiss you, so I say it's a good apple. There could be all sorts of reasons why people say things and want to make relatedness. I can't say what kind of apple it is, except by betraying the apple. So I'm going to tell you lies about the apple, and you're going to tell me lies about your pizza. And then we'll lie together. And if we're lucky, we will lie together. How romantic. On the basis of storytelling. But Dzogchen is interested in relaxing from the narrative and allowing the immediacy to be there. And then, when you have more sense of that, the lie can emerge as part of the immediacy. It's not that the thoughts are bad, but we're practicing juggling. The best way to practice juggling is start with one ball. Hey, I'm quite good at this. Then you add 2, 3, they're all falling. So it's the same in a meditation. If you just focus out, there is a silencing in the mind, in the receptivity, and then gradually, as with a dimmer switch, you could increase the amount of commentary you have on top of it, and you can observe for yourself how you start to fall into the commentary and you lose the phenomena. So the non-duality goes across all the fields of our experience. We want to have the non-duality of open freshness and commentary, because that is the unification of wisdom and compassion. Wisdom is the clarity of the revelation. In the Dzogchen tradition, it's a kind of arena of Tögal. And the communication, which is the working with unfreeing locked energies, is more like about like treasure. Because just as language can tie you in knots and pull things very tight, so exercises can loosen you up, and there are many, many kinds of exercises in Dzogchen. In the tradition I've mainly trained in, it's not so necessary to do these many different techniques. Why is that? Because when you apply a technique, it's extremely difficult not to have a feedback loop that I am the one who is doing it. And the application of the technique means, am I doing it right or wrong, whatever it would be. So it becomes a system of self-reference and self-rectification, which can get in the way of the practice. More by just relaxing and opening, you can see very directly, because you don't have any agenda, you've got nothing to do, you can see the tilt whereby you go into identification. And that's the key thing we want to see. So if you're looking at the tree and you start to allow some thoughts about the tree, and then you're just in your thoughts. I lost the tree. The infinite and the finite of my conceptualization have somehow gone awry. Now something's funny here, because infinite means no limit. It's not limited in any direction. So how could my finite thought be excluding the infinite? It can't. It's not possible. The finite is inside the infinite. But if you overfixate, if you fall into the finite, it seems, and this is delusion, it's a uninsightful mistake. You don't even know you're making it. It seems real that what you're thinking is the real shebang. This is the truth of the situation. Does that make sense? So we just gradually allow more disturbance, which is why generally in this tradition we don't do long retreats. We do a short retreat, get a little awareness, and then you go out. And you go out quietly, and then you go into noisy places, and you increase disturbance. Because the function is always to integrate disturbance into stillness. So they don't split off. It's not either or. It's always both and. Non-duality means both and. There is both emptiness and appearance, both emptiness and awareness. So this is very practical. This is something you can immediately start to apply in your life because you recognize, hey, this is what I'm doing. I've got my scissors and I'm cutting, shaping, stitching, cutting, shaping, stitching. I am the maker. I am the maker. Why? Why am I making this? Who is the maker? If you are engaged in art, generally speaking, when the art goes well, art is arting you. You find art flowing through you. It's a benign, even blissful moment in which the doer has dissolved into the doing. Because there is an unmediated relation between the fingers and the palette knife, or the voice, or the movement in the dance. And there is no observer running a commentary. And if a commentary arises, it's joyful, because it's just flying through like shooting stars or fireworks. But you stay on the beat in it, because it's not that you're in it, but in-itness, which is fundamental and intrinsic, has been allowed to emerge because you've been self-forgetful. It's not about annihilating the self. It's not that there is no self. It's simply, it needs a little bit of shrinking. Little bit of shrinking. Gets over-privileged. Okay, so we sit for, again, just a little bit. Okay. So at first it's also helpful to, this is more intentional, but it's helpful to observe how you can move up and down a register with regard to experience. For example, when we're sitting quietly together, you can hear this fan going more. So as soon as you have a thought, oh, that's the sound of a fan, you can think, well, where is it? Why doesn't someone switch it off? God, are we stuck with it forever? So all sorts of thoughts arise on the identification of a fan. If that arises in your mind, that's fine. It's just a passing interpretation. Relax a little bit more into the out-breath and just open to sound as sound. Because it's sound. What it's sound of is your idea. If a fly was in the room or a mouse, it wouldn't be thinking about fans. It's thinking about, is there a sound of a cat? That's interesting for a mouse. So it's just a sound. So if we hear just a sound, we're hearing vibration. And then we're hearing, oh, this sound is part of the room. Because if I hear it as the fan, and I feel annoyed by the fan, then it is as if something is interrupting or disturbing my practice. And I don't want that. So there you have a very clear duality. Something is oppressing me or undermining me. But sound as sound is non-dual with the space of experience. It is part of the space of experience. And so when we talk in Dzogchen about the integrity or the insiderness of everything, that there is no outside, that the wholeness of the whole is inclusive. Hearing sound as sound, you feel the inclusion. It's just sound. Car goes by, somebody moves. It's just part of what is happening. As soon as you start your conceptual identification of it, you can start to bring your opinions about it, and you can observe the splitting of the world. This is, on a small level, this is the beginning of samsara. There has been an open space with everything arising and passing, and now this is just fucking annoying. What the hell? It just goes on and on and on, and thoughts can layer themselves around that. And then where are you? Each thought wraps itself like a silkworm making a cocoon. And after a short period of time, you're wrapped inside this constrictive corset of your own identification. You paralyzed yourself. It was thought. It's exactly like gossamer. When you start to take out the silk thread, it's very, very fine. But it's strong. And these thoughts, when they bind you, they're quite strong. But they're very fine. So what you want to catch is the moment, like when the silkworm is exuding this silken substance. It comes out, it's a kind of quasi-liquid formation. And that's what's happening. There's a fluidity. A thought is flowing in your mind. That fan, there it goes again. These are thoughts flowing through. But somehow the thought is becoming dense. It's becoming thick. It's heavy, muddy. And it's layering these accretions of sediment. It's a fucking fan. It's always there. So the somethingness of the fan is your mind. This is the basis of freedom. If you see whatever is happening, I make it. William Blake said this. Heaven and hell, it is your own mind that makes it so. Many mystics have said this, and not a new idea. But you can see it directly for yourself. How your thoughts, when they conglomerate, and they're quite glutinous, they're like sticky rice, they go into this binding, and the freshness and openness of awareness is lost. It's not lost, because the binding is only available for you, revealed through your awareness, but because of the intoxication in the binding, which is the radiance of the open ground, it appears as dullness. And that's the tragedy, that freedom is everywhere, present in every moment, and hidden by our own intoxication. Certainly in the field of therapy, we encounter people, especially if you're working with younger people, you encounter people on the edge of giving themselves a small life. You see the first kind of self-harm things, that they're picking away at something or they're plucking on their hair, and then you start to see that they're cutting, and then their diet's changing, and then they're not eating or going bulimic. And all of these activities are shrinkages of the world. These are self-referential gestures which impede the non-duality of being in the world. Does that make sense? Once you have an obsession, you smoke cigarettes, the first thing you need to know is, where's my fags? Where's my fags? If you're a drinker, where's my bottle? So there's no longer a simplicity of being. It's like, where can I do this? So I've got to get home from school and go to the bathroom and get out my razor that I hide behind the cabinet and do my cutting and bind it up and do it before mum comes home. And there's whole elaborated patterns of ritualized behavior that go. So now there's secrets, there's an intensity, there's a shamefulness, there's a feeling of abnormality, there's all kinds of factors operating to increase the density of the experience, which then cuts you off from the world. So it's very, very interesting if we're working with other people, especially working with ourselves, to again and again find these points of spiraling in, of layering of thoughts, of attributing value again and again, where it comes to a point, I have to. I just have to. I have to. And the extreme point is where people move towards suicide. I just have to. I can't. When you read suicide notes, it's so often expressed in that way. I can't do anything else. It's the only road open to me. Wow, that is a thought. This person is killing themselves because the vast potential of their existence has been collapsed into a very narrow thought formation, which has just taken hold of them. And you get the same with religious prejudice, with racial prejudice, gender prejudices, sexual prejudices, so many prejudices, and they're all about the thought. Because the mind, in its openness, as the non-duality of emptiness and awareness, is the medium through which the thoughts are arising and passing. And yet, we get caught by a thought. So who gets caught by the thought? The one who gets caught by the thought is another thought. The ego is a thought. We'll look at that more in the afternoon. The ego is a thought construct. Thoughts catch thoughts. Thoughts can't catch awareness. So when you're meditating and you go off on a riff, who is the one who's gone off? Very important to just gently keep the light on and try to see, oh, what is this getting lost? You don't want to judge yourself or blame yourself or make a decision, I'm never going to do this again, or I have to try harder. All of that's irrelevant. We want to see how it operates. How do I get lost? How do I get carried away? Because if you see that, then you see that moment of stickiness when the arising thought seems to scrape the surface of your mind and reveal a subject who could catch it. The object needs a subject, the subject needs an object. But subject and object are moving together within the open dimension of awareness. So awareness is like a stage, and on the stage, subject and object do their padada ceaselessly, endlessly, on and on. And the characterizations of subject and object are, of course, changing and changing and changing. They have got an incredible design department. They've got so many costumes they can wear, but they're always dancing together. And so in the meditation, what we want to do is to allow the object side to arise without the evocation of the subject. So that's why we have the instruction. Don't go after past thoughts. Don't wait expectantly for future thoughts. Just stay relaxed and present. You're not blocking the object. You're not distorting the patterning of the mind. But you don't have to do anything with it. It comes by itself and it goes by itself. And then you start to see, and the subject side is the same. Now, object side can arise and go, and subject side can arise and go. And then when you get up from the meditation and you move in the world, you can carry on conversing with other people and you don't get caught. Because the subject side is the movement of the energy of the mind. It's not you doing something. It's not I'm speaking to you. That's a conceptualization which is not necessary, which doesn't illuminate the actuality, because subject and object are co-emergent, are non-dual with each other and with the ground. So these are a lot of words. They only really start to ring true if you sit and you get close to yourself and you don't get so carried away by thoughts. The world is a wonderful place, but it's also suffused with invitations to think yourself stupid. Okay, so we take a break now for lunch. So we looked at the first of these four aspects of the view of awareness, or ways of describing awareness. If you look at traditional texts, you find many different ways of doing it, because as we looked before, this is trying to say the unsayable. So the key thing is to try to take some flavor or some coloration from the description and don't turn it into a sort of definite knowledge, because it will become stale. Tibetans have a saying that if you have a ball of butter, and in Tibetan they would hand churn the butter and then scrape it out and pack it into a ball. And if you put that into a bag of leather and you hang it on the wall, after some time leather bag will dry out and become crumbly. But if you take the butter and you massage it into the leather will remain soft. So this is how we are with Dharma. If you fill yourself up with Dharma knowledge, but you don't apply it, it can make you pompous and rigid and theoretical and all kind of unpleasant things. For us, better to take a little bit of Dharma and massage it in every day, and you really apply it in your life so that it becomes a way of softening yourself. So the second feature is Trundrup, which we touched on earlier. This means effortlessly arising, or instantly present, or fully formed in itself. Awareness is not created by anyone. It doesn't arise due to causes and conditions. It's not produced by interaction. Most things in life are created by the meeting of two or more features. So if you want to make a pizza, you have some flour, you have water, and so on, and you mix these things together with the dough and the yeast or whatever. If you want to make babies, you get a man and a woman, they do jig-a-jig, and then if you're lucky or unlucky, depending on circumstances, you get a baby. Two, then you get another. If you only have one, then you don't get production. One by itself doesn't produce anything. It is interaction. So you have a seed and you have the earth, and then a little flower grows. But a stone doesn't really do anything. The stone maintains an isolated singularity. So causes and conditions means the meeting together of several different causal factors. And as these factors meet, they generate a particular form of manifestation. And we'll look at this more. But at this stage, the key thing is to see Rigpa is not like that. Rigpa is not made. It's not a construct. It comes all at once as nothing, but as the radiance of nothing, or the brilliance of nothing, or the showing power of nothing. It is unapprehendable. It doesn't have a history. It's outside of time. It's always there. It is indestructible. So you don't have to be too protective of awareness. You never lose your awareness, because awareness is the basis of every experience that you have moment by moment. The thoughts and feelings vanish. As I get older, I have a thought, if I go into the shops, I need to buy something, and if I don't write it down, I'll forget. Because the thought comes and it goes, and as you get older, it leaves less and less trace. So I have lots of bits of paper here, there, and everywhere. Thoughts are vanishing. Feelings are vanishing. Awareness doesn't vanish. Therefore, you can cut on awareness. So some of you have done this as a Semsin practice or general practice, the use of pet. So you make a loud sound of pet because you're cutting on awareness. You're cutting consciousness off awareness. You're cutting thoughts and feelings. You're cutting everything because they all go, they all die, but awareness stays. So you can be rough with awareness because it's indestructible. So that's why there are many strong forms of yoga, breathing exercises, and so on, because you can just flush out all the unnecessary stuff and you'll always be left with awareness. So this is what Lundrup indicates. You didn't make it. It's not something that belongs to you. Your mind is not yours. You are your mind's. The ego is the child of the mind. The mind is not the owner of the ego. The mind doesn't own the ego or catch it, and the ego can't catch or own the mind. But the ego emerges as the movement of the energy of the mind. So Hlundrup is again saying, this awareness is there by itself, unconstructed, and you can trust it. So when you feel down, when you feel lost, when you feel confused, who is confused? You are confused as the person who believes that your thoughts, feelings, and sensations tell you the truth about yourself. The reason you are confused is because you are confusable. You don't have to be confusable. But as long as you believe that your thoughts, feelings, sensations tell you the truth about yourself, you will be confusable because you are stupid. You don't have to be stupid. When the thought, I'm fucked up, I've wasted my life, I'm in a mess, I don't know what to do, I don't know how I should live or who I should be with, I just don't know anything, it's just a mass of thoughts. Perfect. I'm living in a snowstorm, a blizzard of thoughts and feelings. Of course you are. Yeah, that's what the mind is. It's just movement. You recognize the movement is movement, but it doesn't stop. That's what the Buddha said. It doesn't stop. Don't try to stop it. If it's moving and it's moving and it's moving, that means there's no car crash. If you're on the M25 and the traffic's moving, that means no one's been crushed to death. But when you get a big tailback, it usually means there's a mangled body somewhere. Yeah? So in your mind, if you've got a lot of stuff moving through, it's open. The mind is open. My mind is open. Let the traffic flow. If you identify with the traffic, you get a crash. So anxiety, depression, despair, confusion, these are all mini car crashes because you've over-identified with the transient aspect of the mind. So again and again, allow the flowing to flow. But how will I know what to do? You'll never know what to do. You'll find yourself doing something. Who should I be with? Who would know? Your mum, your dad, God, the Pope? Who would you ask? I ask myself, I don't know. Well, don't ask this guy because he'll say it's me. Don't ask the other guy, he'll say it's me. Don't ask anyone. You don't know. You don't know. Something will happen. Something will arise. If you spend a lot of time wondering, should I do this, should I do that? All you do is thicken barriers to the possibility because you start to feel something, so you intensify the structure of your own interpretation of yourself and of other people. If you want something to emerge, there has to be space for emergence. That's why we relax in the practice. We don't try hard. Because the one who is trying hard is the one who does things. And the one who does things, I do it, has taken scissors and cut themselves off from the root of their being. They are self-orphaning. Self-orphaning means deceiving. It's like a little child having a tantrum and saying, I don't like you, mummy. You're not my mummy. I'm not going home. Listen, we've got to go to bed now. No, you're not my mother. Okay, then you better choose another mother because I'm heading off now, baby. But the mother can't do that. Because the mother never abandons the baby, although the baby tries to abandon the mother. This is it. Awareness never abandons you, but you say fuck off to awareness. Because you get involved in your thoughts, your idea about who you are, and this envelops you in this fog, this ever-thickening fog of self-reference. But you're still the child of space. You're still the flowering of the openness of the mind. So this is Hlundrup, this always here, always open, always fresh. The third aspect is kata, primordial purity, which we touched on before. Awareness cannot be contaminated by anything that occurs. So, to illustrate this, we usually use the image of the mirror. And we have a mirror on the wall here, so it's very easy to see. You look in the mirror, you see a reflection. The reflection is a representation, to represent something which is situated in front of the mirror. The reflection seems to be inside the mirror. You can't take the reflection out of the mirror. People could move out of the room and the reflection would vanish, but if you're looking at the reflection, it's in the mirror. It's very intimately connected with the mirror. And then when people move or the lights go off and it becomes dark, we don't see any reflection. The reflections vanish. So they fill the mirror. They seem to be the inhabitants of the mirror. They seem to, in fact, be the expression of the mirror. They seem to be what the mirror is, because you look in the mirror, that's what you see. But they don't mark the mirror, because when the reflection goes, the mirror is available. It's not tired, it's not burnt out, it doesn't get exhausted, it doesn't miss the reflection that's just gone, it's not waiting anxiously for another reflection. Whether there's a reflection or not, it doesn't mind. So that's like awareness, that's its purity. Awareness is not improved by the quality of what arises in it. So if you have happy thoughts, you feel relaxed, you feel a lot of love and compassion, it doesn't mean that you have good awareness. If you have sad thoughts, murderous thoughts, selfish thoughts, thoughts of hatred, this doesn't mean you have a bad awareness, because neither good thoughts nor bad thoughts alter the nature of awareness. What they do is they alter the nature of your consciousness. So if you're conscious of yourself, consciousness is the aspect of knowing which takes an object. So I turn and I look at it and think, oh, conscious of the time, it's 1:45. There's an object out here. My consciousness relates to the object and generates, through the interaction of my knowledge base and the patterning of the hands on the watch, it generates the understanding it's 2:45. This is a production. Something is coming into being. And if I had looked and I suddenly saw that it was 5:45, I think, shit, what happened? Did I fall asleep? Life passes very quickly. Huh? So I would have a different mood. I think, still 5:45, we've got time to do things. Yeah? So how the object impacts us shifts us. You know that's very clear. You get a good lunch or a bad lunch. It's like that. You feel happy, you feel sad. So consciousness is moving. Consciousness is a participating aspect of your mind. Awareness does not participate. The mirror is not participating. When something participates, it is affected by what is there. In the restaurant, I ate some food and then they took away the plate and they have to clean the plate because it gets marked by some staining of the food. Now, they might have to dust the mirror from time to time, but nobody has to come at the end of the day and say, fuck, James's reflection was in there all afternoon, poor mirror. And they put on some scrubbing and try to rub me out of it. So if that's what consciousness is, people linger in our consciousness. Kids come home from school and they say, I hate it, I hate that teacher, I'm not going back. They're really upset. They're upset, it's not right, I shouldn't have that. It's really disturbing. Because consciousness gets infected and reformed by experience. This is subject and object. Consciousness is the intelligent aspect of our subject formation as we participate in the world. Awareness is not like that. So all the turbulence that you have in your life, the hopes and fears, things going well, things going badly, regrets, plans, all of this turbulence. In the traditional example, it's just like waves on the top of the ocean. Just waves. Sometimes the wind blows a lot, the waves are big and crashing. Sometimes there's no wind and it's fairly calm. Doesn't make any difference, because big wave, small wave is water. It's just water. It's a form of water. The thoughts, feelings, sensations are forms of emptiness. They don't come into the world. They are unborn, but unceasing. There's always something going on. And what is it? Empty of inherent existence. It doesn't have any internal truth of its own. But what you do have is patterning. The movement of these forces creates patterning. So kada, purity, means untouched, undefiled, uninvolved, untransformed, unmediated, just constant, open. We're open a bit, and then somebody says something unpleasant to us, and we feel hurt. So we start to close down, or we become defensive, or we become aggressive. Don't say that to me. So then we realize, I wasn't really open. I was only a little relaxed because things were going well, and now you spoiled it. You've ruined the evening. Huh? Sometimes you go in a restaurant and you see a couple sitting there and it's gone sour. And they sit and they try to finish the food because they're Scottish. They're not going to fucking get up and leave. And it's terrible because you're trapped in something that's not nice. How could you say that to me? How could you say that to me? Will you stop looking at the waitress's tits? Oh, these are the sort of things that get to people. I'm here with you, look at me. So, we are very vulnerable in terms of personality, which is the emotion and historical formation, which, like we have a skeleton with bones, that's like the consciousness, the capacity of the mind to think clearly about things. And then you have the cladding of the muscle and the flesh. That's like the personality, the fleshy bit of ourselves, which of course has this hypersensitive skin on it, because we're always vibrating to what's around, advantage, disadvantage. Awareness is not like this. It's easy, unbothered. The mirror is not troubled if something beautiful is put there or something ugly is put there. It's open and welcoming, and it doesn't have to bother because it's not touched. It shows, but it's not touched. Now, this doesn't mean that if you were to develop this quality, you would be anesthetized. You would be so kind of untouched by everything, you'd be completely flat. Because if you do the practice, you don't become flat. You become a bit more connected and lively and playful and creative, because you're not blocking the flow of thought. But what it does mean is that things arise and pass. Rumination, chewing things over, returning to them, not being able to drop it, not being able to let go of something, that should be dissolving through the practice of meditation. One sign that you're actually getting somewhere in your practice should be something good happens, that was great, and it's gone. Something terrible happens, that was shit, and it's gone. And you're here. And the more you're here, there's less tracing. There's less trace on you. There's less impact. And so there's less build-up of tension and positioning, which in the inner yogic system comes about as narrowing of the nadi, knotting in the nadi, vibration in the prana, and so on. Where you get cut off or overreactive, you respond to people inappropriately because you're buzzing with something inside yourself. All of that should ease its way out. So the fourth aspect of awareness is called Yesanje. It means primordial Buddhahood. From the very beginning, all the qualities of the Buddha are present in the mind of all sentient beings as the truth of the mind of all sentient beings. The basis of your existence is awareness. The delusion of your existence is the patterning of the content of the mind that you hang on to as the representation about who you are. So, and this is, for meditators, this is a very important point. Primordial Buddhahood means everything I need is already there, not in some potential state, but there. It's already there, fully there, the whole shebang. This is Dzogchen Chenpo. It is complete. Nothing is lacking. So I don't need to do anything to remove it. I simply need to stay present with it. So then we move from Primark to haute couture. There's a lot of pret-a-porter meditation. Read a book, 5 steps to meditation, and so on. Buy it off the shelf, and this is what to do. But Dzogchen is very different. This is Yves Saint Laurent. This is somebody with a very good eye who sees how cloth hangs and sees the potential. It's so important, isn't it? If you're going to have a woman walk down a catwalk in high heels, moving her arse, the cloth should be moving as well. So the cut is very, very important. So we are going to look in the detail at ourselves. You can't do it from the outside. This is customized. This is the unique specificity of your existence. So there's formulations you can have from the outside, but the only way to do it is to look at yourself. I think we've all heard of Milarepa, this famous Tibetan yogi who spent many, many years in caves. When he was quite old, his close disciple, Gampopa, came to see him and said, "Master, I've been with you for many, many years, and you've taught me so many things, and I'm very satisfied with what you've taught me, but there is some secret you haven't given me. What's the basis of your success?" So he stood up, Milarepa stood up, and he turned around, he lifted up his yogi's skirt, and he showed him his arse. And his arse was covered with these thick calluses of skin. I sat on my arse in a cave for years, summer and winter. That's the secret. He was looking at his mind. He was getting to know himself. So the time that you spend with yourself, not thinking about something, not making plans and wondering and hopes and fears, but you actually sit with yourself, experiencing the unfolding of your existence. This is the central thing, because nobody can steal that from you. When you see, all of these things that come, go. They go. And I try to hang on to what's going. I'm stupid. I have cheated myself so much of my life thinking I was going to get someplace. When you're at school, you do these exams and you do your A-levels, and maybe you get to university, you get a degree, now you've got a bit of paper. As soon as you get your degree, it means fuck all. Nobody cares. Maybe it gets you your first job. Did anyone ever ask to see your certificate? It's an illusion. You've got someplace, and then after half an hour it's gone, and then it's gone, and then it's gone. That's life. So all the things that you put so much time and energy into, they're vanishing. So over there you've got books and they have my name on them. It's just a bit of paper. I remember all the hours putting together all these things, reviewing the translations and so on and so on. And you're in a process, and then when it comes to the end, it's gone. I can't sort of walk around with them. Hey, Mom, look, it's me. It's gone. There's nothing to get from it. It's just gone. Because life is this unfolding process. So whatever we're trying to get in life is sand going through the fingers. Now, this is another reason why awareness is important. Because awareness is inseparable from aesthetic appreciation. Awareness is infinite and finely attuned. It's very delicate. It picks up colors and shapes and the minutiae of sounds. It sees people's expressions. And there is so much which is just amazing. In the pizza house, there was a guy serving and a woman serving. And I was looking across, and the guy said something to the woman, and her lip just curled ever so slightly. Oh, I felt so happy inside. It's like, oh, and he couldn't really see it. He didn't want to see it, and it just vanished from her face. But she had given him a silent slap. You wanker. And when that's happening all the time, the world is full of the most delicious, nuanced moments where so much is revealed. Nothing is hidden. How people are, their feelings that come out in their face. This is the showing of life. So awareness allows us to have more sense of that. Going back to what we looked at before, we're not assuming, we're not projecting, we're receiving. And then life is very bright and fresh, moment by moment. So, each of us have this primordial Buddha. In Tibetan language, the word Buddha is made of two parts. Sang, which means purified, and Ge, which means expanding. So essentially, Sang means the unification of Kada and Lundrup. Buddha means all bad things gone, or no bad things from the very beginning, nothing to be done, and fully ripened, fully present, needing no extra work, also from the very beginning. If we just imagine what that would be, and then you observe the movement of your mind, and you think, but I want to be a better person. When I look at myself, I find I'm not very kind. I could be more loving, I could be more thoughtful about other people. Okay? So, what's that a thought about? It's a thought about personality. It would be very good if you were more kind before you died. When you die, what will happen to your kindness? Will it be taken out of you with a kindness extractor and then taken to the hospital when a baby's born? They just give it a little injection of kindness? It will be gone. It will be gone. Whatever you develop as your qualities, you've mastered all of Chopin's nocturnes. Amazing. Little twinge, doctor, arthritis, nothing to be done. Bye-bye nocturne, good night. That happens to people. Whatever is created will be destroyed. So it's not bad to develop compassion. It's not bad to develop any of these qualities. But we have to be aware of a kind of hubris, an inflation that I'm developing myself. I'm becoming a special spiritual person. Because it's all going to vanish. All the big lamas are burnt in a pot. They make a little clay thing with bricks and they pop them inside and they burn them down, they flog off the ashes, put them in stupas, bowing to ashes. Bowing to ashes. At least the Christians say ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and they throw it away. Non-attachment goes in funny directions. And you have to think clearly. Socio-political, cultural formations in Dharma are not the same. Sociological formations in different cultures have nothing to do with the original teachings. Garab Dorji never mentioned building stupas. And in fact, the stupa tradition arose after the death of Buddha Shakyamuni because there were 8 groups of sponsors who were fighting for the body because hanging on to the corpse of a famous person would be important. So the relics were put into 8 different stupas, 8 different styles of stupas. That is called socio-political economic discourse. It's not Dharma. You have to think, you're going to die, and all your qualities will vanish. There'll just be some trace of karma. What won't vanish is awareness. So you have from now till you die to say hello to yourself. not to say hello to the representations of yourself, the contents of your mind, but to open to your mind itself, which is primordial Buddhahood. This is the essential point. No one can do it for you. It's there with you. Tibetans talk about ngotro, or introduction to the mind. Tropa means to point out or to show or to introduce, and ngo is short for ngowo, which means face, to show you your face. Now, your face you can't see. If someone shows you a photo of your face, that's not your face, that's a representation. You can be your face. You can inhabit your face. If somebody is authentic, they are shining through their face. So this is the meaning, to get rid of the artificiality, the constructs which hide you from yourself and hide you from other people, so that you will shine through as yourself. So the introduction to the mind is really not something that anybody can do for you. You have to introduce yourself to yourself. So how do you do this? So we've already been looking that awareness, the illuminating aspect of the mind, and the content of the mind are not the same. The mirror and the reflection are not the same. The mirror is unchanged, although the reflections are always changing. So when you sit and you look is not exactly the right word, when you open to how you are, that would be a better way to express it, and you're just with how it is, not cooking it up, not adding ingredients, mind is there. Mind is there, not empty. Mind is always there with something. If you're looking for the mind itself, you might get it for a second, 5 seconds. But generally, the mind fills. If the mind remains empty for a long time, this is a dead end for meditators. This is the basis for being reborn in the upper realms of samsara, the formless realms, where the mind is just peaceful and undisturbed and nothing's happening. Then after a while, when the karma or the energy supporting that shifts, thoughts arise and you don't know what they are, and tumble, and you find yourself somewhere else. The movement of the mind is not the enemy. The movement of the mind is the radiance or the glow of the mind. So, the introduction to the mind, we can do it through the face. This is your face. You can feel your face from the inside. And if you feel coming up from your heart, your face, it's very open. You just feel it yourself. Oh. Feel kind of light and warmth going out through your face. Oh. So this is the openness of the face. There's not anything yet. The second aspect is called Rangjin. Rangjin also means face. But here it can be understood as complexion. So you have your face, and it has a complexion. Depends on your health, depends whether you've been in a warm place, depends all sorts of things. But your face has a particular way of showing. So when you look at someone's face, you see something about them. They look a bit tired, they look energized, whatever. So this is the showing of the face. And then thirdly, you have the expression of the face. The lips, how the smile comes out, how the eyes are. Oh, the face is expressing something. So you have the unformedness of the potential of the face, the empty face, the complexion, and the expression. These three are inseparable. This expression in Tibetan they call tukche, which means energy or sometimes compassion. It means the communicative mode, the Nimanakaya, how we relate into the field of experience. And we do that by expression. We do that by expression means so much. If you go into a cafe and the people are grumpy, it's not very nice. You know, fuck it, come on, smile. It doesn't cost you anything. It's nice if people smile. It affects us. So expression is relational. The complexion is disclosure. It's more like an availability. And the unborn nature of the mind is ungraspable here-ness. These three are inseparable. When you see this ganshi, it's like a yin-yang symbol, but with three aspects, it's referring to these three aspects. And this is how we are. This is who we are. This is how primordial Buddhahood is present in us. But we become dulled and we don't quite get it. We hide ourselves from ourselves, which is a very sad thing to do. So, if you want to find your mind, then you have to follow the instructions. Of course, there are certain situations which can give you some opening. For example, Milarepa lists sneezing. If you have a good sneeze, the mind goes blank. You might see some little dots of light. In that moment, sometimes called hedewa, nothing at all, then you can have some sense of the emptiness of the mind. You can have it in orgasm. You can have it in a shock, slipping and falling down. Something. You're shocked out of yourself. But of course, soon after, you're shocked back into yourself. And life goes on. So although these moments can give some sort of flavor, they're lucky moments. If you want to be with yourself as it is, you have to stay close with yourself, day and night, 24 hours a day, however it is. If you're bored, listless, whatever it is, let that come through, because that is part of the expression. If you stay with that, like the expression of the face. So you don't want to do any meditation. Just sit with that. Don't want to do it. Fucking boring. I don't know why. No point. Not judging, not taking sides. Judgment is always difficult, because judgment means I am making a judgment about something. There is a somethingness which is there, object side, and there is a judger, subject, this side. So I'm making my judgment on myself. I can't do this, I won't do this, this is terrible. This is duality. It's manifestly duality. Because I have split myself into I and me, and I'm talking about myself. I'm thinking about myself. I don't like this. So this is not non-duality. Non-duality is one of the qualities of awareness. I'm not in awareness. Where am I? I'm up my arse. I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm lost. Okay. Relax. Have a shower. Dance about. Then sit again. Don't struggle. Don't try to improve yourself. Don't try to find yourself, because you're not really lost. But if you think you're really lost, then you have to try to find yourself. And the effort of trying to find yourself is one of the great ways of becoming more lost. Because it's Ye Sanje, it's Buddha from the very beginning. If it's Buddha from the very beginning, you didn't get lost. But I am lost, I'm fucked up, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Thank you, that's a sequence of thoughts. Shall I believe your thoughts? Do your thoughts define you? Yes, no, maybe. Yeah? So you have to do this for yourself. I can blah 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 a lot about this stuff, but you yourself have to become curious if you're interested. I'm veiling myself from myself. I prefer to have thoughts about myself than to relax and stay with the naked presencing of myself. Remember, one ground, two paths. I'm choosing the path of ignoring openness in order to hang on to the constructs which I have identified as being the truth about myself. When you find that, then you have to really stay close with yourself and think, all these constructs which I rely on to validate who I am, are they true? Are they real? Are they enduring? And if you look, you see they're not. They vanish. I cheat myself. More than anyone else could ever cheat me, I cheat myself. Oh. How? Now, this is the important thing. Not to go into blaming, but I say, okay, how do I cheat myself? So now you sit and you watch how you cheat yourself. I'm going to stay relaxed and open. And now I'm following a thought. Hang on a minute, I thought you were going to be relaxed and open. Well, what happened there? It just happened. It just happened. No. 1 minute you were relaxed and open, now you're following a thought. It just happened. That's the state for most of us. That's why we can't work out how we put ourselves in knots, because we're blind. That's a shadow territory. We have shadow areas in our personality, but you have these ontological shadow areas where you have a transition between open to closed, and it's in the dark. So we have to just bring us attention more and more. How do I get lost? How do I give myself into nonsense? On an outer level, we know these things are difficult. You decide that you're going to read something and it's a bit difficult, and suddenly you're watching the telly. Or you decide you've had enough food, you put it all away, and now you're taking ice cream out of the fridge. Why? Oh, because I want some. No, you don't want some. You had enough, you decided you had enough. No, I want some. So then you realize, I am not a unitary person. I am plural, and my self-states or my self-aspects don't like each other. So ice cream eating self says, fuck off to vegan self. Don't speak to me, don't touch me, don't comment on me. I am ice cream eating self, and it's my time. And then after that's finished, sad little fat self comes out. So at least if we start to recognize that we are multiple. Okay, if I'm multiple, the idea that I could sort myself out is clearly a delusion. It's not about sorting ourselves out. We are complex. And this complexity, if it is turned in the direction of compassion, means that we can relate to different people, because we can speak in different ways. We can think in different ways about different issues. So it's not about homogenization. It's about bringing more communication intrapsychically in yourself, which then permits more communication interpersonally. And then taking that further, you start to see that the communication is the energy of the ground. The expression of the face comes through the complexion of the face, which arises due to the openness of the face. Then these three aspects of our existence are inseparable. So this is how we are. And we have to hang out with ourselves. So that if it remains just as theory, it won't do you any good. You have to observe. And the key thing, in order to observe, you have to shoot the accountant and shoot the policeman. Don't keep a score. Don't work out whether you're making progress or not. There is no progress in Dzogchen. You're not trying to get anywhere. It's just being with this. And you shoot the policeman, because the policeman's always making judgments. Good, bad, right, wrong, you shouldn't have done this. That kind of thought is completely unhelpful. What we want is curiosity. Our question is always how, not why. Why takes you into all kinds of possibilities of more thought, but how? So you're tracking your mind. And the only way to track what occurred is to be with it in the moment of its occurrence. Because when you ask what happened, you've already got something to hold on to, haven't you? There's a whatness, there's a thingness. Oh, I got it wrong. Don't even go there. What there was a closing or a tension. That is to say, a process. It was verbal, not nominative. It was movement of the mind into particular formations. And once you grab hold of it and say, I made a mistake, or that was terrible meditation, or I don't know how to do this, you have a complete solidification, which then excludes you from the fact that you tilted a wee bit that way. No, you can tilt a wee bit that way. If you stay in the movement, movement will be moving. It never comes to an end. But when you grasp it and you start to make a conclusion about it, then the judgment will freeze you. And then there's something to be done. I don't like being this way. I'm tired of being like this way. I need to do something different. Then you go and see the Lama and say, Lama, what shall I do? They've got a big book of things to do. 101 things the Lama can tell you to do. It's absolutely true. Tibetan Buddhism is full of these. Not just 101, but 100,000 things to do. Endlessly. There's nothing wrong with any of that activity. The question is, who is the doer of the deed? Dzogchen is different because we say the only one in this town that does anything is the ground, and the ground does nothing. So the doer of everything does nothing. That's your mind. The doer of everything does nothing. But I do things. When there's a sense that I do things, I make mistakes, or I do too much, or I say too much. Even I do things quite well, and that was good. This is described with the term the chepapo, the doer, the one who does things. The best translation for this is fetor, which is not such a common English word. Its root in Latin is to do, to make. Its meaning is imposter. The ego as doer is an imposter. The imposter makes themselves, because they're making themselves into the one they're pretending to be, and then they make things happen from the position of the imposter. So this brings us into looking at ignorance. So these qualities we were looking at about awareness, the general heading for them is the way it is. That's the sort of heading for that. Now we have the way of delusion, true look. Look means a style or a fashion or a way, and true but means, in this context, deluded. So deluded means you believe something that's false and you're convinced of its truth. And because you're convinced of its truth, you don't even know that it might be false, so you have no suspicion about yourself. You're committed to darkness, to a belief which is not correct. So when the British went to Australia and encountered the Aborigines, for a lot of the British, the Aborigines were not human, and so they could kill them. And until the mid part of the last century, it was not a murder to kill an Aborigine, because they're not fully human. So that's a definition. That's amazing. It's not a very nice thought. Whether somebody is allowed to have a vote or not is based on opinion. Should women have a vote? It was contentious for a long, long time. It's a matter of opinion. It's not a fact. These are constructions. This is the doer, the maker. And it arises on the basis of delusion. So inside your delusion, we know what a real human being is. We know that people who oppose the extremist Salafist orientation in Islam, they are kafir. These are unbelievers and they should be murdered because it is a virtue to kill an unbeliever. That's an idea, that's a thought. Some people have that. Cut people's heads off and they think it's a good thing to do. Because they're inside a frame of reference that says that's good. Dumping crap in the rivers was very, very popular. From the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We're still trying to get pollution out of rivers. Now he's thinking about plastic bags. You got all these pictures of, 1,000 plastic bags taken out of the belly of a whale. I think, fab, why would you do that? What do you do? You just tie it in the bag and you throw it and the wind blows it into the sea. That's what we live in. This is our world, delusion. We don't want to see what's on the end of our nose. This is not theory. This is who we are. You have to think, whoa, wake up, Mr. Lowe. Wake up. What's going on? So, the first step of delusion, which you can see historically, or you can see in this instant, both are true, is the first level of ignorance, which is called Dagni Chikpu Ki Marikpa. Dag means I, self. It also means thing. It means an entity, something which is real. Dagni means this essential thingness. Chikpu means alone. It stands alone. This is a self-existing real thing. So, in the openness of the mind, something arises. Oh. Some impact. Now, that impact has gone because all arising things vanish. You observe that in your mind. However, tendencies can be reiterated, repeated. They can return. So the return and the return and the return, we start thinking, it's the same thing. Been here before, had this before. And this empty, vanishing moment now appears to be something which is there. It's this. So, this is the second level of ignorance in which there is the knower of the thing and the thing arising together as reflections in the mirror. Subject and object move together as wisps of energy creating patterns. Like sometimes if you go on the desert and the wind's blowing and you see these little whirlwinds, they seem to be dancing over the top of the dunes. Just like that, swirling. Ooh. This is called Tlenchicheping Maripa. This is the ignorance of the co-emergence of the ever-present ground and the inattention to the ground, which is giving rise to subject and object as separate things. Now this happens every moment in your mind. When you sit to do the meditation, you can see that. 1 minute you're a bit relaxed and open, next minute you're involved. Involved, to volve, to return, to twirl, revolver. You go round something, you return to it. Who returns to it? The one who is returning to themselves. So, like when you're a kid and you get a spinning top and you pull the string, and that's what the ego's doing. The ego's spinning round and round, and the objects are spinning round and round, and they're kind of in harmony, just pulsing. A thought arises in the mind and you're involved. Who's involved? I'm involved. Who are you? I'm the one involved in the thought. But who are you? I'm the one involved in the thought. But who are you? In that moment, you are exactly speaking the truth. You are the one involved in the thought. There's nothing else to you, because I is an empty signifier. I has no content of its own. Everyone in this room can say I about themselves, which is very strange. I alone am I. You are imposters. But the reason I works for everyone is that there is no truth in I. I is hospitality. I is infinite hospitality. This is watch. Now, we can do quite a lot of things with a watch. If you were a kid, you could whack someone with it. If you're 8, that would be an 8-year-old muscles a good try. So that's also a weapon. But there's not all that much, because there's a sort of watchness to the watch. There's a sort of something to it. It's delimited or delineation by its function. But I, much more dangerous. I has nothing in it. And so it can be filled with anything. I can become murderous or delicious or kind or generous. I can be anything. This is the inherent freedom of the emptiness of the mind. And I, rather than referring to an inherently defined subjectivity, an ego essence which can be determined, the wonderful thing about I is it is so true. The mind is empty and I is empty too. So I is always the truth of your awareness, although when you say I, you don't believe in its emptiness, and that's why you fill it. Because you don't just say I what? You started out, you said I. Come on, you can't just say I. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay, I'll get you an omelette. So I has to be filled. And it will fill it with anything, but I is empty. Oh, that's how I have a rich life, because I am able to have all kinds of experience. So if I knew who I was, I would shrink my I. But you can't shrink your I, because it's empty, and so it's always bigger. It can't be caught. Self-knowledge is a delusion. Know thyself, why bother? The self is always changing. The self arises in dependent co-origination due to many factors which are not in your control. You get happy, you get sad due to all kinds of reasons. So how could you know what that self was? The one thing you can know about the self is it is empty like I. Emptiness is the ground. On the basis of that, the potential arises. So on this second level of ignorance, there is the movement of potential, which is actually empty, but is starting to be formulated as the continuity of the projected, enduring self-substance that we had in the first level of ignorance. So I'm here, and I was here yesterday evening, I'll be here tomorrow morning, and then I won't be here because I'll be somewhere else, because I'm always somewhere. The self is always located. All forms are located somewhere, whether it's motor cars or newspapers, they always have to be somewhere. Things always have duration and location. That's their structural quality. Your glasses are always somewhere, even if you can't find them. So, I will be somewhere. Where will I be? I structure that in terms of the relationship that I have with the potential of the field. I could be here, I could be there. Oh, I have to be there. So some kind of necessity arises through nomenclature, through naming and identification. This is the third level of ignorance. It's called the ignorance of naming everything or representing everything. Kuntak. Tak means like a label or a title that you pin on, almost like a kind of logo. And so as you start to identify everything in the room, you become more intelligent and more stupid simultaneously. So, for example, in Dzogchen, if you were concerned with practices connected with Töga, with light, what you're concerned with is to see light, which is not so miraculous because light is all you can see anyway. You cannot see a train. You cannot see a bus. You cannot even see a banana. All you ever can see is light. You can imagine a banana, a bus, a tree, a person, but you see light. So this kind of practice is designed to allow the illegitimate marriage of phenomena and conceptual interpretation to be divorced. They are allowed to separate out so that you have pure phenomena, and pure phenomena arises light and sound, ceaselessly moving. Now you can enter into a play with the light and sound, which gives rise to the formation of all the objects of the world. This is like the copulation of the binaries, the male, the female, the red, the green, everything oppositional can be brought in contact, and in that intercourse it gives rise to different formulations. This is what language does. So in this third level of ignorance, we start developing the capacity to know everything. Now, some of the knowledge we keep in encyclopedias, dictionaries, and so on, but we have confidence that the frontiers of science are ever expanding and we will get this universal knowledge, all these physicists looking after one global integrative theory of everything. Knowledge, total power. From this point of view of Dharma, this is a big, bad road. This is a cul-de-sac. This leads nowhere except to the development of the 6 realms of samsara. But it's terribly tempting. It's very seductive because it appears to empower you to know the names of things, the qualities of things, so that you can judge them. You can put them in hierarchies of meaning and value and cost and so on. And you get paid money for that. You get paid money. If you're a clothes buyer, say for a big store, you have to go out in the street, you see what the kids are wearing, you fly off to Thailand, you negotiate different deals and so on. You have to be at least 9 months ahead of what's coming in the shops. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. There's a lot of activity that people are working out trends and patterns and pricing and import times and so on. Many, many people earn their money doing these things, turning ideas into commodities, turning commodities into ideas, working in a research laboratory. You get specimens and you unpack what they are. This all belongs to ignorance from the Buddhist point of view. These are ways of surviving in this world of duality, but they hide the nature of duality because I am making sense of this, and this is not me. Self and other are forced further and further apart. So you can observe for yourself when you walk down the street and you have a visceral antipathy to something. You don't like it. You just, whoa, not for me, I don't know. Say you see a dead rat. Well, dead rat, okay. Take it home, get out my scalpel, practice a little bit of, see if there's anything tasty to eat inside. There are people who are very interested in eating roadkill in this country. Find a badger. You can be interested in anything. But so you see, you have immediately an antipathy towards the dead rat. What did you see? Color and shape. That's what you see, color and shape. And the color is also an interpretation. With your capacity for pattern recognition, this color and shape combination indicates rat. Rat is a concept. I don't like rats. Until you knew it was a rat, you didn't feel too much. You look at it, what's that? What's that? Oh, fuck, it's a rat. So what are you frightened at? Your own thought. Your own idea of what it is. This is the meaning of this third level of ignorance. That there's a lot of emotion and passion involved inside it. So this links to the 5 afflictions or the 5 poisons, which you find as a major interpretive structure in Tibetan Buddhism. The first is timuk, which is a kind of mental dullness or stupidity or opacity in which you think you're seeing something, but you're not. So it's a bit like looking at somebody who's got these mirrored sunglasses, and when you look at them, you see yourself. So when you look at the world, instead of seeing things as they are, you see your interpretation reflected back to you. So the horror you feel at the rat is not what was there, it's what you have projected shooting back onto you. So this is the nature of mental dullness, that you don't get it. I just scared myself. So classic example for this is on a dark night in India, a farmer goes out for a walk. He's carrying his bamboo stick, his lathi with him, because it could be bandits or something in the fields. And he's going along, there's a bit of flickering moonlight, it shines on the path. Shit, there's a snake. He's backing away from it, takes his stick and he's kind of poking at it, pokes it a bit more. Doesn't move very much, pokes it off. And he looks again. It's a piece of rope. It's a piece of rope. Is it a snake? Is it a rope? Well, as long as he thought it was a snake, he was afraid. As soon as he sees it's a piece of rope, he's not afraid. So we are in the situation of seeing ropes as snakes, of misapprehension, misinterpretation, and so we scare ourselves. Because, oh, President Trump, crazy guy, what's he doing? He's just another ordinary nutter. We're all nutters. Everybody's a bit crazy. Where do you find a good politician in the whole world? People are not very balanced. We are emotional, labile creatures blowing this way and that. I would be a very bad idea if I was the Prime Minister of this country. It would not be good for its people. But we are ourselves. We are ourselves, so we have to get close to ourselves. So, when you have a strong belief that you have an accurate perception, it's going to be difficult, because usually the phenomena can be cut in different way. So, it's a rope. And the farmer goes home with the rope. And he thinks, this is the last time that fucking bitch of a wife is going to speak to me. And he takes the rope and he strangles her. There's a secondary part of the story. It's not in the tradition. So the dangerous snake becomes the peaceful rope, becomes the murder implement. It's in the potential of the situation. Do you understand? It is the mind. It's not the object. It's always the mind. And the mind can go beautiful, sweet, sour, bitter, chili, all kind of flavors and colors move in people's minds. Like the Buddha said, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Good people do bad things, bad people do good things. It is complex. It's not reducible to right and wrong, good and bad. So one of the things is that awareness, if we look back a little bit, awareness doesn't come to conclusions. Yeah? Awareness stays open, working with circumstances. The circumstances change. But I thought you were my friend. These words come out a lot in people. Heartbreak, whether it's politically, romantically, in business. I thought you were my friend. You took refuge in your own idea about that person. That is a mental formation which you took to be the truth about that person. But people change. If the Buddha says friends become enemies, enemies become friends, why are we saying, but I thought you were my friend? It's sad, isn't it? We are unreliable. There is no Buddhist teaching that says, take refuge in your lover. Not even saying, take refuge in your mother. They say, take refuge in the Buddha. Buddha. Not darling, not sweetie pie. Buddha. It's real, isn't it? But we take refuge in all kinds of things. We take refuge in the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Why? You take refuge in the NHS? Not a good idea. Having worked in it for a long time, it is a shameful, overworked, overstressed, inefficient organisation. This is terrible. But this is what we have, and we don't want to see it, so we tell lies to ourselves and believe that something is gold when it's made of copper. It's madness. That's what it means by mental dullness, that we don't want to see how things are. We're self-deceiving. Arising from this reification, this seeing real, solidly existing entities, two pathways open up. Desire for what we take to be good, and aversion or anger or antipathy towards things we don't like. So once you have thingness, once you have a world of things, of people, you like them or you don't like them. We tend to like them if they're nice to us, and then we don't like them if they're not nice to us. You've changed. Imagine a Buddhist complaining to their lover, "You've changed." Oh no, how could that be? The Buddha said everything's permanent and we'd be married forever. Oh, sorry, that was when I was a Christian. The holy marriage, all last, you got a wee ring and all, that's lovely. Jesus, thank you. You weren't married yourself, were you? No. It's crazy. This is how you have to look sharp and see, oh, these are stories. And you can believe these stories, and they're all like tunnels, and you enter the tunnel, and it takes you in this labyrinthine movement. And then suddenly it pops up, and you say, fuck, what was that all about? What was that all about? We went to war in Iraq. They were in Afghanistan. The people didn't want us there. The people didn't need us there. The people in Libya do need us there. And are we there? Are our boys there? No, they're not. No, they're not. Nice people, aren't they? You have to look and see. Don't believe. Don't assume. See, oh, these are the 5 poisons moving. It's not that people are bad. It's that we're all drugged, intoxicated. That's why these are called the 5 poisons. If you take a poison, it will impact you. You take some arsenic, it will affect your perception. It will affect your central nervous system. So when these 5 poisons operate inside you, you do not have clarity. You think you have clarity, but you have intoxication. That's it. So then you have the second pairing, which is pride and jealousy. Pride, you have an affirmative belief in your own importance or value, function, status. And with jealousy, you come in contact with anxiety that the framework that you've used to establish your sense of self is put in question. The person I love loves someone else. Now I feel very bad. Stop loving them and love only me. And if you don't do that, I won't love you. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. But I love the other person. No, but you shouldn't love them. You should only love me. So I'll stop loving them and only love you, and then you'll love me. But what about them? Never mind them. Fuck them. They don't. Just love me. That's the infinite compassion of the Buddha's mind. Because you are intoxicated with wanting to be special. Human love says, what about me? What about me? What about me? Don't leave me. That is to say, I'm dependent. I am autonomously dependent. So these 5 poisons are very powerful because they're like the energy system pumping towards and away from, up and down, pulsing all the time. And we're caught up in the sway of them. And they're all activated by the belief in truly existing entities. And when we look, there is no truly existing entity anywhere. There are movements of presentation. We are alive. We're in this room. We can see. We can hear. This is alive. But it's not a thing. It's pulsing, connected. We're in this together. So we have the 4th level of ignorance, which is the ignorance of the stupidity or the the obtuseness of not getting karma. It means you don't get what karma is. Karma means activity. It means, in Tibetan, it is activity which is a cause that has consequences. So we're used to the idea that actions have results. So if I get up and slap you in the face, you get upset. That would be the result. But whatever it is that motivated me to get up and slap you in the face is not you, it's some tendency in me. So I then have a pattern which is overtaking my concern for you as a person, my thoughtfulness about how you might feel, and I just want to do it. So it's a self-referential action operated onto another, and that creates a particular kind of vibration or orientation or smoothing. Because you thought, I'm going to... Oh, we better not do that, especially with the cameras on. I'll get the jails, they'll take me away, so they will. So there's an interruption for most of us. You have a thought and you think, oh, better not. So the arousal into the thought is dispersed either because you think of the consequences or you think of the other person. But when that doesn't happen, you're gathered into an uninterrupted commitment to a very narrow self-serving activity. Does that make sense? And that's what karma is. That's how the tendency arises. So some of you will know that from smoking cigarettes. You start to smoke cigarettes and then after a while you have to smoke cigarettes. You don't know why you smoke cigarettes. You just, I'm not going to smoke. Then you're smoking the cigarette. Why am I smoking a cigarette? Because you have the tendency. Or you stop smoking for 6 months, you go to a party, you drink some wine, you bum a cigarette off someone. This is good. How come? Because that echo from before took you over. And very often these things happen when you're tired, when you're not very well, when you're a bit disorganized. So karma has 4 aspects to it, as traditionally described. The first is also called the ground, but it's not the primordial ground we were talking of. It's the fact of duality and reification. I exist, you exist, you are not me, I am not you, so we're 2 people. Looking across the space from me to you, I can formulate an intention. So the frame of my intention is you're not me. If you were me, the non-differentiation wouldn't bring about an intention. But my intention can be neutral or positive or negative. A neutral intention could be very mild, like, may you be happy. May all beings be happy. Good luck. It's an intention of me towards you, but it's not having much of an impact. A negative intention could be, I wonder what's in that guy's bag. Doesn't look like he's got a purse in his pocket, so maybe it's in his bag. I'll wait till he goes for a pee and then I'll have a wee look. Huh? So you start thinking, I could take what is his. I want, forget about what he needs, I want. So the formulation, the intention is coming around a sense of the other as a means to an end. I'm not valuing the living existential validity of that person, their life, what's important to them. You don't, if you're going to steal, you don't want empathic attunement. Not a good idea. He's just thinking, where's your money? I want that. I can get from you. So you can see what that's bringing. An increased sense of duality, a disregard for the existence and the complexity of the other person, and a me first. So you go out of the room, I go into your bag and I find some money. Great. Hey, rich guy. I put it in my pocket. That's good. Mine. And you come back in, God, where's my money? I don't know, there were some people came into the room, I was over there. So you lie and you cover your tracks, and he goes out looking for these other people. Mission accomplished. So that's the fourth stage. So the first is, he exists and we're in a field of duality. The second is my intention to get something. The third is the enactment. Now I'm taking it, and I'm glad I'm taking it. And the fourth is, I have successfully taken it, hidden it, and it's mine, and I'm glad. So at each stage, you have an alignment or a non-alignment with what happened. If having taken it, and he comes in and says, God, let's take my train ticket, I'll never get home, what am I going to do? Oh shit, that's bad. Let me help you look for it. Oh, I seem to have found it over there. So you could backtrack a little bit. Or in the moment that you're taking it, you're thinking, what am I doing? What am I doing? You put it back. So at each stage, you can backtrack or soften it. But if you take these four stages fully through, you've annihilated the other person as significant. So that's the death of compassion. And you've taken the person to be separate from you and solidly real. That's the death of wisdom. So you have annihilated your spiritual life in that action. Huh? If you stay present with the fact that everything arises as the movement of the energy of the ground, you would have no basis for exploiting other people. You could collaborate with people. You could say, I lost my job, could you give me any work? I mean, you could communicate, you can be honest about your life, and it could be that you get some help. But you'd have to start from self-disclosure. If you're wanting to steal, you don't do that. You have self-hiding if you're a thief, not self-disclosure. So that's how ignorance functions, or unawareness functions. And due to karma, we find ourselves in one or other of the 6 realms, the high god realms, the demigods, the humans, the animals, the hungry ghosts, and the various hell realms. These are all sequences of experience which are intense and captivating. If you go out in the country and you come to a field and there's cows, and you look at them, if it's little calves, they'll come bopping over, have a look, they're big eyes, pick some grass. Flies all around their eyes. Their arse is very far from their eyes. Although the tail's long, it can't quite get to their eyes. It's really sad. It's heartbreaking. Summertime. It's flies all over their eyes. Fucking hell. You wouldn't want to be a cow. You wouldn't want to be a snail. You wouldn't want to be a virus. So there are lots of not so good places to be. We're very lucky. We're creme de la creme. We're top notch for a while. We have access to so many things. We can especially look at our mind. If you look at a baby cow, it can't see its mind. You see the little lambs bouncing about in the fields. They're happy to be alive. They're so gorgeous. They don't see their mind. Fish don't see their mind. They are looking for something, looking for food, looking for sex. Sex and danger, these are the 2 big motivating aspects of life. Entrained into these overdetermined positionings, how would they ever be able to reflect on their situation? But we, for a brief period of time, have the possibility to sit and just start to observe the actuality of our existence, how I am. Not who I am or what I am, but how I am. And if we do that, we start to open to unborn awareness. We start to see primordial Buddhahood, and then this thick veil of ignorance dissolves. Just as when the sun rises in the sky, the mist, the morning mist that fills the valley, just starts to dissolve, and it's as if it had never been there. In the same way, all your obscurations will dissolve if you stay with awareness. But if you choose to get rid of your obscurations by rubbing and scrubbing and joining Vajrasattva in his endless task, Vajrasattva is like Sisyphus. Remember Sisyphus? He's condemned to roll this boulder up the mountain. When he gets it to the top, it rolls down. Purify one sentient being. Thank God for that. These bloody people, they keep fucking and having babies all over the world. Another one. Getting them in the bath, it's so difficult. I'm tired. Purifying is, we see why we want to do it, because we feel dirty, we feel obscured, we feel limited. We want to remove these things. The path of Dzogchen is different. Every arising phenomena is self-liberating. Don't make effort. You'll only make it worse. I just want to help. Can I help? No. You can help by sitting quietly in a corner and not doing anything. That's called meditation. Right, time for tea. Although awareness and unawareness both arise like a magical illusion, there is a difference between them. The content of awareness is always changing, and the clarity of awareness is present and open to that. Whereas with unawareness, the intelligence which would be dispersed in awareness gathers into a narrow focal point of what we call intelligence, which links with our consciousness, different kinds of consciousness, of the five senses, mental consciousness, consciousness inflected by the five poisons, and the ground consciousness, which is the way in which we can access all the aspects of the history of the world. So very often in dreams, people get kind of archetypal images and presences. We find ourselves thinking of something and we don't know why, or we're suddenly drawn towards wanting to know about the stitching of Japanese court kimonos in the 16th century. People do their PhD on that, Also interesting. Why not? It's what something arises in someone's mind and they go into that. So in that way, the ego, because it wants to exist as something, is always searching for proof of its own continuity in the continuity of the factors of the world. So it operates against the intrinsic dynamic of the mind. The mind is self-revealing and self-vanishing. That's to say, it's a rang shar. Thoughts, feelings, memories, colors, shapes, smells, everything arises spontaneously of itself and then vanishes by itself. It doesn't need to be removed because it's just like that. But we don't trust that. So just now we had a break, and at the end I came and I sat down, and gradually people came and sat down. We didn't need to blow a whistle or say, "Oi, come, you have to sit down." But gradually, as the group gets quieter, the silence starts to have a voice. And the people who are standing over in the corner and talking away, it's as if the silence is just caressing them on the face and saying, "Ooh." And then they come very quietly and sit down. So interesting, because we are mood-inflected creatures in our sensitivity. But when the blinkers come on, when we become full of our own ideation, we lose that gorgeous sensitivity and we push through with the will to power to do things on our own terms. And that's the quality of the ego. It's pushing through. Awareness isn't pushing anything. So now we do a more sitting practice. Just sit in a relaxed way. The reason we keep our eyes open is not to impede whatever is going on. We're not staring at the distant wall, but we're allowing the space of the room to be present for us. So you don't want to be looking at something, but just try to rest it in space. And the muscles in the eye might take a little time to get used to this. Body's relaxed, skeleton's carrying the weight, and we're just here. Life goes on. Life is always going on. And we try not to impede the flow of life, so that we take our place with the flow of life. And this flow of life is a potential which at any moment we can enter into. It's like camping on the side of a river. Whenever you feel a bit hot, you just dive in the river. So the thoughts and feelings are moving in your mind, but when you have another break and you find yourself talking to someone. So a thought that when you were practicing was just arising and passing, because there was no reason to do anything with it, that capacity of the flow of thoughts, you then enter into it in order to have a conversation with someone. And then when the conversation's finished, the flow goes on, but maybe it's an internal flow. And sometimes you're swimming inside your own internal river, sometimes in an interpersonal river, and sometimes you're not swimming at all. So in the meditation, we swim less. Let the water flow. And these thoughts are just coming and going, coming and going. Any questions about that before we begin? What we're doing? Marvelous. Okay, so we sit for a while. Okay. When, in the first stage of ignorance, when there's a momentary event which, instead of simply going on its way, cleanly self-dissolving, it is as if it is held in place by an attachment, that there is something there to attach to and we attach to it. This, as we looked, opens up the duality of self and other. This opens a way for the contrivance or artificiality of all the polarities, high, low, inside, outside, good, bad. Polarities are the basic structure of samsara, basic way in which the conscious mind, the cognitive functioning mind, organizes its experience. Comparing and contrasting, putting things into order. And in order to do that, it has to be able to hold things simultaneously. So, for example, if you wanted to work out, if you had two small packages and you wanted to work out which was heavier, if you had a set of scales, you would put one package on one pan and you put the other on the other pan, and then you would see which way it tilted. So that means the two packages have to be present at the same time in roughly the same place. Yeah? So if you want to compare your meditation with how it was yesterday, it is as if the memory of how it was yesterday and what you're conceptualizing as your experience today could be brought together in the same place and time. Yeah? And then you can say, oh, it's improving or it's not improving. These polarities are completely distorting of our experience because yesterday is gone. Whatever yesterday was as yesterday, both in its fresh purity and in its conceptual wrapper, by the time it arrives here as a memory of yesterday, it's been wrapped and unwrapped half a dozen times. So it's a construct now. And in order to compare it to what's happening now, you have to construct more of this experience. Fresh and fresh cannot be compared because there's only this fresh. That fresh is gone. There's only ever this fresh. So when you're meditating, say the air's not all that fresh in here, say you get a bit heavy and you doze off momentarily. If you had a frame of reference that said I should be fresh and alert and mindful all the time, that would be bad news. I got it wrong. I shouldn't have done that. Because now something happened which I can think about and review with reference to certain criteria. But if you get a bit sleepy and then You become more present, and as you become present, sleepiness is vanishing. Yeah, but why was I sleepy? Don't go there. It's gone. Let it go. Then it's this. Then it's this. If you stay present with the moment, there are no mistakes. That's why sometimes the word Dzogchen is translated as great perfection. I'm not a fan of the word perfection because in English it's very value-laden. It seems to be an attribution of hierarchical quality, but that may just be my reading of the word. But if we say, oh, it's not good to fall asleep, it is an experience which is arising. And then you can see, oh, what is sleepiness? What is heaviness? The mind has two main movements. One is a kind of rising giddiness, a kind of opening up of the prana, going here and there. In Tibetan it's called Gödpa, which means kind of a bit wild, dispersed energy moving around. And the other is Chingwa, which is a kind of heavy sinking sort of feeling. So if you get sleepy, you're going into this sinking feeling. Seems to be like an increasing density. You can't hang on. So the only thing that's keeping me afloat is hanging on. No. So if you're sinking, sink. And then you come out of it. Don't interfere with the mind. If we really see the ground is primordial purity, nothing is bad in the source. If the source is pure, what arises from the source is pure. If you plant rice, you won't get barley. It's just like that. The source, everything is pure. What is its quality? It's empty. It lacks inherent self-nature. It was a momentary patterning. The momentary patterning is already dissolving. So if you come to a conclusion, oh, that was bad, what is that? You're talking about the past. It's gone. What does it mean? It's gone. Where are you? I'm thinking about the past. So where are you? You're not in the past. No, I can't get in there. You're not in the present. No. So where are you? You've created a little cognitive limbo land for yourself. You're in the echo chamber of your own conceptualizations. Neither present nor fully absent. You're sort of here, there, not there. Familiar territory for many of us. Not a good way to live our lives. We could be more present. But if you're going to be present, you have to let the past go. So as I was saying earlier, look out for the policeman in your head, the evaluator, the judge that wants to know you're making progress. So going back to how the mind is here. It's here. How do I get here? You are here. Yeah, but what do I have to do to get here? You are here. This is fucking stupid. I'm going to find a teacher who can show me how to be present. First you do your nundro. You have to do prostrations, and if you can, go to Mount Kailash. You get a lot of blessing. So all the Dharma practices are saying the journey to here is a very long journey. Wow, it's a long journey. You have to have faith and devotion and courage and diligence. But you're here. Yeah, but you're not really here. No, truly you are here. You're just imagining you're not here. This is the big division between Dzogpa Chenpo and some aspects of Mahamudra and the general Dharma teachings. Dzogchen starts with the ground. If the ground is clear and you really get some sense, just even some flavor, my mind is unborn and open. It's just here. You went out for lunch, various things happen, experiences. This is moving in the mind. And still there was space for more. And still there was space for more. And more. This is here. The content of the mind is moving, the mind itself doesn't move. I'm here. I'm here as unmoving awareness, but I can't find it. It's here, but not here as something. We find some things You can find your consciousness, you can find your ego self, you can find your personality, your history, your dispositions, but you can't find awareness. It's not something to be found. So this is more difficult. An example I've used many times is like learning to ride a bicycle. You get on the bicycle and maybe you have little practice wheels on either side and you wobble about, and then you get more confident, and then they take off these guiding wheels, and then you start to feel, oh, what will I do? Help. And then your mum or your dad takes your shoulder, which is helpful and unhelpful simultaneously. Because when you were wobbling, you're getting to know the line of gravity. Because you know you're getting off balance, so you're, as it were, in a conversation with the nature of balance. And if somebody puts their arm on your shoulder to rectify you, you're not self-rectifying. Does that example make sense? So this is the danger with using techniques to direct you, because you're always leaning on something. If you push on the wall will tell you where you are, and it will confirm the seeming facticity of your existence through the resistance of the wall. But if you stand in the middle of the room and you've nothing to lean against, you have to find the line through yourself. You have to find the line of gravity and balance. And then you start to be able to move freely in all directions, but without falling over. So this is as is a meditation. If you bind it too tightly and you give yourself a pro forma, some precise set of directions of how you should do it, you align to the template. So that creates a triangle of mediation. This is how it should be, this is what's happening, and here I am. So I'm working with this triangle, and I'm trying to get how it is to align itself with how it should be. Now you're into micromanaging, and that's going to bring tension in your prana structure. So, allow the mind to be as it is. For example, in this book, Simply Being, there's 3 chapters which have some comment on meditation problems. And the common problems that are outlined is, or the most common of all, is conclusion. You come to a conclusion that your meditation is dull, or you can't meditate, or you think your mind is always full of anger. You have a summative statement. You take moments of experience and bring them together as if you could articulate some definite truth about how you are. This is a composite. This is something compounded. This is not how it is. This is not an accurate phenomenal description. If you stay close to the phenomena, when I'm sitting, I feel angry. Not true. Where's this I feel angry? That is a conclusion. When you're sitting, maybe some anger arises, seems to find an object. There's an angry about somethingness. This relates, I am angry about something. That's an interpretation. What was the anger? Slight tensing in the diaphragm, shift in skin tension perhaps, slight shift in breathing. These are the presenting qualities, and they are all transient. You can't build anything on them. They are indicative of a kind of arousal, whether it's of lust or anger, boredom, whatever it would be. There's a coloration or a mood, a feeling tone which pervades you for a while and then is gone. If you just stay with that, then you notice, I am suffused with this. That is to say, the object side suffuses me, comes into me and fills me, and I give myself into that. So I'm getting pissed off. This is all that there is. And as it dissolves, where am I? There's openness. So the self-liberation of the object brings the self-liberation of the mind. So generally in Mahamudra we focus on the self-liberation of the object to release awareness. In Dzogchen generally we focus on the unchanging presence of awareness to self-liberate the phenomena. They go in the same basic function. The key thing, don't be the one that moves. We are described in the Buddhist texts of all the different kinds as wandering in samsara. The general word in Tibetan is drowa. Drowa means to go, to move. We wander, champa, kobala chamson, wandering in samsara, moving, going. Who is moving? The mind is moving. The mind is moving. Awareness is never moving. So, you're in the meditation. If you merge into the thought will move, and it's as if you move. If you stand at the bus stop, nothing else to do, no money to go anywhere, you just stand at the bus stop. But the bus stops. Oh, you get on. Nobody asks you for money, you just get on the bus. Now you're on the bus. You're going on a journey. You don't know where you're going. The bus stops. You get off the bus. Better get on another bus. So that's what happens when you fuse with a thought. It takes you on a journey. The mood takes you on a journey. The feeling takes you on a journey. The sensation takes you on a journey. You are a mover. That's how you move around in samsara. The mirror doesn't move. The reflections move in the mirror, but the mirror doesn't move. So again and again and again, this is like a litmus test, the kind of thing you do in school to test the shift from acid to alkaline. It changes color. So I think, not in awareness. Not in awareness. So if I'm in this identificatory ego position, I am vulnerable to fusion. Why? Because the ego is empty. Now, which we've looked before, the advantage of the ego being empty is that it can adopt infinite numbers of personas, different moods, styles, and so on. You can present yourself in any number of ways. This is the creative potential of relatedness. However, the ego doesn't appreciate the value of its own emptiness and longs for fullness, and so is always trying to fill itself up, and that's its vulnerability. Because if you fill yourself with this transient form, as that leaves, you have to fill yourself with another transient form, and so your life is labile, like the waves of the ocean, going up and down, all around, hopes and fears. We know very well what this is like. So, in that moment, if you've got a little bit of calm around you, you can do it in a busy office as well. Relax in the out-breath. And just be with however it is. You may be crying, you may be upset, you may be peaceful, whatever it is. Just sit. It shifts. I'm here. It shifts. I'm here. This is the basis of meditation. The moving moves, the still stays. What is still? Empty awareness. What is moving? Everything else. The whole shebang is on the move. Whap! Whap! Moment by moment. Turn your head around in the room. 10 million things are appearing and appearing and appearing. There's a lot going on. And awareness is here. It was all displayed in the infinite multidimensional mirror of awareness. So, you can waste a lot of time in meditation if you don't get clear about the mind and its contents. There's a lot of writing about this. The content of the mind moves. You cannot stabilize the content of the mind, so don't try. Don't make effort to build a house on sand. Allow movement to move and find the stillness in the movement. How do we do that? By not moving. Who is the one who wants to fuse? Movement. Now, so this is the central point. This is like when you get a new passport. I am the ego. I am me. We're withdrawing that passport. I'll be a stateless citizen. I don't want to be that. No, don't worry, we'll give you another one. This one's better. International awareness passport. You're always wherever you want to be. Instantly. But when you've got your ego passport, you're traveling on your journey with your identity, and changes to your identity are problematic because you start to not look like the picture in your document. When you come to the border, they say, oi, oi, is this really you? Am I really me? What is the picture of me? This is vital for meditators. Presence and representation. Presence is presenting, revealing, showing, clarity, showing. Woo. Representation is an image. And again, you have a triangle. I, my image of me, and the actuality of me. So I, in that moment, whatever we call it, the seer or the revealer, the clarity. How it is, this is me. How I should be, the image of me. Now, as long as you hold on to the image of you, you have a discordancy, a gap between the image and the actual. And our tendency is to rectify towards the image, to tilt our potential towards more of the same, so that we're able to reiterate, to repeat the formation that we take to be ourselves. Because it's comforting in some way. What we have to do when we're sitting, dissolve the image of yourself. Stay with the not knowing. Only don't know. Just not knowing. Or negative capability. The ability to be there, to be present without predicting how it could be or should be. And then that brings you closer to the actuality, the moment of revelation as it is. So you're peeling back your tendency for premature interpretation, which is always a projection, a prediction, which is very dangerous because, as we looked earlier, it's vomiting the past onto the present. It's smearing the past over the present. So it becomes very hazy, like putting Vaseline on a camera lens. If we want it to be fresh, the fresh is the revelation. It's not an idea. The ego self is an idea. When you can see this on a fairly rough outer level with small babies. Very often while the baby is still inside the mother's body, big people have decided on a name for the baby. And they might, if they're thoughtful, have prepared a room and get a special bedding and so on for the baby. They're prepared to welcome the baby. Which baby? Their baby. And then they tell the baby again and again what its name is. And then they're very happy when one day the baby can say its own name. It has internalized the external abstract name. It has turned a living phenomena into trademark item number 1. This is mimesis, the mimetic internalization of the shapes of the world. This is what acculturation is. And gradually the child is haunted by, infected by the various resonances of the family, and then the kindergarten, and then the school, so that the outer world and the inner world start to vibrate together. That person is a construct. The potential of the mind has been formed by forces which are not the child. And then the child responds And when the child responds, the child is often identified as having an inherent agency which is constitutive of the situation they find themselves in. Mum and dad divorce, or mum dies. Dad's a bit lost, finds someone else, interested in new lover, not interested in child. Child is upset. Dad is interested in fucking the new woman. The distress of the child is very annoying for dad. Dad becomes annoyed with the child and says to the child, "You're very annoying because you get in the way of me being who I want to be." Not uncommon. Not at all uncommon. Now the child is being made bad by events, the death of the mother, the dad's new relationship, dad's fairly basic unwillingness to be a proper dad. These vectors come together, but they're not displayed as three terrible events. They're displayed as this troublesome child needs to go to therapy. Then the poor therapist is sitting in the room saying, "We got the wrong one here." So this is like the scene in Casablanca. Remember when there's a crime in the town and the police chief says, "Round up the usual suspects." So once the child gets a bad reputation, because they're just trying to get the love and attention they need, all the difficulties go back onto the child, You are the troublemaker. Why can't you just behave? Why can't you just settle down? Because you don't love me. I'm doing my best. I've given you this and that. But no child getting this whack of stuff at them. So in that way you can see how our anxious ego gets identified with so many patterns of environments that we encounter. This is not who we really are. It's how we function, mediated through this patterning system. But this is why the meditation is so important. When you sit and the invitation to merge in these habitual patterns arises, if you can just relax, breathe out, and not succumb to them, they go by. Their power is your belief in them. And this, like in child therapy, this is one of the saddest things, when the child starts to feel that they are bad. If only I was better, my dad would love me. This is so wrong. But the therapist can't say that because the child's seeing them for 50 minutes a week and they're stuck in this shitty system all the rest of the time. It's very, very sad. So there is a misinterpretation of the causal sequence. So that's why I looked at some detail about the nature of ignorance, because that's what leads us to the state in which we identify with these factors as if they were these operational factors were revelatory of our true value in the world. And you get it with racial prejudice, gender limitations, glass ceilings in institutions, and so on, where people locate you somewhere, and if you're to be seen as a good person, you should locate yourself where the big, powerful people locate you. Bend the knee, be humble, fit in. And if you stand up, you're a troublemaker. We saw that again and again. It takes a lot of effort to be a whistleblower in a public institution. You're not going to be welcomed. So, meditation helps us to sidestep a lot of these political power struggles. Because if we can see there is no end to suffering, there is no end to samsara, if you step into it. So when I meditate, the potentials, the patternings of samsara are available. And if I don't fuse with them, they pass by, and they pass by. Now seeing my mind is open, now seeing the freshness and the indestructibility of primordial purity, which is also called Vajra, indestructible. Nothing can scratch it or harm it. these patterns arise. And this openness of the mind, this is on the level of the result. This openness of the mind is called the Dharmakaya. And seeing the illusory nature of whatever is arising, this is called the Sambhogakaya. And then participating in the world with confused beings who are committed to the truth of their own concepts, this is the Dharmakaya, because you don't get caught by their thought. Somebody doesn't like you. They don't like me. Full stop, that's all. They don't like you. Good luck. Your boss doesn't like you. My boss doesn't like me. Why should I worry? My boss doesn't like me. It's a free country. They can like me or not like me. For whatever reason they choose not to like me, they don't like me. But that's not how it is for most of us, because it rankles. Why wouldn't they like me? I'm a nice person. And then you try to get your boss to like you, and you get entangled. It's not easy. You give them more evidence to get to you, because you show more of yourself to try to invite something nice, and it gets into a mess. So the bodhisattva comes into the world clean, gets close, very proximal to whatever's going on, but not entangled, because there's no benefit in entanglement. In our ordinary selves, we get entangled all the time, and we see what happens. So it's not about withdrawing from the world and avoiding people, but it's also not about merging in. So we're back with the two basic rules of meditation. Don't merge with whatever arises. Don't hold yourself apart from whatever arises. Find the middle way so that you're close and free. Like the mirror. The mirror has no protection. The mirror is completely naked, no bouncers. Everything goes into the mirror. Mirror says, hi, okay, this is it. Then it's gone. Bye, hi, bye. Mirror's like that all the time. No sweat. So the more you let life flow through you in an undefended way, it actually gets easier. And the more we try to defend ourselves, it gets more difficult. Dharma is full of these paradoxes. It's not how we think it will be. So that's why we have to stay with the actuality of things and observe your own energy in life. Okay, let's do a little more sitting. If it's difficult to have your eyes open, you can look down the line of the nose. It's preferable not to close the eyes completely, because having some light in helps to keep you awake a little bit. But it also keeps you connected with the world. We tend to go into ourselves and have the sense that I have a self in me that I can go into. So it's as if I'm somehow an internal creature. Non-duality would indicate that I am part of the field of manifestation. So by keeping the eyes open, the environmental aspect, if you like, and the inhabitant aspect are together. I am a flower in the field on the ground. Okay? So eyes open is letting light in. I don't want to be staring out at something, otherwise my gaze will lock on to what's on the wall, and it will become a kind of hook or anchor point, and that can lead to conceptualization. If possible, we want to let the gaze settle in the space. It's a bit difficult, especially like for me at the moment, looking out. When I look out, I get the brightness of these lights shining in my eyes, so the eye doesn't like it. So you get a kind of somatic response. But as much as possible, you practice it in an environment with an easier lighting. What we want to awaken to in the practice is that we're meditating sky to sky. That in front of us is the open sky, and in this open sky there are the rainbow formations of everything we see. People, dogs, cats, ice creams, everything. And then we have the other sky, which is the sky of our mind, filled with the rainbows of thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. Both skies are so open and so relaxed, they're not bothered by what arises. So if this fan keeps going, or a dog's barking, or drunk people are shouting, or you have some obsessive thought in your head, it's a rainbow. It doesn't cause harm. The basis of freedom is the ground. The Vajra, indestructible, primordial purity of the mind. Awareness is indestructible. Everything else will get wiped off. Everything will get wiped off. We get old, we get sick, we get tired, people leave, people die. I'm at the age now where lots of people I know start to die. It's like that. Vanishing. But something remains. This is awareness. So we keep the eyes open, if possible, so that we have this flow. But this may not be the best environment to practice it in. So what you can do is just allow the gaze to go down the line of the nose and have a sense of the open space there. Because if you were traveling in the tube, in rush hour, this much space would be a blessing. Someone's right on your face. You move back half an inch. Oh, thank God. So a little bit of space is quite spacious. So same here. You have a little bit of space and it's not different from infinite space. So relax with the space. Okay. The mind is like the mirror. When we look in the mirror, we see everything inside the mirror. When you look out in this room, everything is inside your mind. This is a problem if you imagine that your mind is inside your body. If you imagine that your mind is linked to your brain. The mind is neither inside the body nor outside the body. The mind is a great mystery. You can't catch it. You can't lose it, you can't find it, you can't buy it, you can't sell it. It's always here, but you can't find it. You can't catch it, but it's here. It's not like anything else. It is the radical other. Everything else, you can think about thinking, you can think about feeling. If you think about the mind, you're only thinking about your idea of the mind. You don't catch the mind itself. The mind itself is slippery. Slippery, slipping away, and yet always here. It loves to hide, and yet it's always revealing itself. It's a mystery. It's not a problem to be solved. If you turn it into a problem, you will make problems for yourself. How do you enter a mystery? You enter into it. You offer yourself to it. You sit with your mind without knowing, but waiting. To take the example we used earlier, Rigpa is compared to the sun. The sun rises and its light illuminates everything. So you sit in the darkness of not knowing, and then Rigpa will arise like the sun. But if you turn on your torch, the torch of your memory and your hope and your consciousness, you won't be in the depth of the night, and so the dawn won't come. You'll be forever camping in your little tent. That's very sad. Personally, I don't like camping, so for me it's pretty obvious that would be a shit thing. In the dark, the sun comes. So we don't really have any image here of Kuntu Sampo. Kuntu Sampo is dark blue in color, almost black. Kuntu Sampo, the primordial Buddha, the always good, is the night. Out of the night comes the dawn, which is the day. The primordial Buddha is nothing. Nothing gives light and sound, which is everything. Everything in its dance and play arises as us, moment by moment, moving in the world. The dark is our friend. You won't catch the dark. In the dark, you can't catch things. You go in the dark forest, you don't catch it. You're out in the dark, dark night. There's nothing to do. If you want to find your way when it's dark, you feel it. You read the dark through your belly. Yeah? Would you have that experience? It's really dark. You feel it coming in through your belly. God, and you're picking up the vibration of the dark. When the dawn comes, it's very different. If you've been walking in the dark and then the first light's coming in the sky, it's really transformed. But when it's really dark, you're so present, so tentative without being afraid. And when the light comes, you turn into a soldier, stomping and marching, and you know what you're doing, and you're back in consciousness. So for us, for meditators, the dark is your friend. Don't know. Don't know. So when we do the meditation practice, we have the desire to know, to name, to attribute value, good, bad, helpful, unhelpful, and so on. Don't do that. Turn off these small lights. Stay in the dark. Don't know. Just sitting. Just sitting. Coming, going. I don't need them, they don't need me. Just sitting in the dark. The dawn will not come as a thought. What comes as a thought is not the dawn. Okay, we do one last sitting before we end for today. Oh, if you like, in the evening you can do a little more practice, and especially when you're falling asleep, you can fall asleep in that state of openness. You wake in the morning, relax in the out-breath, and just be in that spaciousness, and then gradually the rhythm of your body will have you getting out of bed and having a pee or whatever. So always the middle way. Don't try too hard, but remember to be present. Remembering to be present it's a kind of effort. It's not a pushing effort. It's an effort of recollection. Recollection means you collect yourself. You don't get dispersed. If you poured your life into the object, if you make objects very important for you, then you lose yourself. Remember the song says, every time you go away, you take a little part of me. We invest bits of ourselves in the people we know, in our parents, in our friends, in places that we've lived in. And so we become dispersed. Recollection means to gather all of you, all these tendrils, and to recognize, oh, the thought of the person I miss is my thought. Oh, it's me. It's me. It didn't leak away. I didn't leak away. I miss them. I miss them. I miss them is I. It's not them. Who are they? We don't know. We don't know what they're doing. There's someone else. They're having their life. They are not who we think they are. They are who they are, and who we think they are is us. So there's no reason to be dispersed, because it's the energy of your own mind. So if all the energy of your own mind is moving in the mandala of your existence, then it's like with Padmasambhava, called Gitandro, Mangpai Kor. All around him, these dakinis are moving. Thoughts, feelings, sensations are swirling in the space of awareness. Memories of our past, plans for the future, hopes, fears, movement. There's nothing wrong with movement if you recognize it's my mind that is moving. My mind. Then it's all here. You're not fragmented. But you start thinking, oh, why did I say that? What would they think if they knew what I do? And so on. You cut yourself in pieces. Then what you're going to do? Chopped up little stumpy person. Everything is just as it is. Some people have to live with secrets. That's not the worst thing in the world. The main thing is the wall of secrecy that separates this from that, a kind of compartmentalization. We have to be careful that this is functional and not ontological, because if you really fragment yourself, this is bad. If, in terms of compassion or personal deviancy, you decide to compartmentalize and have a double life or a triple life or a quadruple life, you just have to learn how to do it. If you want to have a lot going on and it doesn't bump into each other, the first thing is get some space. So worry and anxiety is bad news for people who are going to have complicated lives. Be relaxed, spacious, moves where it moves. Be at ease with yourself. This is what it means by not trying hard. Don't try to sort it out. You can't sort your life out, but you can be present with your life. Now there's this anxiety about the virus everywhere. People are going to get worried. All kind of extreme action will come in, which if you had a suspicious mind, you might be thinking, major shift to the right in all governments. Police being specially empowered, the army being allowed to intervene. That's particular in this country. But they're on our side for a while. So, okay, this is how it is. More rules, more regulation. That's how it is. Sometimes the mind is relaxed, sometimes it's tight, sometimes the world is relaxed, sometimes it's tight. There are many countries in the world with dictatorships, with secret prisons, torture camps, and so on. They exist. We open our mind to them. We pray for the people in captivity. We hold them in our hearts in our meditation practice. This is our non-duality, not sorting everything out into high, low, good, bad. Everything is welcome, because Dzogchen is the whole. Everything is the whole. So, if your life is simple and easy, that's the way your life is. If your life is complicated, that's the way it is. The key thing is don't blame yourself. Don't make yourself a bad person. Don't hate yourself. What advantage will that have? Hating yourself won't make you a better person. This is how I am at the moment, due to circumstances. And if you stay present with that, you get closer to yourself. And if you're closer to yourself, if you're actually in your skin, then you have more contact with the world, because the skin feels the world. Our systemic embeddedness, our vibration with the environment is revealed in subtle little impacts on us. And then you work with these circumstances. Best not to be heroic, better to be skillful. Truth is often not very useful, because the only real truth is everything is empty. And you're going to die. And you're going to die. So between now and dying, whether you make castles in the air, you make a lot of money, you sleep with 1,000 people, whatever you do, it's going to vanish. It's just moments of experience. And it's not so important. What is important is that you recognize every experience is the radiance of the mind. It's the shining forth of the potential of the unborn ground. That is to say, I and you are each living in the heart of the Buddha. We are the energy of the Buddha radiating out. So you can say, this is good, this is bad, I regret, I hope. These are little gestures, like little fireflies moving in the sky. That's all. Then they're gone. Then they're gone. To deny them would be nihilistic, to say there's nothing. To hold on to them and build a world on them would be eternalistic, which would also be one of the extremes. So we take the middle way. Kind to yourself, kind to others, and not so kind to the virus. So, for those of you who are still alive tomorrow morning, we will meet at 10 o'clock. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're very lucky to be able to be here in this space. It takes a lot of effort by many people to keep a small center like this going. There are all kinds of practical issues that need to be attended to, concerns about the finance and so on. And especially when you have an organization where the main teacher dies, there's always lots of issues about how to continue. So it's always good to see people collaborating and finding a way forward. As we've looked before, nobody knows what the future is going to be. The past is not a good indicator of the future. So when we stay present, we try to find pathways that open up in the moments of possibility. That's probably our best way. So I'm very glad to be here. Okay, let's start with just a little sitting. Okay. The Tibetan Buddhist traditions are very, very rich with many kinds of practice. Styles of practice are often associated with four main modes. One is very elaborated, the next is a little elaborated, then hardly elaborated, and not at all elaborated. And what we're doing when we're just sitting is not at all elaborated. Everything that you find in the more elaborated practices is within the non-elaboration. So if you were doing a more elaborated practice, you would start with refuge and bodhisattva vow. You would consciously remember all sentient beings, and at the end you formally dedicate merit. When you sit in an open way, there is no boundary. All sentient beings are within the mind. So the openness of the mind is the immediacy of connectivity, of inclusion. And so in Dzogchen, because everything is already in, it's already in. So if we say, please come into the room, please come into the room. I say, hey, I'm in the room. No, please come into the room. So part is you have to trust. Everything is already within the mind of the Buddha. Everything is within the one great Tigli. So it's very important what we looked at yesterday about the nature of the ground. The ground is the most fundamental, basic aspect, which is truly the answer to everything. So in the transmission, in the Nyingma system, you have 9 levels of transmission. Usually we're concerned primarily with the first 3. The first is the direct transmission of the Buddha's mind, in which when we relax into the state of openness, our mind is not different from the mind of any Buddha. The Buddhas don't have more of anything than we have. And what they have is less of the crap that we have. So when you see that the crap is not intrinsic to who you are, then your mind is not different from the Buddha. The second level of transmission is the symbolic transmission of the wise, the Vidyadharas, the great yogis. And this word da, symbol, it indicates things like a mudra, a gesture, a tone of voice. It could be a formal symbol like a peacock feather, a crystal, a mirror, and so on. If you take up a symbol and you think about it, then you think, oh yeah, the mirror is pointing to the nature of clarity. So the image of the crystal points out how the mind is clear. So it is referential, it is representational. This is useful, but it's very dualistic. The real transmission of the Vidyadharas is everything which arises is the symbol or the presence of the radiance of the mind. So when you're sitting in the practice and you have all kinds of thoughts and feelings and sensations, we often interpret them. We take them to mean something. So you might be aware that you have pain in your back, and you might think, oh, I need to get massage, or I need to get more exercise. Or you have a practical thought, and you think, oh, I have to remember to send an email when I get home. But we take our thoughts to be referential about something. This is to misunderstand the nature of thought. Thought is the radiance of the mind. Sensation is the radiance of the mind. So the second level of transmission is to see directly there is no other ground than the open source, which is empty. And everything which arises is empty. But it's not empty, emptied out empty. It is empty of display. So that's why we have the notion of illusion. A mirage, a rainbow. The rainbow is there. What is the rainbow symbolizing? If you want it to symbolize something, you're already into it is referring to something else. The rainbow is the showing of the brightness of the sky. Your depression, your anxiety, your unresolved issues about your mum or your dad, all the neurotic formations that you have, which appear to be something to think about, if you sit with them, arise and they pass. Rang Sha, self-arising, just appearing in like magic, in the manner of a dream, and self-liberating. They're gone. They arise and they pass. They arise and they pass. When you take them to be referential, when you think, oh shit, I have to think more about that, I have to work on that, that's really important, then you yourself are chopping up the world, cutting it into pieces, and then arranging it in a hierarchy. Good thoughts, bad thoughts, helpful thoughts, unhelpful thoughts. Your mind is very, very busy. So the meaning of the transmission is, the first level of the transmission is like Garab Dorji's first statement. Be with how it is. That's the essential point of Garab Dorji's first statement. It's like open to how it is. The second is don't mess about with how it is. Don't get into doubt. Don't think about it. Don't process it. Don't cook it. Stay with how it is in all circumstances. And the third point of Garab Dorji is, as you move out into the world, there's many kind of turbulences. Don't get pulled into over-identification with the forms of energy, because they will start very quickly to seal themselves, and then you'll be in a world of entities, of things which are defined, as we looked before, by their mutual rejection. If it's this, it's not that. Everything is the energy of the ground. The third level of the transmission is language arising. So when I'm sharing this Dharma with you, the breath comes out of the lungs. It goes through the voice box and it comes out as vibration. This is sound. You then have some reception of this with minimal or great interpretation, resonance, elaboration. All of that is the energy of the ground. If you think I'm talking about something, then that's very sad. I'm talking about nothing. I am nothing talking about nothing. But this is a lovely nothing. This is not a nihilistic nothing. It's not nothing at all. It's the play of movement. You know, if you're painting, if you have some paper or canvas and you make a mark, it looks like, on one point, a limitation. You've now defiled the infinite potential of the empty canvas. The mark beckons other marks and you start producing an image. What has happened? Gestures have been made. This is an energetic conversation. So there is the energetic conversation of making, which requires the body to move, to look at the paints you have, to select a brush or a knife, and movement. And then you have the energetic relation of observing, of being the recipient of it. You receive the colors. So you make marks, you receive marks. You make marks, you receive marks. Nothing is established except the aesthetic moment of the vitality of the senses. So this is the meaning of the third level of transmission through language. It's called the transmission through the ear hole of ordinary people, which could make it seem quite kind of heavy and dull. The key thing is when you hear, I hear sound. You can't catch sound. I see light. You can't catch light. You run your finger down your arm. Sensation. There, uncatchable. This is why sensation is important in some kinds of yoga practice, because it is immediately manifest and you can't catch it. Everything is uncatchable. So this is the real meaning of these three transmissions. So when we're doing the practice, the important thing is to be clear about where we start from. If you start from the idea of yourself and the idea of Buddhism and the idea of liberation, then you're already in a constructive system. You have something to think about. You know why you're going to do the practice. The practice becomes a means to an end. I'm here in samsara. I'm full of shit. I want to get free of that. So I'm going to apply this method, this antidote, and that will bring me somewhere else. A lot of Dharma is set out in this way. This is not the view of Dzogchen. We don't start from the thought. We always have to start from the ground, which is why yesterday I spent a lot of time exploring the ground. And that's an invitation for you to find yourself in the openness of the ground. The openness of the ground is always there. It's the basis of everything you have. Everything you see, hear, think, every memory. It's not far away. But so you have to relax into the ground. The ground is the starting point. And then when you're sitting, the thoughts and feelings that arise are the radiance of the ground. Now, because the ground is not like the earth, it's not located somewhere and you then stand in relation to the ground. The ground has no location. It is everywhere. It's the basis of everything. So it's not about coming from A to B. When a thought arises, it's not coming from a thought factory someplace. It manifests immediately. Whew, whew. It's there and not there. Sensation there and not there. And it's there in the place of its emergence. Because the mind, the openness of the ground, is fertile in all directions. It's not some special core of the point of generation. So, it's coming from me. It comes from everywhere. All the time. This is the luminous vitality of the sphere of revelation of the mind. In the tradition, if you get into reading it and studying, and if you want to come to the Dzogchen Center here, you can learn many ways of relating to energy. The basic thing is to see all energy comes from the ground. This is so important. That's why we go back to this basic thing. There is one ground or source or openness in two paths. The path of ignorance doesn't make bad things. It doesn't make any things. There are no things. It's an illusion. When you don't see that an illusion is an illusion, you are deluded. And when you're deluded, and you believe that your delusion is an accurate description of the world, you find yourself in endless confusion. That's how that works. So, trying to sort out samsara, trying to sort your life out, doesn't really take you anywhere. It helps a little bit. But the main factor is to see my confusion arises because I take my life too seriously. I am unplayful. The mind is very playful. Subject and object are dancing together. Why? For no purpose at all. What is the meaning of life? It's meaningless. Meaning is a cul-de-sac. If you look for meaning, it's the royal road to stupidity. We are concerned with aesthetics, with beauty, with the immediacy of the revelation, which is complete in itself. So again, there's another aspect of Dzogchen, the great completion, the immediacy of this moment, which is just itself, as is. But what's it for? It's not for anything. It is the play of the mind. This is called a ropa, or in India it's called the ropa, is like a lila, like a play. So we know the Krishna lila, the dance of Krishna. He plays his flute, the gopis, the cowgirls, they dance, they become completely dazzled by his beauty, and then mayhem occurs. But it's play. Nothing has happened. Since you were born, nothing has happened. You've had good times and bad times. When you remember the good times and the bad times, what are you remembering? Nothing. It's gone. The past is gone. You're haunted by ghosts. Neurosis is ghost territory. We should dissolve the profession of psychotherapy. I can say this because I'm retired. I don't need the dosh. We need exorcism. And actually, Dzogchen is the perfect path of exorcism because we offer nothing to the demons. Nothing. Because we see the demon is the play of the mind. If you have persecutory thoughts, if you have self-attacking thoughts, if you have lonely, confused thoughts, whatever kind of thoughts you have, if you take these thoughts as referring to yourself, now you have an internal dualism. I feel bad about what I did. I wish I hadn't done that. So you're creating a kind of echo chamber. You imagine you go into a cave. So inside your mind, you're echoing and vibrating across. And as your thought reverberates back to you, it reinforces the need to think more because you have to make sense and sort it out. Why is my dad an arsehole? Why? Why is a stupid question? How is he an arsehole? That's more useful because there you see a pattern of energetic formation. And if you see how it is, then you find a way through. It's like when you go for a walk in the country and you want to walk into a field and they have barbed wire fence. You have to go through. So you have to look what's the height of the barbed wire. How long are your legs? If you have long legs, you can step over the fence. If your legs are not so long, you have to try to get through it. Now, if you're fat like me, that's more difficult. So you might have to try to roll on the ground underneath. But that's called working with circumstances. So if your dad is like this, your mom is like that, your lover is like that, you are like this, you're working with how it is. How? That means you're staying close to the emergence of this immediate topology, this immediate shaping. So whatever is arising in the mind is not the enemy. We are not vulnerable people to be attacked. There is non-duality. As soon as you slip into duality, subject and object is thwarting the intention of the subject is trying to get object lined up the way it wants. So a very, very unhappy marriage. To stay fresh and see how things are arising. Now, in Tantra, We use the energy of devotion to bring the felt presence of the deity. And with mantra, different kinds of visualization, you make an energetic bridge between the deity and yourself. Light is flowing from the deity into you, purifying you, and so on. And then, the deity, the pure subject, purifying you, the bad object, and you, the purified bad object, who is now a subject, so they start to come together. And you have the intersubjective and the dissolving. So this Yuganada or Zungjuk, the merging of subject and subject, or object and object, all Tantra is based on that. So when you bring subject and object together, they go into a small point, a tiny little bindu, a little tigli, which then dissolves in space. You sit in space, then out of the space, sounds, sensations, so on arise. If you trust the direct immediacy, which is the natural initiation of the mind to the mind, then whatever is arising at that point is the mind. So you arise, that's why I say now everything is the mandala of the deity, because it has no other source but that openness. In Dzogchen we don't do this. You can do it as well, it's not bad, it's just this is a different style. These are all stylistic. Some styles suit some people more than others, or at different times in your life you have a different style, or different moods in yourself. You could have a main kind of practice, but sometimes it's not going to work because you're not available in that particular nuanced way. So, the basic practice in Dzogchen is the Guru Yoga. Guru Yoga means Guru is the mind itself. Guru is primordial Samantabhadra, the presence of the non-separation of these three aspects we looked at yesterday, the openness, the arising complexion, the expression. This is the truth of our existence. And we experience this in front of us. I might think that's very dualistic, but it's not about dualism, it's about diversity as non-separation, as non-fragmentation. Yoga, in the Tibetan translation, Nal Jor, Nal means relaxed, at ease, intrinsic, just no need to do anything, and Jorwa means to join, so it means a kind of being at ease. So, being at ease with the Buddha, that's really what Guru Yoga means. Means you're not humble and hoping, and you're not complacent, oh yes, you are, oh. And in that oh of opening, you become open to the openness that's there. So we do the practice, it's quite simple. And we mention in the space in front of us a white letter R, which is a symbol of emptiness. When you say symbol here, it's more like this is the presence of emptiness. This is one of the many ways that emptiness shows itself. Emptiness also shows itself as dog shit in motor cars, but we use the letter R. You could use a Volvo as well. This is true. Because once you start saying the letter R is special and dog shit is not special, you are in duality and you're insulting the Buddha. Everything is emptiness. But for our purposes, because this is a tradition, we use the letter R. And around that is the rainbow light of 5 colors. Though these 5 colors have never been found in any rainbow. White, red, blue, yellow and green. They express the 5 wisdoms, the 5 elements, the 5 poisons. All the potential of samsara and nirvana is hovering or radiating from this letter R. So R is like the ground, R is Kada, the primordial purity, and these 5 colors, this is Shundrup, the potential of emergence. This we imagine in front of us. You let the ah not so big, maybe this kind of size. Usually a couple of arms length, but it's just in the sky. Some people can visualize very easily, some people not at all. It doesn't matter. The main thing is the feeling tone. Oh, Buddha is here. Then we make the sound of ah 3 times. And ah is like the easiest form of spring cleaning. Ah is like, imagine these poor people in Yorkshire with the river flooding and all the shit comes into their house. But this is a very pure flood. You make the sound of ah, everything is washed out. Your past, your future, your thoughts, every structure on which you've been basing your existence, all the points of reference that would turn you back onto yourself. I am the one who is thinking. I am the one who is doing the practice. The sound of ah, wash that out. So we're just sitting with ah. So now we experience sky here, and when we make this third sound of ah, the ah in front of us just dissolves in the sky like a fine cloud or a rainbow, and then it's open. So openness of the room, openness of our presence. It's not that my mind is here and the object is there. Everything is the mind, and the mind is empty. But the thing about having a body is that the body is sensation. And it's very, very important to get to know what is sensation in the body. Because if you misunderstand sensation, it takes you into reification. So, oh, something's happening. Oh, what does this mean? Oh, how? We live as interpretive creatures. And interpretation is the basis of solidification. Because you know that in school, when bullying starts and somebody starts to say to someone, oh, you're small like a midget. And then other people say, you're small like a midget. And then gradually people call him, hey, midget, come over here. This projection of an identification starts almost to be absorbed into that person. And it becomes then, as it were, their true identity or the truth of who they are, at least in the school playground. I'm sure we've all got a lot of knowledge of that kind of bullying. But this is what we do in the mind as well. So when a sensation arises, when we looked yesterday at these 4 levels of ignorance, the 3rd level was the naming, the construing, the integration of the momentary phenomena into the semiotic web, layering it, producing more density, more gravitas. You have to see, oh, that is energy, that is process, that is activity. So when I think, oh, my back is sore, that thought seems to be describing something which is already there, my back. But the thought, my back, is the midwife of your back. Until you had the thought, my back is sore, you didn't have a back. You're sitting here just now. How many people are aware of their feet? Feet are just there. And then something happens. Oh, something wrong with my foot. So the body is not some coherent shape. We're pulsing in and out according to the vagaries, the happenstance of the directionality of attention. When you think of something, attention is what feeds solidification into the object. So, where does the attention come from? This is the energy of the mind. And the more you see everything is emerging from the ground, then you can have fully focused attention without solidification, without reification. And therefore, you have attention without the accumulation of ideas, opinions, liking and not liking. So this is vital for the practice. Always stay in the moment. We err when we go into the past and into the future, because these are the sites of accumulation. In the fresh present moment, there is only this. And the next moment, only this. The next moment, only this. Non-cumulative and yet complete. There is neither lack nor excess in this moment. But once you step outside that and you think about what happened, or you think about what you would like to happen, then you're in the field of lack and excess. Something has to be done. get rid of the things I don't like, add more of the things I do like. And then you're back in the ego's dualistic manipulation. Okay? So that's why, very simply, we sit in a relaxed way. You want your skeleton to be carrying your weight so that the muscles are very relaxed. We want to have a nice, soft plastic body that can play. Breathing is normal. The gaze is open. And imagining this letter R with the light, and then we make the sound and we connect. We are always connected. What we're doing is connecting inside the already connected. But because we have forgotten that everything is already connected, we have to do the connection. So we're doing something artificial in order to remind ourselves of the unartificial. So when we make the sound of ah, you want it to arise just very easily, deeply through you. The whole of you is just relaxing, open and empty, open and empty. Okay. So as I said yesterday, when we do this kind of practice, you want to do it for a short time, 5 minutes, even 2 minutes, and then take a little break and you do it again and you do it again, because the relaxation, the releasing gives you the openness, but you have many karmic traits which will again gather around you. And this gathering around you can appear in the form of vultures, which is samsara, or dakinis, which is nirvana. You can tear yourself to pieces. So when you're sitting in the practice, and your body has sensation, or say, stay present, don't push it away, don't merge into it, stay with whatever is happening. And then you see, oh, the body is flow. The body is not a thing. There are no things. There is the flow of experience. So, for example, you're sitting here, you look at the wall. You think the wall is hard. That's a thought. When you look at the wall, what is happening is light is going onto the wall and coming from the wall into your eyes. Light is flowing. Light doesn't stop. Light has to move. Sound has to move. What you are living in is a world of light, a world of sound, a world of sensation. Everything is moving. Stillness is the unchanging openness of the mind. Movement is everything else. And between these two, there are no things. There is not one thing. Not one thing has ever been born. To believe in things is to be deluded. The reason we have the idea of illusion is when you see the mirage on the road, you think this is water, but it's not water. Thingness, substantiality, separated identities, things having their own ground, their own basis, their own inherent existence. This is illusion. It appears to be that way due to causes and conditions operating together. but it's not true. We are extremely capable to believe things which are not true. Without that, there would be no theatre, there would be no novels. We believe in Mickey Mouse, we believe in Ice Age. There are so many incredible cartoon movies now, and when you start to watch them, wow, there's a mammoth, and the mammoth's talking and it's having a difficult relationship. And you believe it. You believe it. It's not true, you believe it. Now, the Buddha didn't have access to cartoons, so the Buddha's talking about mirages and rainbows, but we have access to these, we see it. I get taken in. I surrender disbelief. I don't stay in my critical, controlling, judging position because I want to be carried away. We go to the movies to be carried into something. You read a novel for the immersive experience. Now when you catch yourself doing that, you say, this is the same as meditation. This is how my meditation goes wrong, because some potential arises in the mind and I merge into it. And I want to merge into it in the same way I want to merge into the movie. Why? Because it extends myself. So, it's a Russian theorist, Mikhail Bakhtin, wrote a lot about the novelization which was necessary to educate the peasantry of Russia. He said when people grow up in a village and they only have their very limited social context where they know who is the kulak, the landowner, and so on, and they're tightly in their gender roles and so on, it's very difficult for them to open to the new world, to the modern world. So he said, if you help people to become literate and then they can read novels, they start to be populated by the characters of the novels. So that, if you read Dostoevsky, Raskolnikov will stay with you till you die. There is something about these scenes, the moods, which infects you. All of us are inhabited by many different kinds of characters. So if you imagine your life is a huge piece of cloth, and you're trying to hold this up to give yourself some breathing space, when you have more characters moving inside you, it's like little tent poles. Each of them, they open up a space, because now you have an internal conversation, and you of course we do it, what might my teacher think, or what might my parents think, but then we can also think, what would Madame Bovary do? Madame Bovary is in an unhappy marriage, and she has some choices to make. So the novel is quite useful, because it helps you to think, what is an ethical choice? What is a self-destructive impulse? Then we observe these things in ourselves. This is one of the functions of art. Not to tell us the truth about something else, but to feel the resonances of possibility. And then we see, I am multiple. And the more multiple you are, the more useful you are. Because, as we know, the Buddha shows compassion by manifesting in many different ways. We have the 8 forms of Padmasambhava, the 21 forms of Tara. You have the 1,000 forms of yourself. You in a good mood, a bad mood, a generous mood, a sexy mood, all kind of modalities arise with an ambience and a connectivity or disconnection. We know this. But it's to see all these aspects of yourself are the play of the potential of the unborn ground. So when we're doing the practice and we're sitting, there's sensation. This is the mind. This is the source. There is no other source. Some of the places I teach near church, and you get big church bells banging away all the time. And then, of course, we have the concept. The reverberation is coming from the church tower where the bell is. That's a thought. The sound is arising from the mind. Everything is arising in the mind. You see a plane going across the sky. That's a concept, that's an interpretation. There is a movement of color and shape in the sky. Oh, this is movement. So always stay with movement. Movement very gently, very softly thins out the solidification that has come with the power of ignorance, the delusion of believing that there are truly existing separate entities. So this is our work, to relax and release, relax and release. We're not constructing, we're allowing the falling away of what is always falling away. We're not interfering with the process of the self-liberation of all phenomena as they arise and pass. Then, especially if you're at home, you do the practice and then you get up. You might need to make a phone call, have a pee, make a coffee, whatever it is, it's always who is doing this? You have a long history of having a self-referential commentary on your activity. I am the one who is doing it. I am the doer of the deed. Huh? No. You are the flow, the luminous flow of the energy of the ground, and that is making the coffee. And the kettle is the energy of the ground arising object side. You are the energy of the ground arising subject side, and subject and object are in an interplay. You put your shoes on, put your coat on, open the door, go out, lock the door. Movement. There's nothing but movement. Ceaseless movement. Shoulders, hips, knees, moving, perception, recollection. Shit, I have to go back. Now I get my little travel card and I'm okay. That's a movement. The thought arises, oh, going on the tube, need that. So movement, movement. It's all movement. You think, oh, why did I forget that? That's a thought. The thought's a movement. Who is it referring to? Who is the stupid one who forgot the travel card? No one. When you blame yourself, there's no self to blame. It's ridiculous. The self you blame is born in the moment that you blame yourself. That is to say, the negative comment is not referring to a self-existing, truly enduring, existing self. There is no such thing. But the self, the idea of the self, the image will be constellated in the moment of your taking it to be there. This takes us back to what we looked at yesterday in the 4 levels of ignorance. The first level, which is Dagni Chikpo. Remember that there's a somethingness, this solitary somethingness. So you move out of the flat. Oh, a thought arises, I need my travel card. You go back, you pick it up, you go out. Seamless process. But onto that, you stamp this evaluation, this judgment. How could I have forgotten? God, I'm going to be late now. You feel this kind of condensation, this densification that's occurring. Because now you are someone who is late. And that is so sticky. It's as if you poured honey all over yourself. And these stray thoughts come and stick themselves to you. Because now you're worried and I'm always going to be late and they're going to think I'm... You are making yourself. This is self-production. There is no self. But it is as if there is a self. The as if has 2 aspects. If you recognize the as if, it's the weird, playful energy of the ground. So that's the play of awareness. This is Rigpitsel, or Rolpa, or Dang, the many forms of thinking about the energy of Dzogchen in Dzogchen. If you don't recognize what it is, then these thoughts compact you. Like in some countries, they take the earth and they frame it between bits of wood, and then people get on top and they do a stomping dance to compress the earth to make a wall. You can do that in the in the high parts of Nepal because the rainfall is very small. But the earth is just these little granules of dust. But compacted, it takes on a kind of solidity. So we're the same, moment by moment. It's just like dust particles, but you kind of gather them and whack them and whack them and whack them and make a conclusion. I am like this, I always do this. Or my boss is horrible, she's always speaking to me in this way. Concretization in the negative sense of something which once it sets is not moving. The basis for the concretization of the boss is the concrete experience of the boss, that is to say, the precise, oh, my boss is unkind. They're entitled to be unkind. Human resources don't really care, we know that. So they can be unkind. You want to leave early, they don't let you. Okay, they are unkind. What is that? It is activity. It's a transactional activity. Would it be okay if I leave at 6 o'clock tonight? No, I need you to stay till 7 because it's very important. Not important for me because I need to leave at 6, important for you. But we can't have that conversation because you are very important. So, fuck you. So at that point, it's becoming very, very solid. Now I'm trapped by this bitch. Why is she speaking to me this way? I'm cooking this up. I'm making this solid. All that's happening is a plan, a hope, a mental experience that I wish to extend out into time and space is thwarted. It's blocked. My energy can't go out at 6 to be happy. I now have to stay in till 7 doing things I don't want to do. Okay? So I can do that with resistance, with resentment, or just do it. Needs to be done, I do it. Then I leave at 7 fresh. Or I do it with resentment, cooking inside. Now I'm in a bad mood. Now I go to see my friend. We sit, they give me a glass of wine, and I'm in a bad mood. And they're looking, are you okay, sweetie? You don't look so good tonight. How do you mean I don't look so good? I thought you liked me. Yeah, I do. You know, you look beautiful, but it's going to be one of these evenings. Because of the solidification. So this is what the meditation is for us always to go back to the ground source, which is open and empty, which has no basis at all for accumulation. That's why it's primordial purity. And whenever accumulation arises, we see, oh, this is the play of the mind. This is like a nightmare. It is not truly real, but it appears to be real. The word real means thingness, from the Latin res, which means an entity, something. There are no things. There are appearances. All things are concepts. Everything in the world is only a name put by the mind. Now, this is an unusual way of considering existence. Your mum didn't tell you this, your dad didn't tell you, and none of your school teachers told you. But this is the teaching of the Buddha. This is only names put by the mind. Third level of ignorance. Say, look, oh yeah, I don't like my boss because she is like this. That's me. That's not her. That's me. I'm bringing the density here. Well, people worry about their children because they don't grow up in the way you wanted them to grow up. You had a template, you had an idea of who they should be, how they should be, and so on. And they're not. They are somebody else. So there we start to see, oh, I become upset when my image of the world and the facticity of the world, the phenomena of the world, don't align. There's either too much or too little. So we have desire for more if there's too little, and we have aversion and rejection if there's too much. So then we have the Buddha's teaching. It's very, very precise. Dharma is the most sweet thing in the world. It shows the beauty of everything. I want the world to fit in with me. Now, the world is very big, and we are a pimple on God's arse. We are very, very small. not very significant. But we stomp and we have our temper tantrums. So it shouldn't be like this, and why do I have to? This is mental energy. This is thought. I'm doing this to myself. I am torturing myself. Like the Dharma text say, no one will cause you more trouble than yourself. Nobody can help you more than yourself. That is to say, you have to stay present and aware and see the temptation, see the pulling power of delusion, because it's so familiar and it's pervasive in the culture. When you walk down the street here, what you see is adverts for commodities. People are enjoying themselves by participating in a consumerist economy, the fetishization of the thing. But there are no things. In Tibet, like you can see with some of these pictures, there are people living in caves, not much food, tattered clothes, and they're quite happy because they are giving their attention to the mind itself. They are finding the completion, the zopachempo of their immediate experience. When we don't recognize that open ground, we are in this endless interplay, like being in a pinball machine, echoing and reverberating between subject and object, hopes and fears, me and you. Me, all of these thoughts are the play of the ground. So the ground is the most important. So when we do the practice, relax and open. And of course, the ground is not clear. You have a miasma. You have like a kind of mist or murk which hovers over, because we talk of the swamp of samsara, and in swamps you often get that dark movement with this fata morgana, this deceptive light that takes you into drowning yourself. We don't follow that. We sit open. Gradually the mist will clear. But I don't want it to be there. It shouldn't be there. I need to do something. You need to do nothing. You need to do nothing. You need to trust Garab Dorji was not lying. You need to trust that Samantabhadra is not lying. You need to trust that you are lying. You are bullshitting yourself. You are deceiving yourself by imagining you have enough mastery in yourself to sort it all out. And you've tried, and you've tried, and you've tried, and it hasn't worked. So don't try. Stay relaxed and open and observe. It passes. It passes. It passes. So that's the main focus of the teaching. When you're walking down the street, how is walking? Not who is walking, how is walking. Walking is tense and release. Muscles tense, rise, bend the knee, foot goes down, sway through the hip. You just need to observe for yourself. Walking up the stairs is different from walking down the stairs. Because when you're walking up the stairs, you're pushing against gravity. When you're going down, you have gravity on your side, like having in a plane having a headwind or a tailwind. So if you stay close to the actuality of your experience, moment by moment, it's movement. It's only movement. Unfortunately, we live in a social world where it's polite to delude other people. So people say, how did you sleep? How do you feel? What? They're asking for a conclusion. There is no conclusion. It's always moving, it's always changing. So what they're saying is, sum yourself up. Give me something to work with. It's like that in therapy. You get people who come in and blether nothing. Shit. And then they say something. Oh, now we can get into the work. Because now you can hook into something. So, oh, you're not feeling too good. What happened? Something gone wrong? Drilling some little holes into that person, constructing more of your image of who they are. It's very, very tricky. Very tricky. Therefore, when someone says, "How are you?" this is sound and emptiness. Just sound and emptiness. How are you? Fine. How's life? Okay. It's not that you want to block them and keep them out, but they are looking for something which is unavailable, which is the totalization of yourself. The word total is a mathematical term. It's a summative term. You add things together and you get to the total. We are beyond totalization. We are creatures of infinity. So I would like to suggest some of the people who translate Dharma books should stop using the word total, because it annoys me. But it makes them happy, but it annoys me very much. It's completely the wrong word. Completely the wrong word. But we totalize. You totalize when you've got someone's number. You've got a handle on them. You can see what they're about. You got them in a box. Which we don't want to go in that direction, because everything is changing. All phenomena arise due to causes and circumstances. Circumstances change. Some people do a lot of practice when they're young, then they vanish from Dharma. Other people have crazy youth, and then gradually they come into Dharma. We have all kind of pulsations in our life. We are not made in a factory. We are not machines. And therefore, summing people up is an insult. It's an insult. It is as if there is someone there who could be known, who could be apprehended. This is a violence. We should stop violence. We practice ahimsa, non-violence. So we allow people to be as they are. How are they? Well, just stop for a moment. Ask yourself the question, how am I? You can't say. So why do you ask other people impossible questions? Because you can't answer it yourself. As soon as you say, well, how am I? You start to open to this terrain of multiple sensations, memories, thoughts, and so on, and you come into formation. Formation. So, when we looked yesterday at these 5 qualities of the ground, the first is uncompounded, dumache. Du, the verb, means to gather together. Mache means not done, ungathered, uncompounded, uncreated. How are you? It's an invitation for the other person to compound themselves, to form themselves. Now, the motive of how they form themselves could be, they might want to elicit pity from you. They might want to block you. There could be all kinds of motives behind it. But somehow, most of us, if somebody asks, how are you? We respond because we're trained to do that. Why? Not just because we are, in evolutionary terms, biologically in the family of group creatures. We are mammals and we are herd kind of creatures. It's not like that. It's because of duality. Duality is a lie, non-duality is the truth. So duality is always trying to find a rapprochement, a meeting, a packaging, which will then give some relief. So how are you? There's a connectivity. Empathic attunement makes us feel good. Somebody's got some sense of us, some interest in us. But interest in us as a thing. That's the price you pay for love. I really love you. Don't you ever change. I love you just the way you are tonight. It's a very lovely song. Just the way you are tonight. Sweetie, I've got high heels on. I know it makes my arse look good, but I can't wear these all the time. 5-inch heels are death. But I love you just the way you look. That's the deal. be my image of you. I love your image. I'm not my image. Well, then I'm not sure of whether I can be with you if you don't know who you are. Oh, you bastard. You don't know who you are. I don't know who I am. Let's just see what's possible. But how can we make a relationship on the basis of the possible? That's all you've got anyway. That's the truth of life. We don't know how we're going to be. But we want to predict a future, which means we do a violence to ourselves and to others. So when it talks about all-pervading compassion, which is one translation for this third aspect, tuche, which is the expressiveness of awareness. It's the quality of the Nirmanakaya. It's a connectivity which is non-reificatory. We're not turning people into things. How to be close to someone without making a final judgment. Some things can be judged, others can't. I worked some time in a psychosexual problems clinic. It's linked a little bit to the sexually transmitted diseases clinic. And what is very beautiful to see is the doctors are very precise. They're very precise about what's afflicting this set of genitalia, pustules and lesions and God knows what. Very, very precise, but they make no judgment. If you want to have dry fisting, you don't say anything. Good, bad, right, wrong, it's not their issue. Their issue is to say, well, there's quite a lot of tear on the rectum, and this kind of fistula is difficult to heal. Like what? It's very beautiful. So they are precise and, if you like, summative about what can actually be diagnosed because it's visible, but they're not making a moral judgment. So that's very interesting, how not to come to a conclusion about the person. People live in all sorts of different ways. Who are we to know what is good or bad or right or wrong? Of course we have our moral readings, but on what basis would we burn people alive for them? We're not Dominicans. Don't want to do that. Leave that to the Vatican. We want to relate to people in an open, clear way. And people are energy, not things. So the story never ends. Story never ends. But we shall end and now have a pause for some tea. Maybe 20-minute break. So in a minute we'll do the Guru Yoga again, but there's another aspect of it that I would like to highlight for you. Dzogchen is not a path of the lonely hero. You can't do it by yourself. So generally speaking, in Buddhism we highlight this by saying you have to take refuge. You can't work it all out by yourself. But especially when we relate to the field of which we are a part, we work with the energy of the field. So sometimes the energy of the field manifests as a physical guru like Namkhai Nobu Rinpoche. Sometimes it manifests in the form of pilgrimage places, sacred objects, and so on. In that sense, anything can be the guru, because the guru is like the reminder of yourself. So it's something which you can open to, which doesn't have an agenda towards you. When you meet people, they have an agenda. They want you to take care of them, or give them money, or give them happiness. They're looking for something. Dharma is described as peaceful and free of desire. Dharma doesn't want anything at all. So when we do this practice with the white art, you're not entering into a cult. There's no agenda there. It's only just this is open. Are you open? You can open to the open. But you have to open to that which is other than you. If you stay in this cocoon of yourself and try to work things out, it's not going to work. It's not that you're looking to the other to help you, to give you something that you lack, because you don't lack anything. When we do the Guru Yoga, we're bringing the alignment of subject and object together. Not subject dominating object, not yourself as a subject becoming an object. That kind of play of patterning is what you get in tantric visualization. But here, we're simply bringing a kind of alignment. Almost as if you had a circle drawn on a piece of paper, and then you had some tracing paper or some very thin paper, and you also had a circle on that, and you had to bring one on top of the other so that the circles were completely aligned. Then it is as if there is one circle, because there is no contradiction between them. Then, of course, you move the paper, and it's different. Same, different. Same, different, like a pulsation. Difference isn't the problem. When we leave here, we go out into the world, people go on different journeys, into different situations, some people living on their own, some in families. Many different kinds of experience arise. This is the variety of the forms of the energy of the ground. So when we have the moment of alignment doing the diversity comes into simplicity. When we finish the practice, simplicity manifests as diversity. The diversity and the simplicity are non-oppositional. They are non-dual. So, whenever you're in life and you have problems in diversity, relationships, kids, and so on, always try to see, this is the diversity of the ground. If you forget the ground, you only have stuff. You only have manifestation. It's like, if you go to the flower shop, you see all these corpses. All these flowers have been cut. They are dying. Someone's taken a knife. Now these tulips are about to vanish. So, when you cut the root of your being, when you are forgetful of the ground, of course you don't lose the ground, but you lose awareness of the ground. Just because you lose awareness doesn't mean it has vanished. It simply means you're unaware of it. When that happens, all you have access to is movement. And the movement is a bit overwhelming because there's so much of it. It's disturbing. So, of course, you try to sort it out. And if you look at anthropology, you see all over the world there are so many different kinds of human cultures. In the Amazon jungle, in Siberia, and so on, people have worked out ways in their environment of making sense. Some cultures are devoted to sky gods, some to earth gods, some to matrilineal gods, patrilineal gods, formless gods, some to voodoo rituals of magic and controlling. Every culture is trying to make sense of how it is. So, if you want to be a member of this culture, you have to have an initiation ceremony, which could be scarification, which could be a clitoridectomy, whatever, because the culture says you're not one of us unless you do this. So there's always a price of belonging into any cultural formation. In Dzogchen, there's no price of belonging. If you really open to what we've been doing this weekend, you don't need to go ever to another Dharma center. You can just practice it by yourself. It's completely free. But you can observe how you tie yourself in knots. And knots start to become untying by themselves. They say like a snake untying itself. And the less filled up with stuff you are, then when the thoughts arise in your mind, it says like a thief in an empty house. It can't find anything. So the more, as it were, on the subject side, you become loose and flexible and pliable, the less you're caught by the object. Because the object side or the other side can only catch you if you are able to be an object, a thing. Of course, sometimes it is as if you become an object. If you're in a queue at the airport And you're going through security, you wait your turn, you do what they say. You say, do I take my watch off or not? Because sometimes they want the watch off, sometimes, oh, okay. You want the belt off? Okay, you take your belt. So you are conforming to the choreography of the security people on this particular day, in this particular airport. It's just their choreography. You're a dancer. You know how to dance, yeah? Take belt off, okay. Like that. But you think, fuck it, why do I have to do this? Don't say that. Don't. These people do not like to be questioned. So this alignment with the patterning of the world is not a violence to yourself, because you are plastic. Each person here has the most gorgeous skin. Ooh, it moves around, it's so soft, it's pliable, it's gorgeous. This is us. We greet the world with softness and pliability. We're not crabs, we're not living in a shell. So that means we have a finesse, a soft way of responding into situations. So in working with circumstances, that's how we want to proceed. And in order to do that, when we do this 3R, this R in front of us is like the presence of all the potential of all the forms in the world, including neurosis, nastiness, cruelty, torture. Everything is in the R as well. It's not high, pure and keep the bad things away. One ground of everything. What makes the ground pure is that what it gives rise to is always illusion. That's why it says awareness and unawareness are chomtrul. These are miraculous or magical formations. When people go wrong, it's because they solidify and there is nothing solid. So that's why we do the practice, is to have no resistance to the openness. We open to the open. And then we find we are open. Because we are open. Then thoughts arise as movement inside the openness. And as we looked, when you're sitting in the meditation, generally the focus is on the self-liberation of the phenomena, however they are, external, internal. When you get up from the practice and you're interacting with people, it's participative. And so it's about coming into a patterning in the moment with connectivity. You're not the servant. What is the function? The function is not to fall asleep on the job, not to become complacent, not to fall into assumptions, not to fall into predictive structures. So we have the 4 activities: pacifying, increasing, overawing, and destroying. These are the legitimate functions of the Buddha's energy. Sometimes our job is to be sweet and make the world sweet and calm. May all difficulties go down, may all illnesses go down, may all beings be peaceful. Sometimes our energy is increasing. May the crops grow well, may there be protection for all beings, and so on. So you're working to increase things. Sometimes it's about putting a marker of non-involvement. So this is the third one, which is like charisma or presence. It's a kind of non-violent way of saying, don't fuck with me. So it's not Glaswegian. It's pure Dharma. So in the tradition, sometimes it's represented as Kurukuli, a goddess who is naked and dancing, and she has a bow of flowers. And she's firing flower arrows, a bit like Eros. So it's a slightly seductive quality, but it's saying there's a presence there that, oh, okay, this is someone. Well, yeah, for me anyway, President Obama had that quality. Oh, you see someone like that, wow, there's somebody there. And there are various people we meet in the world with all kinds of backgrounds, but they're somebody. And then there's other people who are not really anybody. They're just the role. So we need to sometimes to bring up this energy, which is the kind of the prana formation into the skin. Just like a school teacher. You really want to take me on? Really? I don't think so. So a good teacher knows how to do that. And it's about knowing when not to compromise and when to compromise. It's a very important balance in life, isn't it? Because sometimes we give way, sometimes the other has to win, particularly with children, you let them dominate, and other times, bedtime, no, gone. So that's bringing up that energy, and the destructive energy is a more a cutting and a slice, because what we're trying to slice on is the arousal of the 5 poisons in the other person. We're not trying to kill them, but we want to interrupt that arousal. And you can do that through your breath, so you can do it through a visualization, but you can just do it by being very present. Because when you're very present, you have no contradiction to how the other person is. There's no vibration. So in the famous story of Buddha Shakyamuni, he's walking along the road, and this murderer, mass murderer, Angulimala, comes towards him. And he's wearing his huge necklace of hands, because he kills people and cuts their hands off, and he's hanging it. So it's this bloody rotten flesh all around him. He's got a big knife. So the Buddha, number 1000. Hey, my special friend. Buddha just looks at him. Now, Angulimala is used to fear. He looks terrifying. He looks like a really, really scary guy, someone with no limit, a psychotic killer. But, okay, you're like that. There's no free zone. There's no accommodating vibration. And through that, Angulimala becomes peaceful. Because his arousal was of power and dominance was dependent on the parallel vibration of fear and anxiety in the other. That makes sense? So when we do the practice, we do the and the opening, it's actually a very powerful spaciousness. It's a spaciousness which has no resonance. So just as if you strum a guitar and there's another hanging on the wall, the vibration in the air will set the other guitar going. Here there is no vibration. No vibration. Do as you like. This is, in the text they call this equanimity, nyampa nid. Nyampa means even. It's the heart or the essence of sameness. You're nice, you're nasty. Because nice and nasty are judgments. We're not making a judgment. You got a sour face? Sour face. You can have a sour face. You can be unpleasant. You can be boring. If you're boring, you're boring. I'm not going to be interested, but then I'm not also going to be interested if you're fascinating. Being fascinated, being pulled in, when you start to see that happening, that's a sign there's a lack. I'm looking for something. I want you to complete me. You make my life complete. So many songs about these things. But we are from the very beginning incomplete. So when you're looking for the other to complete you, you're turning around and farting in the face of Kuntuzangpo. Now he doesn't mind because he has equanimity, but it's not so good for you. Equanimity means if you're happy and it's going. If you're sad and it's going. There is no final solution. Hitler was mad. You never get to a point where the dance ends. The dance is always changing. So don't overinvest the bad as bad or the good as good. Staying relaxed and open. Okay, so we do this 3R. Oh, sometimes it helps to do a bit of spring cleaning. We have in the tradition 5 basic questions about the mind, which allow us to get close to some of the assumptions we might have about ourselves. The 5 questions are: does it come from anywhere? Does it stay anywhere? Does it go anywhere? Does it have any shape and color? Does it have any size or dimension? Pretty well everything in the universe can be fitted into these 5 questions. Everything in this room has come from somewhere. Everything in this room eventually will go somewhere. The building will get knocked down. For a while it's here. We're in Hackney. The room has a size, a shape. The camera has a size and a shape. The people in the room have their own shapes and so on. So we use these attributional identifications as a way of determining the presence or the fact of something's existence. This is a car, it's black, or it's white, or it's red. It has to be some color. People look healthy or not healthy. They're tall or they're small. The garden looks well cared for or not well cared for. We're always putting attributions on to phenomena. So when we look at the mind, does our mind have a shape? Does it have a color? Is the mind a circle, a square? Is it red? Is it blue? Is it something with attributes which bring it into the field of other phenomena with attributes? That is to say, can the mind be compared and contrasted? Now, we often have a sense that feelings have a color. Often say that red could be associated either with intense sexual desire or with anger, that jealousy might have some green tone. These are conventional cultural ones, but we get used to them. But does our mind have any color? So you might have a mood. You might have a brown mood or a grey mood or a black mood or a yellow or bright mood. There are many ways of thinking about different moods and so on. But moods come and go in the mind. These are patterns of the energy or movement of the mind. Does the mind itself have a shape or a color? Then does it have a size, a dimension? Most especially, is it small? Is it something that fits inside my body? Is my mind inside me? My mind is looking out through my sense organs. Or maybe my body is inside my mind. Maybe the room is inside my mind. Maybe England is inside my mind. Maybe the world, the universe is all inside the mind. How big is the mind? How small is the mind? Does it have a definite size? Maybe sometimes it's big, sometimes it's small. These are very important questions, because usually we don't look. We learn something in school about neuropsychology or neuroscience, and we think about the brain, the amygdala, this, that, and the other, and on the basis of this received knowledge, we build up patterns and use it to interpret. But here, we're not talking about patterning of concepts. We're talking about direct access to our mind. We have a mind. If we don't have a mind, we're dead. Everything we experience is revealed through the clarity of the mind. So what is this mind? How is it? So, does our mind come from anywhere? We have a thought. We didn't have that thought before. Now we have that thought. Now that thought's going. So thoughts clearly come and stay and go. Does the mind itself come and stay and go? If it comes, does it come from somewhere? If it stays, is it staying anywhere? If it goes, does it go anywhere? These questions are like a kind of if you joined a dating agency, they would ask you questions. What kind of food do you like? What's your hobby? And so on. So these are the 5 Buddhist dating agency questions. Because you're interested in getting to know your mind? Really? Okay, so why don't you explore through these questions? Would you like a red mind or a blue mind? What are you looking for? And then you start to see that you have some assumptions. Breathe out, relax, just look. How is your mind? Again, it's a how question. It's not a why or a what or a where or a when, but a how. How does it reveal itself? So we have to take the question up very gently, very delicately. We're not investigating. We're being with in the space of revelation. So it's as if we're like the mirror. The mirror reveals what is placed in front of it. The mirror is a showing. Awareness is a showing. So what is shown as a reflection in the mirror is not the mirror itself. If you study the shape and color of the reflection, does that show you the shape and color of the mirror? No. So it's the same with your mind. Your tendency is to take an arising, an experience, and think, oh, it's like this. And the thing to do at that moment is to stay quiet. You found the answer, and it's vanished. That's a sign that the answer was a reflection. It was a movement in the mind. It was a thought, sensation, memory, construct of some kind. The truth of the mind is inexpressible, but we're using these questions to get close to it. So, in your own time at home, you can inquire into them. Just sit, do the practice, open, and life is going on. Experience is arising. You have the feeling of your body sitting on the seat. You have sensation. You hear sounds and so on. Okay, so I'm not dead. There is experience. I can talk about experience. I have templates for organizing the raw data and formulating some conclusion about an experience. This taste is sour, this taste is bitter, and so on. So these questions are bringing you close without a template to the question, well, can I apprehend my mind as something? Everything has a shape and a color. Does my mind have a shape and a color? Okay, so let's just enter quickly into open sitting. As you're sitting, after a minute or so, here you are, experiences are arising and passing. Your mind is present because that's what's illuminating or showing this experience. So, does this illuminator have any qualities? Shape, color, size, location, origin, destination? Just start to have an inquiry into this. Okay. So again, with this kind of looking, you don't want to try too hard, because the more you try hard, the more you mobilize your energy in the direction of getting something. We're concerned here with revelation. The mirror doesn't move. The mirror is just there, revealing whatever arises. So when we do this practice, we want to enter that anyway. We release ourselves from a subject-object fixation. Then there's just a space. Things are moving in the space. Who is the experiencer of the experience? Now, normally we think, well, that's me. I am the experiencer of my life. It's happening to me. But we are meditators, so we are hopefully not so naive. Oh, that's a thought. That's a concept. The concept arises, that's me, I'm the one doing this, I am the thinker of the thought, and then it's gone. So the vanishing of the answer opens a space. So, who is the thinker? We know. Is the mind a production factory? Where do thoughts come from? They arise from the mind. Therefore, the primary question is, well, what is the mind? Which is why these terms we've been looking at are so helpful. In a mirage, nothing is produced, yet something is produced. The something which is produced is not a something. It's a form of nothing. Due to causes and conditions, the heat, the light, the road surface, the speed, the mirage appears. And then it dissolves. Nothing was born and nothing ends. So when the thought arises in the mind, it is as if something has been born, but it's already gone. So when you look in the mirror, this big wall of mirrors here, you see many different reflections. These reflections are very precise. You look and you can see the details of someone's face. Oh yes, that's that person. But it's unborn. The reflection is not something, but it has the patina, the appearance, the surface of something. It seems to be imbued with somethingness because, oh yeah, there you are, I can see you. But you don't see them, you see a simulacrum, some illusory form. You seem to be able to catch them, but there's nothing to catch. So when you see that with your thought, it's like a reflection. It arises in the mind, it has precision, it has impact, because when you look at the reflection, your body has a different physical reaction to the shapes of different people. We are relational in that sense. Something is happening, and nothing is happening. So this is a thought, a feeling, a sensation. Everything is like that. It's appearance and emptiness. The Tibetan word for appearance in Nangwa indicates light as well. So it's the appearance of light. What we see is light. What we hear is sound. The interpretation, whether it's Polish or Italian or English, is a mixing of the energy of conceptualization with the energy of appearance. But the appearance prior to the interpretation is just light. So this is the field of experience. There is a showing. Is there a shower? This is so important. Why did no one in school ask you this question? They ask your opinion about Shakespeare. They ask you to remember a bit of Milton's poetry or a bit of algebra. But nobody says, you're sitting in this class, you're looking at me, you don't understand a fucking thing I say, so we're going to get you to look at your mind before we look at history or geography or anything else, because you don't know who you are. And the teacher wouldn't dare say that, because the teacher knows who they are, because they have a register, and they write comments, and at the end of the year they write a report card that takes you home. Johnny is having a real difficulty with algebra. So we know about Johnny. Johnny doesn't know about Johnny, except Johnny's worried that when Dad comes home he's going to be pissed off. So who is Johnny? Johnny is the anxiety of having a critical father who wants him to do well at school. Who is Johnny? I just said, Johnny is the boy who's worried about his critical father responding to the report card. This is how we were brought up. This is why we get deluded so easily, because we believe the construct, the narrative, the interpretation, the story about ourselves to be the truth of ourselves. Now we're moving from the about, the layering, the smearing over, the projection, to the direct perception. So just sit again a little bit. Maybe just take one of the questions. Where is the mind? Mind is here, but what is the meaning of that? So don't conceptualize it. Just try to allow the revelation of the openness of the mind.
That's a question. Listen.
Okay.
How much do you use language when you do this? Like words?
Very little.
Very little.
Yes, you're...
Yeah, I find it very confusing.
Okay, so you want to be like the mirror, an open receptivity. The mirror doesn't run around trying to collect particular images. So it's a non-selective, open presence. Everything is welcome. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. So it's allowing the free flow without processing, without thinking about it. As soon as you get into thinking about it, you're located in your power base, your sense, I am here, I am the experiencer of the experience. Awareness is the basis of the experience. It's not a personal experiencer, but it reveals everything. So if you get caught up in a flow of thought identifications, then you're just in this cocoon of yourself, and you can't think your way to the answer. So in that sense, you have to stop making sense. You have to not know. So in the Tibetan language we have consciousness and awareness. Consciousness, the Tibetan term is nampa shepa, which means to know something, to be able to apprehend something. And then you have the clarity of the mind, yeshe, which is like a primordial knowing or showing. So consciousness takes hold, shapes, apprehend. I'm conscious, I'm in the room with you, I'm conscious that the thought arises, oh, it's Sunday, and so on and so forth. Consciousness is always building pictures, building images. It's a constructive thing. It's how we human beings formulate ourselves in the world with others. Whatever construct arises will vanish. Now, yeshe, primordial knowing, or the knowing which is the clarity of the ground, is not doing anything. It's simply revealing the play of the energy arising from the ground. So when we get caught in thinking, we're engaged in our familiar process of trying to work out what's going on. And we do this through identification, through attribution, pattern formation, and so on, which means we are perhaps developing our capacity to function in samsara, but we're not going to get much freedom. So when we find ourselves doing that, just relax in the out-breath, or if the thought formations are very strong, you get up and shake, or look out the window if you're in a room at home, see the wind blowing in the cloud. Oh, then you come and sit again. Because the subject is always intoxicated by thought. So when we're sitting and open, when I'm looking out here, or when the presence of this is with me, this is my mind. The wall is my mind, the people are my mind, the camera is my mind. Sometimes the mind looks object, sometimes the mind looks subject. The mind is not a thing, it shows itself in multiple ways. The mind itself cannot be caught. The mind is not a thing, it's emptiness, it's ungraspable, and yet it is the mother of all the Buddhas. It's the place where you find the illumination of clarity. So when we go looking for something, we certainly find lots of somethings, but we don't find the mind, because the mind is unfindable but always present. So this is paradox, this is mystery, this is not knowing. So knowing generally means the product of the activity of our consciousness, the way in which we process what's going on. So if I say that the wall and the people I see are my mind, this might sound like some psychotic inflation. It seems very, very strange to say, you are my mind. I'm not even saying you are in my mind, but you are my mind. The mind reveals itself through the radiance of the field. So if we go back to these three aspects yesterday, Ngowo Rangshin Tukje. Ngowo is the emptiness of the mind. Awareness is inseparable from the ground that had the five qualities. It's infinite, beyond appropriation. Just there by itself. Rangjung is just there. It's not made of anything. It's not a construct. It's just this. And this is this. That is to say, if you say there is the pure mind and then there's all the shit that arises in it, this is crazy. This is the non-duality of the mind and appearance is Kata and Hlundrup together. That is to say, it is because my mind is empty that this is my mind. This is Hlundrup. It's not, Hlundrup isn't something I have in me. This is in here with you. When I'm egocentric, everything comes back to me. So this is the tantric view. The tantric purification is the mandala. In the mandala, there's always a tsowo, a chief god, the central figure. And so you have the central figure and the other gods going out, sometimes hundreds of different deities going in different directions. And they all refer to the central point, so you have a pulsation that's centrifugal, centripetal, just pulsing all the time. But that central deity is empty. There is nothing there. This is all the flow of illusion. So that Tantra is about the purification of imagination so that the last trace of reification, of thingness, falls away from it. And then you have pure imagination. So in that way, it's similar to some of the Turgal practice, where you are staying with pure appearance. So for our purpose, the emptiness of the mind is the basis of the showing of the mind, and the mind shows itself as the inseparability of subject and object. So you have if you like, a two-way non-duality. You have the non-duality of the ground and the field of appearance, and within the field of appearance you have the non-duality of the subject and the object. Although I am called James, and James seems to refer to this particular skin bag, which is separate from your skin bags, as Norbu used to say again and again, senza limita. Don't put any limitation onto the situation. Don't try to apprehend what is going on, but open to what is going on. What is going on is all of this. Hlundrup, it all comes together without any division of subject and object. So when we come to an end soon, we get up, we might move the chairs a little bit, then we say goodbye and we go out into the world. A body is moving in a world of appearance. The body is an appearance with certain particular qualities. The street is an appearance with certain particular qualities. A motor car, a train, however you travel, whatever you do. Maybe you go to a cafe. Appearance with qualities. You go into the cafe, there are different kinds of seats. You sit on a low seat, a high seat, a comfortable seat. According to the seat, you have a different posture. According to your posture, you have pressure on the diaphragm. Your breathing changes. It's all moving together. Subject and object are not separate. So if you really see this, this is your mind. This and this. This and this. No division. This is Pachembo. So when you retreat into this little box and you look out, who are you? Do you like me? Do you want me? Terrible. Disaster. Disaster. Poor lonely me, wandering in my lonely life. Where will I go? What will I do? Will you adopt me, please? I am an orphan. My mom is dead. Every ego is like that. Pathetic. Pathos is also very moving. You know, we go to the opera to enjoy pathos so we can cry. Madame Butterfly, who is not going to cry? Oh, pathetic. Nothing to be done. That is pathos. When you see Michelangelo's Pietà, and you see this mass of stone, and just you weep. You really see this is Mother and Son, Mother Mary and Christ, the crushed dead body of Christ, one block of stone. So amazing. But it's pathos, touched, moved. It's not about losing these feelings. Every feeling tone, everything can be allowed. It's aesthetic. We're not going dead and neutral. Equanimity is not homogenization. It's not dullness. The finesse of color, shape, desire, anger, all these pulsations are there, moving in your mind. So when we say there is Padmasambhava, and he represents the mind, and he's surrounded by dakinis, this is thoughts, colors, appearances, shapes, motor cars, tax bills, absence of toilet paper in the shops. This is the world as it is. And it's your mind. You are experience. You are not a thing. Subjectivity is one modality of your experience. Sometimes you're an object. You might hate yourself. Some people hate themselves, they beat themselves, bang their head on the wall, they cut their own throat, they jump out of a window. There the subject is dissolving into the object. There are many possibilities of the energy of the mind. That's why in the meditation practice we don't try to correct the mind. This is the big difference between Dzogchen practice and the practice in general Buddhism. In general Buddhism, you're always trying to make the mind in a particular way. So before you sit down, you have an agenda. You're going to pray to Vajrasattva to wash away your sins. You're going to visualize Kala Chakra or whatever, because you want to do things. These kind of practices are called Trinli. Trinli means activity. They're a doing kind of thing. Here, we're not doing anything. We are offering hospitality. Whatever comes, comes. I'm not in charge. And I'm not afraid, because like the mirror, the reflection won't harm me. The reflection doesn't define the mirror. So you're sitting in a practice and you're full of a sad thought, a jealous thought, an angry thought. You don't want that thought. Who doesn't want that thought? The thought of you doesn't want that thought. Thoughts contaminate each other. You look in the mirror, somebody moves and then somebody else becomes obscured. Reflections interact with each other and transform each other. They don't touch the mirror. They don't touch the mirror. You are the mirror, and because you relax in the mirror, you can allow any old shit in the world. It doesn't matter. So, when you come out of the practice, if you do this, someone's nice to you, yeah. Someone's horrible to you, yeah. You don't have to do anything with it. This is an appearance. The appearance appears. They're not a thing to be got, to be pulled in or to be pushed away. I like you, I don't like you. I like you, I don't like you. Most of life is that kind of egocentric pulsation. This is simply arising and passing. Very precisely. Whatever has to be done, you do it with finesse, with delicacy, with attunement. And it dissolves, and it dissolves, and it dissolves. Everything is your mind. Everything is experience. It doesn't escape from the mind, but it's not reducible to the mind. You can't take it to a laboratory and dissolve it down. It is what it is, and it's empty and appearing, always, ceaselessly, forever. Now, this is something quite amazing. You could turn it into something a bit dialogical. I am you, and you are me, and we are all together. Ugu gichu. As the great John Lennon said. But it's not like that. Because in that situation, I'm here and you're there. And due to the wonderful power of LSD, we appear to be kind of merging in something. This is not like that. From the very beginning, the ground is the source, the basis of everything. Everything arises at once. So you go outside, the sky is your mind. The rain is your mind. The wind is your mind. The problem is, of course, here language. If you say your mind, the your immediately makes it a kind of possession, as if it's, some centripetal thing. It's being pulled back to the central position. This stands in relation to me. No, I am arising in relation to this. So this is the dialogic pulsation, which is dynamic and never-ending. So this is so important to dissolve the fantasy of autonomy and mastery. I am sitting according to the seat. The seat is seating me. If I was sitting there at the back, the level is a bit higher. So I would be sitting according to these seats, but I'm sitting according to this seat. And the people sitting on the floor are sitting according to the mat. So their bodies are adopting postures in conversation, in dialogue with the situation. Knife, fork, chopsticks, Indian hand. These are ways of eating. Knife and fork. You do particular things. You stab the potato, you slice the potato mercilessly, and then you chew it up until it's nothing at all. The violence of life. But why do you do that? Because in this culture we use knife and fork. So there is a logic to that. You hold the knife in a different way from how you hold the fork. Yeah? And if you had a spoon, you would hold it differently from the knife. Yeah? You feel the mastery. I can drink soup without spilling it on my shirt. Sometimes. So, I am the master. But I am the master who is simultaneously the slave or the servant of the spoon. Because my hand is adopting the particular tension of muscles and tendons determined by the shape of the spoon, the weight of the spoon. Yeah? When you cut something, you get tension if it's a hard thing you're cutting into, or you get a kind of simple giving way if it's a soft kind of thing, and that will determine the muscles in your arm, how your elbow is, whether your shoulder is going to be involved. Yeah? The potato does you. So if you see this, every moment of your life is dynamic pulsation. Moving out, moving in, moving out, moving in, together. This is the meaning of non-duality. I don't dominate the world doesn't dominate me, but we're constantly in conversation, in pulsation. And the emptiness of that is clear because we see it coming from the ground. It has no other source. So you might like these chairs. You might think they're very helpful. They can fold away very easily. So you ask, where do these chairs come from? You're told the name of a shop. You go to the shop. Where do these chairs come from? Oh, they come from the big supplier. You go to the big supplier. Where do they come from? Well, the wood comes from the forest. Oh, You go to the forest, you ask the forester, where do the trees come from? Well, we plant the seeds in the earth. Where does the earth come from? There's no end to these questions. Beginningless, beginningless, beginningless interaction, dependent origination of multiple factors. But we say, oh, it comes from a shop, full stop, stupid and intelligent simultaneously. It's intelligent because at least you know where to buy the chair. It's stupid because you've come to a conclusion which has allowed you to go to sleep and not see the dynamic relatedness of phenomena. Does that make sense? So if you stay in the flow, you cannot fall asleep. You have to be present. You have to be here. Here-ness is everything. Presence. Rigpa is word, sometimes you translate it as awareness. That's what I usually use, but you can also have it as presence. It's not a mental function, although it's the mind. Mind here means everything. Dzogpa Chenpo, it's whole. The whole, everything arises all together in its luminosity. The luminosity of seeing the ground and what arises from the ground, the inseparability of primordial purity and spontaneous appearance, that's inseparable from the ground. The arising of me as a person in a room liking and not liking, that also arises from the same ground, one source, these two pathways. So all we are trying to do is believe what the primordial Buddha said. If you see the source, you're free because you've always been free. You're not freed from anything except a delusion. Sometimes you might have gone camping in the countryside and you wake up in the morning and it's completely foggy and you don't know where you are. You go out of your tent, you look around, it's just fog, fog, fog. After a while the sun comes up, the fog starts to disperse and, oh, now I know. Now I know. You were always there, but you didn't know where you were because you had an interpretive criteria that you required for interpreting where you were. When you get out of the tent in the fog, here I am. But where are you? I'm here. Well, that's not much good. Yes, it is. What could be better than being here in the fog? I'm having a foggy day. I'm lost. Hey, I'm lost. That's where I am. I'm lost. I'm fucked up. I'm depressed. Everything's gone. Siya Lama used to explain that Dzogpa Chenpo means you're lying in the gutter. You've shat yourself. You've no money and people spit at you as they go by. You're finished. That's Dzogpa Chenpo. It's not going to get better. It is what it is. Wow. It's not bright and shiny. Because then you go into polarities. But I want to be happy all the time. Why would you be happy all the time? The children are dying in misery in Syria. They're dying. Just one word of that and you want to cry. How are you going to be happy all the time? It's ridiculous. Happy Buddha. Smug Buddha. Petty bourgeois Buddha. We don't want to go down that direction. We are affected, affective creatures. We are touched and moved. Touched and moved. Otherwise compassion would have no meaning. So it's not about stasis, it's not about arriving anywhere in particular, but about continuing to be open whatever happens. Okay, so we just do a little quiet sitting and then we come to the end. Okay. So we've covered a lot of ground. It's recorded so you can listen again if you're interested. Take half an hour and then reflect on it, bring it into your practice. The reason for giving a law at one time is so hopefully you can see how this patterning fits together. Also, we never know if we're going to meet again. Life passes very quickly, and whatever I manage to get in my life from my various gurus, I want to make available to you. Dharma is not serious and it's not holy. That's why we can have some jokes and funny examples. Because if you make it too serious, too high and too special, again you make a cut. Again you make a dualistic formation, dharma and adharma, not dharma. Everything is dharma. Everything is within the dharma dhatu, the space of all dharmas. All dharmas, all phenomena have the flavor of dharmata, the thusness of direct presence. So, holy is not such a great thing. People think, oh, but we should be very respectful to the Buddha. If you want to respect the Buddha, awaken to your own Buddha. Do the Dharma practice. But I'm going to make the Buddha much happier than bowing. Bowing in front of a statue is what? It's bowing in front of a statue. If you awaken to your own mind, in that moment, all the tensions release, your negative impulses release, and you find yourself able to connect. Because it's there from the very beginning. It's not done by you. None of us are doing ourselves. We are the blossom, the breath of the Buddha. That's all. Alive in this form for a while, dissolving and changing. We are not things. We are light and color and shape and beauty. So, in this way, hopefully we continue. Maybe we meet again. Maybe we don't. But thank you for your attention. Hope it's useful.
Thank you, James. And this is for you. It's our donations from everybody,
Thank you very much.
as well as a shawl to keep you warm. This is for me. It's some Tibetan tea to keep you healthy.
Hey.
It's for sale over there, by the way.